Okay. Hello, everybody. We just got a sign. We should start. As you probably know, the event is going to be streamed, not just today, but also tomorrow and the day after. So we have to start on time. Welcome to Research Center of the Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Arts. I'm really very happy that our colleagues at the International platform decided to include us in their network and thus enabled us to present the result of those projects that concern topics that the platform has been addressing for over a decade. Here I'm particularly thinking on the discussions that, by my colleagues from our Institute of Philosophy and the Institute of Culture and Memory Studies. The latter is also the co-organizer of this conference. I'm glad that we are able to host such a wide range of actors who are in one way or another involved in the debates on the state of democracy today. And I am pleased that the conference program provides a bridge across the field of arts and sciences. There are still too few meetings and confrontations like this, which is why most of my colleagues still tend to neglect the artistic reflection of social changes, with exception of the researchers from already mentioned Institute of Philosophy, who use the film and literature to illustrate their ideas and arguments. For historians, like myself included, monitoring artistic reflection of social change is primarily an attempt to read artistic practices as secondary historical sources. We're interested in whether artistic reflection on current social conditions can help us understand similar practices in the past. The emergence of civil society in the early 1980s, for example, which was, as I'm familiar, part of your discussion, I mean part of the discussion in the frame of L'International, I mean the topic that was already addressed in your network. And this is why I look forward on our discussion on Friday when we will present some case studies from Slovenia. Well, that's all from me for now. Before giving the floor to Zdenka Budovinac and Charles Escher, Andrea Wilkens and Laura Gablier, if she will be present, and two of them, so Charles and Zdenka, are the organizers. So before giving the floor to them, I would once again like to thank you for responding to our common invitation and wish you a pleasant work and visit to Ljubljana.
Otto, it's hard to believe how much the world has changed since we started working on the project, the European Pavilion, central part of which is the conference that we start today. The conference and the project, which is not only the conference, is supported by European Cultural Foundation, and it's a great pleasure that we can hear some words from the director, Andrei Wilkens, and program manager of the European Cultural Foundation, Lore Gabriel. Unfortunately, you will see them on Zoom. Hybrid conferences became the need and common practice, and so will be this conference as well. We are happy that most of the participants will be here with us present, physically present. The conference has been organized by l'Internazionale Association in collaboration with the Research Center of the Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Arts. And I would like to thank both institutions, the European Cultural Foundation for the support, and Research Center, and of course both directors for their collaboration. Our conference will start very soon with the panel that hasn't been planned. The panel that is dedicated to all who suffer the terror and aggression of war in Ukraine today. In these 3 days of our conference, we will try to think about art and culture, what art and culture can do in such a situation as the war and other atrocities of today. Is it enough only to condemn the war, or we should go beyond it and reflect also the causes of the war, and also propose the ideas for society that would not longer generate as much violence as we have today, not only in Ukraine, but also in Syria, in Yemen, in Afghanistan, in Ethiopia, and I can go on and on, of course. We organized the program of the conference in 3 days under different titles. And the first day, today, we start with the title, Should we stay or should we go, living or reforming a liberal democracy? Tomorrow, on the second day, we will have a program titled Using Democracy, where we'll have participants from theory, from the politics, from the institutions, and we will, of course, discuss different possible model of democracy. And the last day is the day that will discuss the case of Slovenia. What a shame. We gave the title to that program, What a Shame. And of course, it's not a coincidence that the conference takes place in Ljubljana. In last 2 years, the space for democracy tremendously shrank due to the undemocratic government of Janez Janša, of course, and there are many artists and activists who protest against the government and the situation as we have in last 2 years. And I have to say, since we started working on this conference last summer, the situation only worsened. So it is really important to discuss it, the question of democracy in Ljubljana. So the conference will conclude with two workshops about art and culture and their role in the protest and in general as a weapon against political and other sorts of violence. During these 3 days, we will discuss democracy from different perspectives, critical about the concept of the model of the liberal democracy as we have it today, and by considering different possible alternative models of democracy. The question is, of course, how much democracy do we still have today in the world that bears the heavy burden of colonial legacy, where fascism has never been defeated and where capital empires rule. We wish you, all the participants and the audience, of course, here, and the ones who are listening to us on our streaming program, we wish you that these 3 days would mean more than business as usual, more than the conference, the conferences that just condemn this or other unjust in the world. We all hope that this conference will contribute to the stronger international integration of democratic forces, and that it will prove the importance of our art and culture in these processes.
Thank you very much, Zdenka, for that thorough introduction. It remains for me maybe to talk a little bit about today, but also to put this project in a slightly wider context of the European Pavilion. So we inherited the name Pavilion from the European Cultural Foundation, who have set up a number of pavilions. Actually, in this document in your bags, you will see some of the others as well. And I think it was important for them to imagine the pavilion not necessarily as a building, which is what it immediately arises, but really as a thinking structure, as a structure in which it's possible to try and rethink where Europe is today, and particularly, I think we would add, Europe's relationship with the rest of the world, massive amounts of which it conquered from 1492 onwards. And so this relationship between Europe can never really be spoken about without its relationship to that colonial history, which is what we're going to touch on here to some extent. So constantly these sort of tensions need to be held. And I'm very happy that we can introduce some artists and activists and arts workers from Ukraine. We don't know quite how many people are going to come online. We've sort of left it open, and it will be a discovery in a little while. But it's also, I think at this point, important to remember that this fight for democracy that's going on in Ukraine cannot just stop at the liberal democracy, the liberal democratic models which might have been inherited after 1989 from what was notionally called the West. There was an interesting article by Francis Fukuyama in the British Financial Times a few days ago. Terrible theorist, I would say. But he spoke about defending his notion of liberal democracy and the end of history. And what was interesting in that article was a complete failure, at least it seemed to me and some friends that were talking about it, a complete failure to address the current conditions, that he was simply stuck in another model of what democracy was. And what are those current conditions, or what are the challenges to this democracy, and the reason that it doesn't seem to be the attractive destination that maybe it should be, that maybe in its idealized forms, it might well be the kinds of forms of governance that we might want. And what was absent in that article was any attempt to address climate collapse, an acknowledgement without any concern for the real consequences and how to deal with it of inequality, and a complete absence of recognition of the migration crises which have been constant throughout the last 30 years as a result of the wars that Zdenka talked about. So if you defend liberal democracy by not talking about climate change, by not talking about inequality, and not talking about migration, then you haven't really got a leg to stand on. And I think that's the problem that we hope we can unpack today. It's a global problem, but it's also, particularly now, but it has been for many, many years, a problem that's central to Europe's understanding of itself. And I think that's where this European Pavilion and its relationship to the rest of the world, of course, that's historically bound from 1492 onwards, but it's very, very relevant at this current time. I think the other problem, which again is failed to be mentioned, but I think you'll be very aware of it in Slovenia, is the fact that the generation of politicians which grew up after the end of the Cold War and the collapse of real existing communism it seems to us, and that was partly what we were talking about when we were setting up the conference, it seems to us that that generation of politicians has absolutely no interest in the principle of democracy. They see the democratic system as a place to manipulate public opinion in order to impose their will. There is no real interest in what public opinion is within the democratic structures that we have. There's no interest in the demos in the processes of democracy. So if there's no interest in the demos, then what is it that we're doing with these elections, which are being, and we know endlessly the kind of propaganda I know in Slovenia that the television media, for instance, is basically completely owned by the government. That government, Janša, but probably many other people, have no interest in democracy as an access of people to the governance of their own city, their own state, their own condition. But they only see it as a tool to be manipulated. And that's, I think, where, if we're honest, the democracies that we cherish, the democracies that we're defending and defending in Ukraine for absolutely the right reasons in this terrible situation, that's a process that needs to be addressed if the democracy that we think we're defending is going to be a democracy that's worth defending in the long run. And so that, I hope, is where we can address these aspects of colonial histories, of current democratic failings, on the Friday looking at the specific situation here, and then link it to those other situations, and understand that we are undoubtedly I mean, the crisis is a very much overused word, but we're in a situation where there's a transition is needed from where we were. We were talking earlier about Corona being over and going back to the old normal. The old normal is the situation I'm describing. There is no really inviting possibility of going back to that old normal. We have to go back to somewhere else, or we have to go forward to somewhere else. I'm not sure. Maybe most of the answers lie in the past. But in that process, I hope that this discussion that we have today can contribute a little bit towards our rethinking of those relationships that I talked about. Thank you very much. Now Zdenka is going to go away. And can I invite Bogna, Ksenia, and Jakub Kuba to come up? We need another chair, actually. Ah, no, sorry. We have the European. I'm very sorry. We've got to get used to this technology. There's the European Cultural Foundation, Laure Gablier, who's coming to introduce the ECF's involvement and funding, very generous funding of this program. Are we going to go over to Laure? Is she there indeed?
Yes.
Sorry.
Hi. I will be very brief. I just want. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. No. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank all the team of L'International for organizing this conference. It's been quite a journey, and conference was postponed, and so yeah, you've done amazing work, and I wanted to first thank you for that. And the European Cultural Foundation, since nearly 70 years, has been working tirelessly trying to strengthen Europe as a cultural community in which Europe is not just a given, but a project and an aspiration that is actively shaped by all the peoples across the continent. So I really believe that this conference today and in the coming 2-3 days will be a great opportunity to continue to discuss Europe and Europe through the lens of democracy. The European Pavilion program has started last year, and L'International is one of the 7 organizations with whom we are collaborating. We hope that we can facilitate spaces where we can address the question of Europe today, but also spark imagination and on what we want Europe to become in the future. And we believe that we need a safe space and a shelter, and that the pavilion can provide such a space to make sense of the challenges that we face collectively. I wish you all fruitful and insightful conversations. I will be following from Amsterdam. I regret that I cannot be with you. but I would be with you online. And André Wilkens, our director, also wanted to share with you a few words, so I let him the floor through his video message. And thank you again.
Hello, I'm Andrew Wilkins, the director of the European Cultural Foundation Amsterdam. I'm Andrew Wilkins, here today, director of the European Cultural Foundation Amsterdam. I'm happy to address you in this digital way. We come together here at a very crucial time in European history. I consider myself a Cold War child. I was brought up in East Berlin, behind the Berlin Wall, and what we see today is reminds me of this European past, and I would never have expected that we have to talk about war and Cold War again, but we have to since last week. But we should not give up. And I know it is a difficult situation for all of us, but I think this could be and should be also a moment of European solidarity, and that's what we are already seeing. And this is what the European Cultural Foundation want to encourage. We have been working for almost 70 years to promote a European sense of solidarity, a culture of solidarity. And this is what we are promoting now as well. This is the time of solidarity with our friends in Ukraine, but also with our friends in Eastern Europe and our friends in Russia. I want to say that. So we opened a new edition of our Culture of Solidarity Fund for Ukraine. And this will deal with questions of propaganda and infodemics, safe artistic spaces, but also support artistic and cultural expressions in the face of conflict. So I hope you can join us in this, or we are joining with you. We have to make that a united effort, an effort of solidarity with our friends. So in that, I wish you a good meeting and hope to hear from you, and let's stand together.
Thank you very much to Herr Wilkins and Law as well for that introduction. As I say, they've made this possible through their generosity. I hope we can repay it by doing something that they find useful. I'm now joined for our what will be slightly chaotic session from Ukraine, but I think we can all perhaps understand why that might be the case given the situation now. But I'm very pleased to be joined by two people who will later be speaking in one of the panels later on today. Kuba Debczynski and Bogna Stefanska from Anti-Fascist Year and from Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw. And they have been very kindly, because in the last few weeks you've been intensely involved in the whole Ukrainian crisis, being in Warsaw and being to some extent the first stop for many people coming. There are other countries as well, but the longest border is with Poland, so a lot of the situations have been playing out on the Polish border. And also the contacts with Ukraine were always, even within Internationale, were always historically in the last years centered around Warsaw, around the Museum of Modern Art, and contact with the Center for the Research Center, Visual Culture Research Center in Kiev. So I'm very happy to introduce them, and maybe you can say a little bit about how we invited certain people and made a sort of open call, and then also introduce Ksenia Hotzik, who's very kindly come from Wrocław, I think, to join us today, but is originally from Kiev and was until very recently from Kiev.
Thank you so much, Charles, and thanks to all the organizers of the conference for agreeing to, squeeze into the program this emergency panel and their openness towards such a gesture of, solidarity with everyone who's currently suffering from the Russian invasion of Ukraine, all the people who are fleeing the war, like Charles said, Poland has already received over 1 million refugees, and the number is growing every minute. So in recent days, we formed a lot of new alliances, friendships, and links with the Ukrainian, well, with all the people from Ukraine, but especially obviously with Ukrainian artists and cultural workers. We had an emergency assembly in Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw on Saturday, when we just, passed the invitation to participate in this panel to anyone who was interested in giving a statement on what's going on right now in Ukraine, what are the expectations, how can we help, what should we do? We, meaning everyone, who feels that, for example, democracy is important, or feels a part of Europe, or feels a part of the art world. So there is no straight plan for this panel. We have Ksenia Malik with us here live in Ljubljana, and a number of artists and cultural workers from Ukraine joining us on Zoom, both from Kiev, I guess, and perhaps Lviv, but also people who are already in Kraków, Wrocław, Warsaw, and other cities in Poland, people who've been living there for a couple of years, because it's worth remembering that this war started in 2014. It didn't start 2 weeks ago, so people have been coming to Poland for a couple of years now, and some of them already formed Ukrainian diaspora, which plays an important role in Polish culture and artistic world right now. So I guess we're giving the floor to all of our friends and comrades from Ukraine.
Thank you, and thank you for all of us for support. It's, I think now it's very important to talk about Ukraine, and I just want to start from the wording. It's very important now to use right words. It's not a conflict, it's not a situation, it's a war, and please use that words. And I wanted to talk, and it's not easy, but we are gathering together to talk about democracy, and it's always in time. And now it's a special time to talk about that, because now we can see where is the front of democracy. And the front of democracy now is in Ukraine, despite of we are not a part of European Union. And I want to talk about what is European Union. What is it? Is it a union of people, or it's like a conglomerate? What is that? Because now it's time to rethink what is that. Because now you maybe heard that Ukraine are in process to get a status of candidate. It's like something really long term. But now we fight for so-called European values. We fight and we put our lives there. And I think these days, maybe all of you were trying to try on Ukrainians. Just imagine, would you fight for your country? Would you stay? Would you escape with your children in nights through the borders? Or would you fight for another European countries? It's, I don't want you to answer, I just want to think now, what is European Union now? Because we always, people from Ukraine, we're always thinking that we are Europeans. But European Union was something really far and something desired, but really far. Now it becomes closer because of solidarity, which was mentioned today. And I cannot tell you everything that I want to tell about that, but I just want to highlight some really important moments. And also, I think that all of you want to know what we as a cultural community can do. And I'm a part of cultural community, and I can feel the great solidarity, especially from our friends from Poland, because when I crossed the border with my daughter in the night of Poland, it was snowing, it was night, and the Poles are greeting us with hot tea, food, with their cars ready to bring us to their houses. And that was the moment of a huge surprise for us. And that was the moment when I understood that Europe has changed already. It has changed, and we can never be the same. all of us. And even if you are not understanding it right now, you will, because everything changed. Now I temporarily live in Wrocław, and all the city is with Ukrainian flags. And on these flags, they tell, we are with us. But situation 2 or 3 weeks ago were absolutely another in Poland with Ukrainians. So I want to ask you to think what is changing now, because now events are very quickly, this historical moment is very, very tense. And also, if we talk about how you can support us, how cultural community can make something. First of all, please help us to make Ukraine visible. Please spread the word, share Ukrainian art. It's absolutely worth it. And also, there are a lot of discussions about boycott of Russia, about cancel Russia, and it's a real discussion, and for a lot of institutions it's a real problem because they have Russian funding or Russian artists, and that is the question. I don't want to ask you to boycott, but if it's not comfortable for you to apply cultural sanctions, I just want to ask you, in all support messages that we are very grateful for, but please do not put in one sentence Ukrainians and Russians as the victims of Putin's war. It's not like that. Thank you. And the last, sorry for such a not pleasant speech, but I also thinking about the tools and the strategies what are developing in such groups and such groups like this, because they are very important. It's a tools of integration, and even on our meeting on Saturday in Warsaw, where the most important institutions of Poland gathered together on the same table, and was easy because in the peaceful time they were not so easy to gather them together. But now I could see the real unity because they had a reason for that. So now we have an opportunity to find new tools of solidarity and new tools of integration, and we will need it, all of us, we will need it further and after the victory of Ukraine. So thank you for support. If any questions, I'm here to answer that. Do not hesitate. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава!
Yeah, thank you. Maybe someone of our colleagues from Ukraine.
We have some people on the Zoom. I'm not quite sure. Maybe you know who they are better than me, Bogdan Kuban. Yeah. This is Nikita Kavan, who we will go over to now. Thank you, Nikita.
Thank you. Thank you. So for now, it will be not a prepared speech. Greetings from Kiev. Now I'm sitting in the art gallery turned to a bomb shelter. It is a Voloshin gallery in the center of Kiev, in area like near Shevchenko Park, surrounded by the biggest Ukrainian museums and buildings of National University, but also with plenty of armed people and these iron anti-tank hedgehogs. So it's like a situation we have seen in Donbass before, or maybe in some historical films or books. I'm thinking more about Sarajevo. Yeah, so now like we touched the history with bare hands, and it touches us. And I cannot say these touches are so pleasant. Oh yeah, I'm surrounded with artworks from gallery storage. I even arranged a small group show here, like while I am spending my days and nights here in the shelter. Like I use the works of early 20th century Ukrainian modernism, like works of David Burlyuk, or works from Oleg Galassy, like a prominent postmodern painter of 80s, to arrange some sort of environment for myself, but also there are other people, very few cultural actors who stayed in Kiev. They even coming to visit the show. So we have a real artistic life here. But I'm telling about this first of all to point that we have plenty of cultural values which are at risk. For around a week, we tried with lots of people from Kiev and from Western Ukraine and from Bucharest, from Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw, from Pompidou Center, to arrange the shipment of works of Fedor Tityanich, this brilliant Ukrainian cosmist and ecologist artist from 80s and 90s, the works which like were stuck in a small apartment with a family of artists who couldn't move out because of this. When Moscow announced the bombing of SBU, like Ukrainian security service, state security service building, we all thought about that it's just near San Sofia Cathedral, one of the most ancient Orthodox cathedrals of Eastern Europe, which is so much connected with Byzantium influences, which has these great early medieval frescoes. So yeah, first of all, we think about people, but also it's about heritage. And we all know after the war comes starving, and people will just survive, you know, and culture will turn to something too much of luxury. But as for today, Ukraine is still far from this bare life condition, from the regime of pure survival. As for today, it's a cultural war as well. And when I'm saying about cultural war, it's not about boycotting Russian artists, no. But it's about canceling the contacts with Russian state institutions, especially those whose directors signed the letters of support of Putin's war in 1914 already. Like directors of biggest Russian museums, they signed the letter of support of annexation of Crimea in 2014. But after that, they had plenty of international collaborations. They promoted not only great Russian culture, I'm saying word great without irony here, but also Putin's state agenda. We remember Manifesta in St. Petersburg in 2014. or from recent cases. I guess you know about this show Diversity United, under patronage of 3 presidents, Macron, Steinmeier, and Putin. I had an honor to reject the kind proposal to be part of this exhibition. And this is something very recent. So yeah, cultural boycott of Russian Federation for me is about Russian state and about Russian corporate money connected with Putin's war machine, not about artists, writers who are often in opposition to current Russian regime. Like just a few days before the war, I still worked on a curatorial project in Lviv, in Municipal Art Center, and I had plans to invite the Party of the Dead, the Party of the Dead people from St. Petersburg, who are now deeply involved in anti-war actions and who are in risk. But yeah, there are different sorts of risk of those whose professional status is in risk in Russia and whose physical living is in risk, at risk in Ukraine under Russian shelling. There is some difference. So yeah, for today, we really need solidarity from the rest of the world and from United Europe. But it's not only about like help Ukrainians, save Ukraine. It's about also fighting for yourself, because it's definitely a war against democracy and against the very idea of diversity. That's why titles like Diversity United are extremely cynical under Putin's patronage. Today's Russian Federation is an extreme right-wing state. You know, the word fascism was a bit overused in propaganda during current war. It was overused by Russian side to show Ukrainian extreme right-wing who really exist and who are still marginal but very active part of society. But Putin's propaganda tried to represent them as those who like dominate in Ukrainian agenda. This is not true. They are present, but they are not in the center. They don't dominate the situation. Also, this word was overused by Ukrainian side, turning it to just, you know, a synonym of pure evil. But if we switch to proper use of political terms, we'll see that today's Russian Federation is an extreme right-wing state, the state which is openly homophobic, imperialist, and racist. And current struggle is a struggle for not only, you know, this very general values of democracy, but very certain things which minorities and oppressed group experience with their bodies, experience every day. And it's about self-defense of democratic world. Not only this democratic world of EU bureaucratic structures, but all those in the world, including people in Russia, who are ready to fight for the values of real diversity, of practical diversity, not a nice declaration of like cultural bureaucrats like Walter Smerling or some bureaucrats in EU official structures. These days I communicate with the press a lot, and also I have plenty of discussions with cultural actors from the West who are writing, who are calling me, and they ask what can be done. And we have discussions, for example, about the question of closing Ukrainian sky. And plenty of progressive Western people, they immediately say, it will be a start of World War III. The Putin will consider it like crossing some red line. But look at him, look at his actions of last at least 8 years. He consciously crosses all the possible red lines all the time. It is his strategy. And okay, you will not close the sky. They will kill plenty of people here from the air. And then maybe next red line will be crossed not tomorrow or not today in the evening, but maybe the day after tomorrow or in a week. And our lives, we are the price which has to be paid to postpone this catastrophe for a little bit more time. Yeah, look at us, we are the price. I would ask people of the West to turn very realistic in this situation. This catastrophe will not stop on Western Ukrainian border. Sorry to say, it will go further. And I ask you to reconsider our current struggle to be our common self-defense. Thank you.
Now here with us is Bożena Peleńska, is now here with us, the Director General from the Junkyard Art Center in Lviv.
Hello. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me a voice. I think I will be very consonant with my colleagues and that already have been speaking today. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for supporting Ukraine, for supporting and especially Poland that has taken so many refugees from the war. To us, it means really a lot. Since this talk is about the democracy and what we can do at that moment, I would like to make a few points that bothers me and that I would like to share with you. As apologies for the noise, I'm located in a place with a for very small children, so you might hear it from time to time. So coming back to what I wanted to say, today art, culture, and making art, as Nikita mentioned, became a bit secondary. Of course, it's very, very important for us, art organizations and people from art and culture. Today, the survival of people, the existence of us is one, it's on the stake, and you probably all understand that. To us, it's the most crucial and most important thing today to survive, to make everything what we have, what we can, to act, to do, to support our country, and to fight against the war. This war has changed not into the war that we all thought would be. It's a real terrorism, and many people today I rather call it a terrorism, because quite a lot and more cases are that we see are connected with the killing the civilians and actually doing the terrorist attack on civilians. What I wanted to say that last 8 years since 2014, when the war started, media, cultural organization, of course, we had a lot of attention, but it was such a relevance, and the voices of Ukraine and Ukrainian media and those that were addressing and call it war, a lot were very tolerant, talking and calling it that it is a conflict, it's a civil, it's a local war, and we're not making, we were not hurt at that moment. A lot of media all around the world were very tolerant, saying that making actually the fans, the colonial thinking and manipulation to be present. And I think all of us did not enough to fight that at the time. No one believed that actually this war in Ukraine could happen in that extent as we can see right now. I think that many people call in Belarus or in Russia, especially so-called small people that do not have a voice and they didn't have an opportunity to have a say, that it was too dangerous to do that. And I believe that the responsibility that every one of us bears responsibility. Today we try to do as much as we can. Everyone on its place should do everything what we can. And today this solidarity and unity of us, of all of us, despite the background and the country of origin, I believe this unity and support is very crucial and important today in these days. To me, tolerance and saying that only leaders are responsible of the war is not at all true and not relevant. What I believe, what we can do to give voice and still fight the relativeness of the truth. Yes, we are living in a postmodern time where all thoughts are acceptable, right? This is what we believed, but to my opinion, today we have to really define what do we believe in, what is our values, what are our values, and what we want to achieve. And today is the time when we have to rethink so many things, and how we act, and saying that we are not responsible is not anymore acceptable. On the stake, it's not only Ukraine. I think we on the stake, it's all Europe, and this is the time has come. The time has come to really rethink and to fight the colonialism, which is very present everywhere in art and culture sphere, the imperialism of Russian culture and art. That's why we ask you to boycott and to rethink that. This is the time, it has to be different these days. We ask you to give the words to Ukrainian art and culture, to the voices that were unheard. And to support people that stayed in Ukraine. We are, as an organization, we are thinking right now, and there are many of us who try to support people from our sphere that stayed in Ukraine. All of us had shock, couldn't speak up, and many still are in shock, especially those that are in the cities that have the active fighting. But I believe that after Ukraine and that after we win, we will come back and we will rebuild our cities, and we do everything what is possible to make life different. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that?
No, just for the end, there is also Sanjay will join for the discussion for a short moment. So we're then getting everybody in and.
Did you hear about that?
He will join later. The discussion, okay. I understand. We need to see.
Sorry, Nika, what's happening now? There isn't anyone else coming online, but Nikita's come.
He won't have a discussion, but he said he just wants to contribute to the end.
Maybe he could say a little bit about where he's from and where he's speaking from and where he's from before the war. Can we communicate with him? Super.
Hey people. I'm here representing the Kiev Biennial, and we launched an emergency support initiative for cultural community, artists and art workers. And since the start of the war, we are doing this initiative to support those who are like in basic need, and we now mostly help for museum workers at the eastern territories of Ukraine, and also artists who left in Ukraine, in Kiev, in Kharkiv, in different cities which are now under this siege or shelling.
I wonder if could you say something about the idea for Kiev Biennale to be in exile is maybe the wrong word, but that the thought that maybe Kiev Biennale could appear in other places during the time of war, and if in the worst case it goes on longer, that the Kiev Biennale can still exist even outside of Kiev. I know that's something that I've heard from the Research Center for Visual Culture.
To plan. I think it's too early to plan something in exile, because me and I think my colleagues also hope that we will be able to do it at home in Ukraine, where it is planned and conceived. Me personally, I do not have any plans of relocation in terms of institutional relocation, having a biennial somewhere in Europe.
No, thanks, and I hope you're right. I hope we don't need to do any Kiev Biennale in exile, that would be the best outcome, for sure.
So thank you, everyone, for your statements and voices. I wonder if any of you could just add, apart from giving visibility and communicating the war the way it should be communicated, how else, people outside of Ukraine can help, where they can, for example, donate money, because, there's a lot of information around going on, and I know you have like first-hand info and experience, what works best.
First of all, you know that we can spread the links just where to donate. First of all, we gather donations for our army, and second of all, we have humanitarian donations. And me and my colleague from Lviv, Olga Gonchar, with Junkyard Art Center, we organized the help for regional museums, because regional small museums in villages, they stays with their collections in basements, and they stay for a long time already, and we are gathering money to give them direct help, and we manage that help. So if you want to support museums, you can just ask and I will share a link. Technically, we cannot share the list of these museums because of danger. We are afraid just to let our enemy know where they are. So we can help with that. About spreading the word, about spreading the news about war, there are official channels. I can also share links and where you can get all the information, because a Russian propaganda machine works like always, maybe even more powerful now. So I just can make a list and you can send it if it's okay.
I also think it's very important to cover the topic of the disinformation, because it's also war on information and fake news and facts. So if you could expand on that, because I think it's very, very important.
Yes, it's very important, and I just like to ask you to check information where it comes from. It's like I think it should be a normal like informational hygiene now. It's for Ukrainians it's like a normal thing since Maidan. And we have also a huge IT army in Ukraine who are fighting against fakes, who are like an army on informational war. So we have even bot who is, and this bot is analyzing any link for fake it or not. So if we also have like that. I am amazed with our IT guys, because on the second day of war in Kiev, we have our like, you know, city application on our mobiles, like transport maps and all of that. And on the second day of war, they made an war application from that. So I still receive all the messages about what is happening. So, I think that's why we win, because everyone's united, everyone.
Yeah, maybe perhaps someone from Zoom wants to also expand either on the topic of the help or disinformation propaganda, because in Poland, we like recently, you know, really discovered that it is true that if you think that something online is Kremlin's troll propaganda, it is. It's not like your imagination. And yeah, we would advise all of you in your respective countries to think, you know, where do you might see Putin's propaganda? It is Putin's propaganda, probably. And we are super happy that in Poland we suddenly started to speak about it openly, and some media channels are being simply cancelled and banned. Probably there's no other way right now to deal with that. But, you know, it's no it's no surprise that anti-vaccine channels or far-right channels suddenly turn into pro-Putin channels. And it will be happening in your respective countries as well, if it hasn't already happened already. So be ready to also fight this war with images, with words, with links, with YouTube videos, with TikTok videos, Instagram accounts, etc. Because Twitter, right, yeah, because it is another front of this war, definitely.
And it's also very important.
Yeah, and this war is, you know, at your home, at your smartphone, at your computer. I'm just wondering if someone else wants to join as well.
Maybe I could say something. May I say something? I just wanted to mention about the new initiative. It's still under development. We are thinking about creating a program for supporting people that stayed in Ukraine from the art and culture sphere, to give them grants, because many of them stayed in the underground or are fighting or in the local defense or doing something but not art. We have been contacted recently by a Hamburg Foundation that wants to donate money for supporting those that are in Ukraine, because now there is a lot of support of artists, cultural worker, cultural researchers that left Ukraine. But we believe that it is crucial to support those that stayed in Ukraine. I think in 1 week or a little bit longer, we can share the details about that. So it's just the information that I wanted to share with you. And I totally support that checking and information campaign is one of the most important, and now it's the other front which is happening right now. And if you ask how to support, giving voices and in different medias, it would be very important to be heard and to give voice to those that can write and share with you. Especially in the topic of decolonization. And yeah, this is my personal opinion. Thanks.
Thank you, Božena. I wonder, because a lot of the information that we get is from Kiev and from the front lines, so in Mariupol and places like that. Could you say a little bit about what the situation is like in Lviv at the moment? Just how are you experiencing the war, and it's really for us to get a first-hand account rather than relying on all these trolls who are going to tell us all sorts of nonsense.
Yeah, first of all, I would need to say that I left as well Lviv few days after it's all started with my daughter, but I know what's happening. I can share what happened with the art center. So the Junkyard Art Center, we were planning to be open in late August this year. We turned our spaces, almost finished, into the warehouse for medical equipment, for ammunition, for everything what is necessary for the army. We turned the basement to the shelter for the neighborhood people that live. A lot of people in our neighborhood live in the private houses, so they can use our basement as the shelter, because we also have sirens, and fortunately we haven't been bombed yet. All of our offices have been turned into the shelters where people that have been moved from eastern cities, from Kharkiv, Kyiv, Mariupol, that came to Lviv, they are now living in our offices. And the biggest part of our team turned into the volunteering, operating, helping, all of that. And many people are supporting with connecting information, and the priority needs that are for Ukraine to survive. I want to again to underline that on the stake are people's life, and it is the most important to support the first needs to those that are that were bombed, the people that left, and to support the fighting that is happening in our country. So
But have you, I suppose, have you had time in Lviv to prepare defenses and things like that? Has it been possible because the army hasn't, I mean, hopefully they'll never get there, but you've had some time without direct threat to life at the moment. Has that been used to prepare things in the city or in the outskirts of the city?
Yes, of course, as many other cities, there is the local defense, and people, a lot of the city has organized itself, and you cannot enter right now by any big city in Ukraine without being checked. So at the entrance and at each main road entrance to the cities, all cars, everyone is checked. And there is, of course, there is introduced special, I'm sorry, I forgot what's the right term for that. The people are have to stay at home since 10 o'clock or earlier. Of course, there is a limitation of alcohol being sold, and most of the people are totally reorganized. Most of the organizations are just turned into the system that supports the survival, preparing food, bringing the food to the main railway station, because hundreds of thousands of people are coming to leave main railway stations to leave further to the border, and as well psychological support or medical support. I know that all of the medical are accepting people that were brought from the main front. So the city, of course, turned into all the needs to support the country and people. The city has, of course, changed.
Thank you, Bożena. I wonder if there are any, we'd like to offer the opportunity for people to either express support or also to, if they have any questions for our Ukrainian comrades, then we'd be happy to answer them. So Zdenka, how do we do it with the microphone? Is there, oh, you can come to there, thank you.
Hello. So, of course, it's very important to think about the help. How can we help you to, to go through all those tragic things today? But I think it's also important, and this is the lesson we got when the war was in Bosnia and Herzegovina, to think about the future. So what can be done, to when this is over, and we all hope it will happen very soon. So how to start thinking about recovery and what the art world, the international art world, can do in these terms. So I am sure that our Association Internationale can be of use. So whatever comes to your mind, I think it would be important to hear. Let's try to think the future together as well.
Thank you. It's a good advice, and in the moment of a whole desperate, we're dreaming about how we rebuild our institutions. For example, Kharkiv, which is like absolutely ruins now, and how we will build that. So now for the moment, the most important thing is save everything with what we have and to evacuate what we can. But in future, I think the biggest dream to make a museum of contemporary art of Ukraine, we still don't have it. So I think it will be like our first cultural step, because as Nikita said, that after war, in this recovery process, culture will be like a luxury. So I think we will need your support to create new, not only rebuild our old institutions, but also to create new.
Interesting, because this is exactly what in the middle of the 90s the artists and cultural workers from Sarajevo proposed, and then we started this initiative, Arsaevi. Unfortunately, you know, the works are still in depots there, but yeah, I think the Museum of Solidarity, you know, and in last more than 20 years, the model of the museum and what it can mean, you know, can be something totally different than we imagined in the middle of the 90s.
Yeah, thank you.
And maybe also another, in a very different situation, of course, but another Yugoslav example is in Skopje with the donations that were given after the earthquake in 1963, I think, or 63, Tommy? Yeah, good. That maybe is also something that we should think about, that it could be a museum of Ukrainian contemporary art, but with this international dimension as well, by people donating. And in 63 was an amazing gesture with works from Calder and Picasso and everybody given at that time. So it would be nice to imagine also to ask those artists from the extremely privileged part of the art world also to feel some responsibility.
Yes, and all the cultural workers who escaped, who now in Europe, the main dream is to come back, and all of us will need a place to work. So I think this time has come to create a museum of contemporary art in Ukraine, finally, and all of us want to come back as soon as possible.
I just wanted, if I may,
I want to add to the museum story.
Sorry, Bojana, go ahead, and then.
Sorry.
Is that, okay.
Sergey,
please, and then Bojana. It's difficult to coordinate on the Zoom. I apologize.
Yeah, I wanted to add to the museum story that another important thing in the in this cultural emergency situation is to work with different kind of smaller regional and not only museums to preserve their collections and evacuate probably when it's needed to the Western Ukraine or elsewhere. And we hopefully will be working on that direction as well. I think in nearest future, if this situation will continue, and we already kind of have preliminary agreements to start that work, but now we're still working for just really emergency cases. But I think it is also very much needed to be done in Ukraine. Thank you.
And Bojana?
Just a small comment that I wanted to make. We have to think about the future, which is indefinite, and we don't know where it starts. But yeah, it starts from our minds and thinking. And we have, after the first shock, we try to think about what we can do now and what we can do in the future. And I mentioned just briefly about that, but we can do now start discussing the what is there high culture and low culture? Can there be a superior culture? And all of the present narratives till nowadays, I think this is something for us to start and to discuss and debate. There are a lot of people who have been writing or thinking about that. To my opinion, to change the way we think about others, about Ukrainian art and culture, it's time to rethink that. And if we, in any way, conferences, discussions, debates, articles about that topic would be very important and very crucial, because it's also about stealing how big, so-called big or high cultural, this presence of that narrative absorbed other so-called smaller cultures and arts. And I think it's very important to debate that, to look at that through different lenses. And I would like that we start this endeavor.
Thank you, Božena. It sounds like there could be a real discussion about what a museum for contemporary art would mean in Ukraine after hopefully after the end of the war. Hopefully that's tomorrow, but I think that would be interesting, because it could also involve a lot of discussions that we have, for instance, between Internationale, where we always try to talk about a kind of idea of situated knowledge and situated narratives, because I think there's the essentially imperial powers narratives of art, which have this sort of claim to universality, even though it's all around Paris or all around New York or whatever, but they nevertheless have this sort of arrogance of claiming that that's the whole story. And I think that we've always tried to counter that by being both international in terms of the relationship not only being local, but also that the situated stories are actually very different one from another. So the art history of Spain or of the Netherlands or Slovenia is very different from the art history of Ukraine, and it's different between itself. And I think that's something where a Museum of Contemporary Art as a model is sometimes too much of a cookie cutter version, you know, that's just a sort of a reproduction of basically the New York model of the Museum of Modern Art elsewhere. And I think we're now very conscious of resisting that way. So in a moment of optimism, maybe it would be good to think about that in relation to the future.
Actually, we have like working groups and even NGO that works on the model of Museum of Contemporary Art of Ukraine. So we have like a huge amount of experts inside of our country who work on that voluntarily. So it's like we are waiting when we will have an institution. We are preparing for this institution, but we don't have it still. But I think now we will have a chance to make it like even more radical contemporary model of museum, and rethink this model of museum like a model of universe that is changing right now. So and that will be absolutely another perspective on decolonial theory, for example, and ecological also, because now ecological situation in Ukraine also is very, very risky. And so I think the museum could be a model of contemporary scene of the world, what is now. And so, yes, we will have to work.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to make a small correction of my own words. I said like, after the war comes starving, and I heard this after the war will be over for several times from other participants. But I meant rather the end of current Russian invasion. But we are in a state of war for 8 years already. And let's be realistic, even if scenario will be not the most catastrophic, will stay in the middle of frozen conflict for years and years after. Like even if there will be this World War III, like and atomic apocalypse. Anyhow, the new Cold War will go on, maybe till Putin's death. I don't know. I don't want to like do this amateur futurology and dilettante prophecies. But when we speak about museum of contemporary art or other cultural programs for Ukraine, which will start after the war, let's think what we can do during the war, being in the middle of the war of propaganda. And like, what is a responsibility of international intellectuals in commenting Ukrainian war, where we are in a dangerous touch with the narratives of Russian propaganda. And when we struggle against local nationalism for years and years, anyhow, Russian propaganda will represent us as quite homogeneous and very nationalist society. And it's a question, what is the place of contemporary art museum in society which is treated by international community like that? Just, I guess, a week or two before the war started, Ukrainian extreme right-wing attacked an exhibition of David Shishkin in municipal center in Lviv. On one hand, it really happened. On other hand, this exhibition was possible in a main municipal institution of a city which is known as, let's say, cultural capital of Ukraine, which is supported by city government, and they exhibited anti-nationalist, anarchist artists. And so this museum will have to deal also with internal conflicts of Ukraine, which remain relevant. And yes, during the war, during each society has a race of civic nationalism. It's also very real. It's not like some Putinist invention, it's our real problem. And this museum will be in center of very multi-layered political contradiction, external and internal, being a target of Russian imperialist propaganda and being in the middle of internal conflicts of Ukrainian society. And this is a museum which will have to explain Ukraine to the rest of the world and explain Ukraine to Ukrainians as well. Such institution, it's a really big political task. And what it will be like, a museum acting in a situation of urgency. Like how museum, the notion of museum and the idea of urgency can be combined. How it will work together. Like it should be a really new type of institution, like a really big experiment. So let's speak not about what we'll do after the war, like after our victory, after war will be over, and so on. No, what we'll do during ongoing war, which will not stop tomorrow. We hope that invasion will stop very soon, that international community will take the responsibility. Maybe it will be some like ex-Yugoslav scenario with UN peacekeepers. I don't know, I can't imagine. But if we'll survive this invasion, will anyhow stay in the condition of ongoing war, which will have very different forms, but anyhow, it will be not a museum after the war, it will be a museum during a war. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikita. I think it was really clear, and I think we're all under the impressed by the clarity of your words and how to understand them. So thank you very, very much. Please, there's another question from the public. If you can come here. Yes, thank you. Alexei.
Thank you very much for having this time with us. We're very grateful to hear your voices, and I would like to come to this topic of museum during the war. So Ksenia and maybe also others, can you briefly comment what is, maybe in a little bit more details, what is happening to museums now? In the first days of the war, we learned that the museum in Ivankov, local history museum that had works of Maria Primachenko, were lost or destroyed, or maybe some of them were saved, we don't know for sure. And so this question I would like to extend about this, like about the heritage, what are the official policies now? Is it possible to relocate some of the works both from state and private collections and archives, and also if there is enough help from the Western institutions actually to host the works? Thank you very much.
Yes, international institutions, for example, our Polish friends, like always, they're absolutely ready to have as a deposit our collections, but due to our rules and our law regarding museums, the evacuation of collections starting only after decision of Ministry of Culture. Our Ministry of Culture didn't make a decision to evacuate works from governmental for our state collections. So now it is possible to evacuate private collections, but it's a decisions of each private structures. And we also have thousands of messages from all over the world, like, oh, please, you have to evacuate collection from Kharkiv right now. But it's sometimes, I want to ask you to understand, it's sometimes even hard to evacuate a person. And we cannot just call to Kharkiv and say, okay, you are going to evacuation train, please take works with you. So it's like something not realistic. And about museums, as I said, we had initiative and we support them, at least with those who have connection now, because there are Mariupol is absolutely cut from another world, and several other cities. But our brave museum workers are staying in the basements with their collections, and they made everything like a protocol they have. So they put everything down and packed and make all things that they have to do. But for the moment, there is no decision of Ministry of Culture. And in Lviv, sure, in Lviv they have more time, so now you can see there are a lot of internet photographs of how they preserving sculptures and churches and other cultural heritage, and hiding and packing and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ksenia. Are there any last comments? We've got another few minutes to, but this conversation can go on and on, I think. Yes, please, Otto.
Thank you. I'm very sorry that we have all to go here to speak, but this is, as far I'm understood, the only way to be part of the communication. So we're going to do it later on as well. So thank you very much for this panel. It's very good for you because, for us, I mean for our center, because this gives us voice. Like any other institutions, we also have put our statement of support on our website, but this is, just a form. What I would suggest is to create a network of institutions and persons who will be involved in this conference, because for us, being mostly a research institution, is sometimes quite difficult to get the right information. You've said that there is a war going on that part as well, so now we are just discussing, and till the end of this month we will create some funds to support some people, and then it's very important to get the right information about it, so that money goes to the most needed. So I think this group of people who will participate at this conference might be a sort of a network for exchange of information. And once again, thank you for being here with this discussion. And we are going to ask the media in Slovenia we already did it, but we are going to do it again. During the conference, someone might approach you using this conference to get more information about the specific situation in the field of arts. And then I've seen we have a discrete PowerPoint there. We should probably change it and use it more direct. And during the night, we are going to try to put it on the front of our house. So. I've just seen it. I think it's very nice, but it's too discreet for my taste. So, thank you.
They're drawings actually from Dan Pejovsky, an artist from Romania that he's been posting online, but also giving permission that people can use it in whatever way they can in terms of supporting the struggle in Ukraine and opposing the war. So it would be great if people can see it at night outside. Thank you very much indeed. I think it'd be nice to have a little break before we. It feels difficult to change the subject, because this is clearly going to be the subject of our experience, and it's indeed changing. I think our whole view of the world is being changed by this war. I'm very grateful to everybody who came on Zoom, and to Ksenia, who came all the way to Ljubljana and will be around for the conference. So I hope also we can continue to return to it through you as well, through the subject, and obviously we'll see what happens even in the next 3 days, because the situation is changing all the time. But I think it was really wonderful for the people in Ukraine, in Ukraine, to take time to be with us, and I hope that we can also put this online fairly soon, so that this can also be a discussion that can go even wider, and we can take it as a moment in a long struggle, as Nikita spoke about, but a moment where certain people could speak and we could hear voices directly from the communities affected. So Ksenia and Nikita, Sergey and Bojena, sorry. Thank you all very, very much for coming, and please, if you want to intervene in the rest of the conference, or you have something to say, or things occur, we might also try and return to you in the next days. And above all, strength and good luck, and I hope that the situation improves, that the invasion, as Nikita said, at least stopped if the war continues. Thank you very, very much. Okay, welcome back everyone to the second session of the Democracy Pavilion, where we'll be, I think, carrying the messages and the moving testimony that we received, that we heard a few minutes ago, with us for the rest of the session and beyond, I'm sure. But I think it was interesting in that session. We also wanted, thanks to Zdenka, but I think also to everybody else, to talk also about the future. It's kind of difficult to dwell in the war while it's on without also seeing what kind of perspectives there might be. And I hope that this conference is also partly about the perspectives that the arts and cultural field can bring to these failed forms of democracy, and to renewing some of those forms in different ways. So that's what we'll move on to now, where we have a paper from Iskra Geshoshka. I will introduce her in a minute, and then a conversation and hopefully I don't think we're getting the film, are we? But a discussion between Gabriela Riccio and Nika Autor. So Iskra, welcome to the Democracy Pavilion. You are online, I think, from Skopje, and she's indeed based in Macedonia, and is a theorist and cultural worker, and is founder and president of Contrapunct, which is an organization in Skopje. Since 1994, she's been active in the building of the independent cultural sector and contemporary self-organized forms of action. She directed the independent cultural center Tokar from its founding until its closing in 2010. In 2016, she established KRIK, a festival for critical culture, and serves as its executive program editor. She's actively involved in local and national levels in Macedonia, advocating for the political relevance of the independent cultural sector and contemporary self-organized forms of action. She has published over 100 essays and research papers in the field of critical theory, performing and visual arts, and cultural policy. And I know she's going to talk a little bit about the situation in Skopje at the moment, and also about the relation between arts and democracy. So Iskra, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for inviting me, for having me in this incredible important conference session, and which brings on the floor topics which are extremely relevant, and they will stay relevant, fortunately or unfortunately. I don't know. Listening my colleagues from Ukraine, it was really disturbing, and now I feel, to be honest, quite. I feel, I don't know, absurd to talk after them, but I'll try somehow to wrap what I wrote actually for this conference on the general topic art and democracy. So I would like to start, if you allow me, with a quotation by Emil Cioran. He said, it's not a quotation, I'm retelling this in a way. He says, if at the limit you can rule without crime, you cannot do so without injustice. And also that for people to forgive you, you must pretend anger or madness to create the impression cruel out of recklessness, to prepare terrible imputations carried out with a benevolent expression of your face. He also said that it was not easy to hold unlimited power in your hands, and those who could wear a mask, lie, and are formidable killers are best at it. Seen from the point of view of the actual citizens that live through this moment of this rule, no one deserved greater admiration. But seen from a historical point of view, no one appears more pitiful than a tyrant who resolves weakened his moral scruples. So this is what he says, and I think that that somehow it is connected with what we are living now, with our questions, with our confused minds, actually, although it's not that confusing if we are looking back at the history of humankind, let's say. So Nikita Kadan said, I was really touched by his points, and he said that it is what we are living now and what they are living in this very moment in Ukraine, but also all of us lives that. It's a cultural war that doesn't consist in boycotting the artists, but cultural boycotting of Russian state and institution. So that was really, really important for me, that we are living in a cultural war. Let's say a few weeks ago, we were saying that we are living in an economical war, in a health issue, public health issue war, and so on and so on. But this formulation by Nikita that we are living in a culture war is, I think, is the right one. What I feel now is revolt, sorrow, hopelessness, and resignation, I would say. The war and aggression we have witnessed in the last 2 weeks might even end in 2 or 3 days and 2 or 3 months, and I don't know, in some miraculous way. But have those wars ever ending? And will they ever end at all? The longing that moves us to action in a psychoanalysis senses, in our case, it seems to have always been will to power, unfortunately, not the will to love, to mutilate, to create commons. And therefore, human history is a history, I think, of violence, of competition, of wounds and hurts. The narratives about freedom, equality, justice, solidarity, and not belonging to a group have become emblematically in a decorative way, I would say. I would really love if this not very bright perspective were only my personal delusion, but somehow, I don't know, we will see. And again, no one is counting anymore. We are faced with the anthropic body of human cultural assets. And yet again, we become aware that we need dissensus as soon as possible, dissensus in this, in the way Rancière understand it, so that we can validate our individual responsibility for each collective suffering. Because we are forgetting for our individual responsibilities of what is happening to the world in general. Democracies, or at least the system upon which we believe they are based, are rather fragile, and we are facing that now, vulnerable, and they are on a shaky ground. They can dissolve overnight and turn into death and bloodshed. And let us not forget that even Hitler was elected and come to power in a constitutional democracy. So if war, when one country invades another, is extreme, there is also a plethora of other conditions, such as policy brutality, institutional terror, unjust health system, public health issues, or corruption, or even this climate change that weaken and erode democracies from within. This is my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. As much as the rest of the world that we are living in, we the dominant living in. So the lines of the new topography of social, cultural, political, and economic hierarchies are drawn somehow below and above the existing national borders. Today, the new processes of legitimization rest on the biopolitical productivity of power. And so we live in a kind of global apartheid. This is my thesis from before. And this system is not only a system of exclusion, but also a productive system of hierarchical inclusions of representation of power. So this is the tricky thing. If it was only an exclusion, then we have a clear battlefield. But when it's a kind of productive discursive inclusion, which consists of hierarchy, then it's really tricky. So democracy remains a kind of unfinished project throughout modernity trapped within its national and local forms, which is really crazy in this, especially in this 21st century. Well, the process of globalization have only amassed new challenges in the last few decades. And the permanent obstacle to democracy, however, is the permanent emergency. Therefore, the modern dream about democracy should be considered an irretrievable project, buried deep under the panopticon weaponry and security regimes. So we live in times when visions trip clumsily, when dreams and utopias wilt, while the chances are in a kind of sfumato, in foggy. The world views of those who dream about step forward about doing the transgression are being reduced, not only politically, but also, I think, intellectually. The left, in order to avoid contemplating its defeat, uses the language of liberalism. On the other hand, the liberals deprived of the left wing suffer from absence of resolve and imagination. And I'm afraid the both liberals and lefts only have a modified society with a bigger piece of the cake for more customers, let's say, in mind. They have turned pragmatic. The left used to reject the market and its implications, but it accepts it now as something rational and human. It used to respect intellectuals as autonomous, and now it ridicules them as elites. So I think that somehow in the middle of pandemic and in the middle of the war, we lack dreams, strategically organized utopias for creation of temporary autonomous zone, which will in a way oppose somehow, maybe romantically oppose, I don't know, what the politicians are bringing us on the floor as important topics. So this is a time of absence of ideologies, of imprisoned somehow utopias, of dreams interrupted. This is a time full of traps and nets for reckless birds, as once Friedrich Nietzsche formulated, in a certain context, describing most likely the apparently well-intended indications by the public that this is not the right moment to express certain attitudes because the attitude that is different and critical is the one that will imprison the bird in the cage of social disfavor. But there is always that almost invisible call for let's say, upheaval of the established narratives, evaluator assessment, and inert habits imposed from somewhere above by the state and ideological apparatus. And I will have to go back again to Nietzsche because he said that the exact thing that was needed but escaped the embrace of life can be won only in a creative, artistic meta manner, because according to him, creativity and art exists for this very reason, to create a new context, to oppose somehow on the existing dominant narrations. So the suffering of millions of poor, rejected, humiliated, suppressed all over our planet, that literally screams as we endure it on a daily basis, driven by our fully, driven by our folly and however, whatever, are being ignored because those suffering millions dying occurs somewhere over there, not in our civilized and emancipated and well-kept yard. And now what happened? I mean, it happens here. It's not somewhere over there in some far place, and we have empathy with those people, but we are civilized and it's not happening here. So somehow our arrogance had to face death and finitude as well. We are all co-suffering now, and together, although again with variable with regards to our privileges. Only by facing the fragility of the time in which we live, the entropy that occurs both in the skies and on the land, our mortality, our the loss, and only by recognizing and listening to the scream of the planet, we can talk not only about culture, but also in general about the future of communities. So not only about the future of the culture and what was talked in the previous session, the future of museums and all artistic practices, but the future of the communities in this immunized and anesthetic state, in which all that was accomplished by Western democracy. Freedom, mobility, exchange was overthrown in a matter of months, because culture, in my opinion, indicates a paradigm of community that is to cultivate the individual through the collective. So capitalism has assumed its most monstrous reverse side because it hides behind social democratic progressive empty phrases or behind the new soft and quasi-social rhetoric of the right. We live in the great haze. We live in a world of lies. That is why I believe that through creative transformation and by creating parallel and subversive communities of synergy between the artistic and social contextualization, we can at least offer a model for new community formats that will face the terrifying global political tendencies and that will be solidary and empathic, not only nominally. So I'm advocating some really subversive. I feel that we came to that stance that we really have to be creative in a creative confrontation and really subversive, not only just romantically, but with this. We have to develop strategically the subversive actions against the global politics. So despite the fact that radicalness was already out of fashion by the mid-20th century, we cannot but defend the need for at least a modicum of a utopian faith when attempting a transformation of the social environment. So it is questionable whether such faith can exist today. Despite all my skepticism regarding the concept of ideologies, ideology has always implied revolution and utopia. What we need is the strength of rethink or rediscover utopia in order to achieve transgression with respect to all this biopolitical dynamism that places us in a camp of discursive existence where our bodies degrade and decline barely noticeably every day. What needs to be changed is the overall structure of institutions, the foundations of the political programs, the treatment of the political in general. We must stop availing ourselves only discursively of the desired terminology dedicated to solidarity, shared commons, empathy, building communities. It seems that we need to start living the theory and utopia with a great intensity than we have up to this moment on the ground. Until we are already related by the suffering of the silent and voiceless, instead of staring at our reflection in let's say narcissistic mirrors of the various declarations lamenting the better tomorrow, we will fail to achieve synergy with the true needs leading to change, to the creation of different political and socio-cultural contexts that will in turn create culture policies with deep comprehension of the context we inhabit, and we will remain on the edges of the background, cruel and violent. This background is cruel and violent. Because all cultures that are arrogant towards the broader social field of action and do not emphasize with all social groups cannot lay any claims to being non-violent. So maybe we should try to develop, that's what was happening in North Macedonia, in Skopje, with the previous regime. Maybe we should try to develop our own political aesthetics and political system. We have to be translators from one into another reality, tailors that will delineate the contours of constant mobility of values and create an ideological critical environment opposed to the dominant value system, whichever it might be. Always opposed and against. This is my position. Always in and for dissensus. This is really my firm position, which can be problematized, of course. So it's rather clear that from the avant-garde onwards, the predominant reading of art and culture has gravitated towards the thesis that they are the political itself, the key organ in its subversive body. So that they are politics, art and culture are politics. Politics that simulates the autonomy of the census as an exciting language that constantly reassesses but also intertwines all the relations in the artistic, social and political human expression. They are the very aspect of human responsibility through which all unsaid and uncomfortable things amassed in the world of the political and the politics are articulated and transformed into performative. Therefore, art and culture are the subversive social body without which the political and politics will remain trapped. So trapped in their narrow-mindedness. Yes, in their narrow-minded algorithms of power. So through culture, we must widen the structural political void somehow, widen the structural political void. We must radically deny, we must resist giving legitimacy to the existing simulacra with political content created by the tyrant. And now we can discuss who is the tyrant. And we must create a new space for redefined political content. By availing ourselves to the tools of the artistic and cultural practices, we should be able to show and prove that this is only an enormous empty space with no content and only an illusion of normality. Just like in the concentration camps, when they produce culture and artistic content, they stimulate life before entering the death chambers. This is a two-way line between art and politics, between the aestheticization of the political and between art and social engagement. Therefore, we must accept the art and culture have to break the semantic fence of the elitist oasis, and they exist to shape every segment of our everyday lives responsibility. And that was exactly what was going on when, in retrospect, we look at the larger number of activist interventions that worked as the bridge between the citizens and the artists. The work of art and the artistic action with it do not exist out of the time and context in which they are produced, but they are in conflict, in argumentation with and reflection of the truths that they attempt to shape. In fact, culture is one of the most complex articulations of anger, resistance, and of organized revolt. If it should involve quantitative and qualitative compression of ideas, individuals, informal groups of the social culture and aesthetic gestures that would then play the role of desired real. This compression should be the basis for the renewal of something not existing, something confiscated and placed in the sphere of the oppressed and invisible, which in correlation with the liberation of the symbolic knots of the state and society. The knots placed around the citizens next to deprive them of the freedoms for realization in the public, in the shared good. So what I have in mind here is complex of act of solidarity, nobility, and courage, maybe first courage, through which the idea in synergy with action, organization, and the event is validated through constant advocacy, but above all, through revolt, through protest. and to saying the right words and direct words, as Nikita did in the previous session, without any hesitation. So when I say protest, I do not mean some dysfunctional and constant resistance for resistance sake, or some mass gathering, only mass gathering in public space. I mean the protest as production of constructive and constructive and even creative instability of models and knowledge that incite constant reassessment and change, because this creative instability is really important position of the artist, of the culture worker, and producing this instability will, maybe it might produce the political stability, because now we are shaken all the time by the political instability, which is a kind of, I don't know, game to be in this political instability. Then you are longing to be stable, to produce stable. That's why I think that our job, let's say, is to take game in our hands, and we are those who should create instability in our manners, to show the manner which might change this violent world. So the dilemma that is somehow, let's say, the dilemma that is engendered by the desire to note and map the creative confrontation with the political systems of a certain time is enormous. How to articulate, archive, define, and formulate the field in which art or creativity will intervene politically and socially. Is this intervention institutional or non-institutional? Why certain readings and interpretations of the social dynamism diverge to a different degree from the usual discursive expressions or expressions of protest, and are they sufficiently situated in the needs of the critical mass? Yes, it always has to be against, but it also has to always contemplate its organization in accordance with the needs of the community. So only in teaming up of this against and the noble models of organizing, culture can be realized as a space of autonomy, freedom, responsibility, utopia, critique, resistance, and revolt. If it does not have this characteristic, it is not culture fit for the emancipatory, let's say, green and transformatory policies. So the public spaces exists as sudden experience and constant multiplication of the special effects created by the different social strata, which together with awareness about the actual time influence the context and the content design within it. So how does the public spaces, utopian reference of the yearning for change, reaction, and confrontation became a place of creation of new meanings through which a critical dialogue is achieved with the unwanted and unjust within the community. So the moment, let's say the moment had simply when the citizens and individuals, informal groups and ad hoc associations, self-organized cells and artists created a concentration of the need for reaction and articulation that would oppose the political oppressive systems and institutions. History obviously does not move in a zigzag manner. There are no simple and straightforward road signs, rule, or messages, but it's clear that radicalism and the utopia spirit that supported it have stopped being the central political force. They do exist still and manifest themselves as like kind of comets or shooting stars slowly evaporating through the stardust. And this raises the question how to establish synergy between utopia and practice. I would like to mention just shortly some maybe examples from Skopje, from North Macedonia, in relation with Skopje 2014, which was identity project, a kind of identity project, which is, and I have a question actually, has our Skopje, I don't know how people are informed, but this was changing the public space by the ruler, I would say one authoritarian ruler, changing the public space completely in a, for the sake of art and culture, just to practice the political by imposing those identity narrations. So has our Skopje 2014 become a reference point for a non-place actually, where history falls apart by itself through aesthetic and urban ideology, creating a kind of schizophrenia within the already fragile culture and identity. Just when we thought that such oppressive panopticon practices began to wane, Skopje 2014 reminded us that there was always a possibility for creation of new matrix that allow the state apparatus to absorb the citizens, to absorb the culture and art. We were condemned to constitute ourselves within the within that context and within the frames of a single life and even bare life, I would say. The predominant feeling is that this phantom political project, realized following the best propagandist tradition by the Ministry of Culture, penetrates deeply the notion of freedom. So it's really dangerous when we are, and tricky, when we are talking about the power of culture. When I'm talking now, I was talking about the power of culture as a tool for changes and for opposing, for battles, but culture can be actually a tool for oppression and for putting out of the scene the freedom. The idea about free establishment of the cultural identity above all was completely forced. Manipulation with historical and identity narratives is dangerous, definitely. And we saw that in that famous Putin speech at the very beginning, when he was he was saying that Ukraine is Lenin's whatever invention and something like that. I don't want even to remember the exact words. And we saw that through the ex-Yugoslav wars, that these identity narratives are really extremely dangerous. And even we saw it during the Second World War. And always identity, ethno-nationalistic narrations are coming on scene when someone wants to rule and to take the whole power. I don't know if
maybe we can wind up soon. I don't know if you can hear me at all.
Yeah. Sorry, something interrupted?
Yeah, we're running out of time, Iskra. So if we can.
Okay, that's fine. I think that I said everything what I wanted to say. Even I apologize for running the time. So yes, Charles, you mentioned the latest text by Fukuyama, and I agree. I don't like his thesis in general, but he had some points in that text in Financial Times, I had to say, concerning the general crisis with liberal, let's say, and democracy contexts. And he was mentioning that it doesn't start with Putin, as far as I remember the text, and it will not end with Putin. So that's the problem, and I never dreamed that I will quote Fukuyama, but yes, I think that he had some interesting thesis. Thank you, and sorry for taking you so much time.
Thanks a lot, Iskra, and it was a good talk, I think, also to frame it in a more abstract way, in a certain sense, in relationship to I suppose the possibility of art to be this place of, as you talked about it, to be this place of a complex expression of anger and protest. And I actually find that something that is maybe relevant for some of the works that we're going to see in the next days. So thank you for that. I did want to ask you a little bit about the concrete conditions, if you like, in Skopje as a result of this extraordinary project to change the public space. Because it seems to, I suppose I'm interested in knowing to what extent that was effective, and to what extent the government that promoted that is now out of power, and to what extent there has been a pushback against that occupation of public space with that Macedonian nationalist narrative. Because I know that all the monuments are still standing, that there hasn't been a sort of removal of those monuments. So my interest is in what's it has, you talked about the way that it's dangerous because people absorb an identity through that occupation of public space. And to what extent is it possible to resist that? Or would you say it actually has been quite a successful project, regardless of the corruption that we all know about there, but in a way, perversely, obviously, not in the direction we would like to see, but there has been a certain, in the program in Skopje. I'm just interested if you can comment a little on that.
Yeah, it's really a traumatic experience because actually, I have to be honest, we do not have that much a culture of protesting and of opposing. We do not have enough articulated critical mass. So when it started to happen, we were just relaxed, I would say. There were a few groups, people who were trying to notice something, to oppose this very cleverly invented project. But we were not succeeding to realize to what extent it will go. It completely reshaped the face of the public space in the center of the city of Skopje, but we didn't even notice that it reshapes us as individuals or as groups or whatever, as a community. Actually, it took several years, let's say 2 years or 3 years, this very project to become the point where the consensus will appear, of consensus of different groups, and to start protests. And so this was the project. This was the political gesture which united us somehow, and we started to develop the strategies how to move from power that ruling government. But what is happening now? This public space is still as it has been. I mean, there is any change. So we were protesting, we were shouting, we were writing, I don't know what we were doing, besides the corruption, as you said, but because of the stealing our public space and our freedom, actually, giving us some false identity, which is connected to antique and whatever, Alexander the Great and whatever. But now the disappointment comes that nothing has been done after this ruler escaped the country. Nikola Gruevski, he's in where he's
Hungary,
in Budapest, in Budapest somewhere. So I can't understand how suddenly this is acceptable for everybody, even for the progressive people. Somehow, maybe politicians are playing on that we will become tired in one point of time of shouting and of opposing. But I think that this is, I mentioned, as you said, I'm sorry, on an abstract way somewhere in my talk, this is how there what's the English word? Amortization of the anger, a kind of amortization of the anger, what the leftists are doing, which is really strange. But let's be precise, social democrats are doing. They're saying, okay, you are now free, you can be critical, you can say whatever you want, but we don't care. What are you saying? With the previous government, if you ask me, it was clear. You have a ground for fight, actually, because they had their methods how to move you from the scene, how to oppress you, how to, I don't know, whatever. It was a kind of dictatorship. But with these social democrats, it's really horrible. You can't find a field for real critical debate because they agree with everything. But they say, okay, this is the situation, we can't do anything. So what to do in this kind of situation when you are nowhere?
Yeah, I do think I do think Skopje is an interesting case of something which you put very clearly in terms of the failure of the left in a way to offer an alternative, or even what kind of project would occupy that space if those monuments were to be withdrawn. There's been nothing, as far as I know, that's really come forward to suggest another layering of the city on top of Skopje 2014, and I think that's also part of if we think about democracy, it's a very good example of a kind of inability of a non-agonistic form of democracy actually to operate, because things are simply remaining. And as you say, and I think that was very important that you said, that the people absorb, or unconsciously in a way, absorb through their skin the qualities of identity which are expressed by those sculptures. So there's clearly continuing to have an impact.
Yes.
And that, I think, is an interesting moment that would be very interesting to pursue further, but we're running out of time. I wonder if there are any questions from the audience. You'd need to come up to the stage. I'm not seeing any here. I don't know if there's anything online. But otherwise, I think we should thank you very much, Iskra, for your talk. And unfortunately, we are a bit limited, particularly with streaming live. So I hope you forgive us for not having too many follow-up questions. But I hope we can stay in touch with you and in this community, as Otto said, of the European Pavilion, that we can support the struggles in Ukraine and also those wider struggles which extend to all of us, I think, in relation to public space and the manipulation of the political elite.
Thank you very much for having me. I hope that we will see each other in person sometimes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And yeah, please stay if you want. We continue to stream live. Thank you very much, Iskra.
Thank you.
Round of applause, please. So now it gives me great pleasure to invite Nika Autor and Gabriella Riccio, I hope I said that right, to come to the stage. And I just want to check with Nika, are we going to be able to screen the film or not? No, okay, that's good. So what we will do, Nika will talk about the film, but we'll screen it tomorrow, probably either in one of the breaks, or we might see if we can fit it in. And then we can, but we will also talk about her work. There is in your pack, there's an invitation to go to the exhibition, which Nika has in Museum, a museum that we might hear more about tomorrow. That's rather under pressure at the moment for very understandable reasons. But nevertheless, this exhibition opened last night. For those of you that didn't go, I would really recommend it. And one of the films that we're going to screen tomorrow that we would have screened today if the technology was a little bit less on the blink, literally, then we would is also can be seen in Museum in Metelkova at the moment. Okay, thank you, Nika. But I will first.
Yeah, I just want to say I thought we were sitting together. So.
Do you want to come up?
No, I don't.
No, it's nice if you come. And then,
I don't know if you would like. It's my communitarian upbringing.
So this is Gabriella Riccio, who I'm delighted to introduce. It's the first time I've met, but we've seen each other online a few times. And she's an artist, activist and researcher based in Madrid and Naples, whose black background comes in both dance and in political studies. And as well as being an author, choreographer and performer, she's engaged in the pro-commons movement for self-governed cultural spaces. And I think we're going to hear particularly about L'Asilo in Naples, which is something that she began with a community of people some years ago, and which has been, I think, a very important example of what might mean to be an institution of the commons, in a certain sense, and inspiring for many people. She's also a co-founding member of the Institute for Radical Imagination, which is joining Internationale in the new confederation. And IRI, Institute of Radical Imagination, is a translocal think tank producing knowledge on post-capitalist, that's an important word, I think, post-capitalist forms of life and models of cultural production. So as a researcher, her interests lie in the intersection of art and politics, and I think that's what we're going to hear about, but also hopefully in quite a concrete way to think about your activities in Naples.
Thank you. Thank you, Charles. Thank you for all the institutions collaborating for making this moment possible, and thank you for all the artists that intervened before, bringing the urgency of the present moment into this space. And of course, we all share the difficulty to speak about concrete matters when we have such an urgency going on. What I try to contribute with from my position and the relationship I'm entangled with my life is to put together briefly post-capitalism, commons, and democracy. We see, of course, that we needed a crisis, a world health crisis, to rethink how we were managing our healthcare institutions, for example, and also education. And now we see that we needed this urgent war moment to react and understand how vulnerable democracy is. So we saw that the crises are really bringing into life our relations to our value systems, and this is the core of everything. Europe discovered solidarity during pandemic, but we needed to be struck by it to really understand the meaning of it, and now we see how easily we go back to the old normal instead of stepping into the new normal, because we realized how climate, for example, is an urgency, but we go back to the old normal. We're not capable of responding. And I think also Europe, all those many years, as Nikita was also outlining, and all the people from Ukraine are outlining, is that we are all co-responsible of the present situation because it was going on for long, and in a way we remained dormant. As Charles said, the Institute of Radical Imagination, and this is probably the only thing I can do, is just to try to contribute with practices and imagination, is a group of artists, activists, and curators, academics, and we share a common interest in generating knowledge and practices aimed at implementing post-capitalist forms of life. And where art practice and activism and research, they're all part of the same equation. So capitalism, Mamolona brings it into an anthropologic interpretation. Capitalism can be described as a movement of systemic abstraction and reification of life, culminating in its capture by the commodity form, that is, in the monetization of all that is human and non-human. In a non-capitalist, non-Western world, value is relational and does not stem from autonomous and individual gestures. Let's think about how we think about our role of artists and of art. Individual gestures are seen as interruption of movement, holes in the communal texture. Countering the movement of capital are the acts of commoning, pooling, sharing of resources for the reproduction of life in common. And this is a key point when we see that we react through destruction. The commons, they have this they are impermanent gestures, and their impermanent gestures and their agents remain invisible as they partake in a world of movement. In other terms, in non-capitalist societies, this is always Mao Mulona, there is no separation between productive and reproductive labor, as they are part of the same principle of productivity, of social relations. In these non-capitalist zones, life is relational and in motion, and without hierarchies. Of course, post-capitalism is a methodology, it's a framework. We not only have private interest on the one side and public interest on the other side, but we do have this mutual and common spaces that they do not exist in isolation to capitalism. And even if we work as art world, projecting imagination towards the utopia, as it was also Iskra inviting us to do, we should also be aware that sometimes Rancière defined utopia as both a positive meaning but also a negative one, because it's dreaming about something but is also at the same time speaking of something that is not there or not there yet. So the experiences I try to tell the story of, those practices of commoning, are not utopic spaces but heterotopic spaces, if we want to stay in the metaphor. Like, they are real practices. They're trying to transform reality on the daily base. So modern commons conceive themselves not as enclosures, not as islands, not as utopic spaces, but as open communities that, in a critical dialogue with the state, enhance form of radical participatory democracy. So at the Institute, we believe that art is political prefiguration, and political prefiguration is art. And one politically prefigurative gesture is the one that I will tell you about, and I am part of, that is that one of L'Asilo in Naples. L'Asilo is a collective gesture into the real, and is an ongoing laboratory of radical democracy, which has been capable of impulsing and managed to create new institutions, a new institution of the common, actually. And let's keep in mind that at L'Asilo, we've always had clear that democracy is not a point of arrival, but actually democracy is the challenge when we speak about self-government, self-management, how to allow that to be really democratic. L'Asilo, so in Italy, as a consequence of the global financial crisis of 2008, and in connection with the Occupy movements, in Italy we had a movement of the occupied self-governed theaters and cultural spaces. This movement gave birth to a very rich and varied set of practices and experiences. They shared one vision, that those mobilizations in the cultural sector are well aware of the non-neutrality of the spaces that they occupy. And in fact, they are theaters, they're spaces of symbolic value for culture. And art itself is not an innocent territory and is always, taking side, as also Iskra was inviting us to. The mobilization of the art sector identify themselves with the dark matter of precarious art workers, workers of the materials, the mass of cognitariat at large, but they do so in solidarity with all precarious workers. And another thing that happens is this conjunction of all the struggles that bring together climate, exactly equality, feminist struggle. So there's really a union, a collaboration of all social justice movement together. These practices are based on the reappropriation and direct management by artists and activists of public spaces, practices of production based on cooperation and solidarity, and free contamination in the different field of art and culture, and a theoretical and practical development and defense of the commons. The mobilizations recognized and understood the importance that having access to public space is a contribution to the formation of the democratic dimension of the person in a society, in our society, where we are this very strong tendency to individualism. Those new governance models emerged and started from the recognition of public spaces as common goods against their privatization, being considered an essential utility for the satisfaction of collective needs corresponding to exercise of fundamental rights of the person in its democratic dimension, and which therefore must be protected and safeguarded by legal systems also for the benefit of future generations. And this is Commissione Rodotà. L'asilo is at the same time a political, a juridical, economic, artistic, social experiment, as it is the first urban cultural common officially recognized and formally recognized by the city of Naples. It has been able to start a process that culminated into this formal recognition of the common, and which de facto modified also the administrative public law in Italy. The experience of l'asilo does not simply reclaim the building as a common, but because the idea of common goods is inseparable from the development of more inclusive models of their governance and management, and this is Ostrom, l'asilo succeeded in obtaining the recognition from public authorities of the bottom-up process of self-activation of an informal community which has a relationship to the building. And the governance model that l'asilo claimed is based on the civic use. Maybe a narration of what happened can better help understand how the commons and new participatory democracy can work together and are related. On March 2012, like 10 years now, a group of art workers and activists and precarious researchers in Naples entered an historical building, the ex-asilo Filangieri, which was a former convent, an orphanage, but at the time it was a building restored by the UNESCO funds and under UNESCO tutelage, and was chosen for its symbolic value because it's been assigned to a foundation that had to manage the Universal Forum for Culture. The protest was against the paradigm of giant cultural events that failed to involve the territory and too often in Italy nourish corruption, clientele, and spoil system. At the beginning, the idea was that of symbolic occupation of 3-day public assembly to the city to put at the center the national discourse around common goods that started with the referendum on public waters, But what happened was that the artists and activists and researchers remained in the space. They started using the space as an interdependent center of production and art and cultural activities. But aware of the responsibility of fair use of the space towards the city, we were looking for a juridical framework. At the same time, we realized there was no juridical framework available, for example, no framework of association or foundation that was capable of translating our practices of collaboration, non-competitive way of production. So horizontal management of the space. So the community of L'Asilo took the challenge to put at work and make a creative use of law. The community was challenging public institutions towards a shift of paradigm, moving from the dichotomy public-private on the basis of the neither private nor public but common. And civic uses represented our forgotten knowledge and practices of living together. Urban civic use, this institution claimed by L'Asilo, is based on an extensive interpretation of the civic use as a tool that, since ancient times, was granting to a certain community an access to collective rights over lands or pastures. But in accordance with the practice of L'Asilo, we also innovated this juridical institute, which was dormant in a civil code, because we conceived a community not in a communitarian way, so not as a limited community, but we conceived it as an open, informal, inclusive, diverse, and heterogeneous, and potentially unlimited community. Over a period of 4 years inside the building, we tried to translate our practices into a set of auto-produced and commonly shared rules of self-governance and self-management. And this set of rules, which I consider a real creative, artistic gesture into the real, has led to the elaboration of what is called the Declaration of Urban Civic and Collective Use. Shifting the accents from the property to the use is a key factor. We see now how a proprietary attitude allows the owner also to waste, also to disrupt the property. Use is linking us effectively thing and is deeply connected with care. The city in Naples remains the owner of the building and acts without interfering with the programming of activities. It's a grantor of the process, but it also recognizes the autonomy of the community within the respect of 4 fundamentals, principles of civic use, which are accessibility, usability, fairness, and inclusiveness. In short, all initiatives are possible with the only limitation of rejecting any activity that is racist, fascist, or sexist. Long discussions, of course, are always present in terms of evaluating also what are the resources and finances related to the different activities, always because it's never it's never in a way an innocent field. It's never it's important what resources we are, what relationship are we actually establishing among each other and with what players. So values are always there and always present. This declaration of civic use works as a real constitution of this new institution of the common. So it translates those principles of civic use into organs and functions on how to use the space, who is entitled to use them, how decisions are taken, how to acquire the status of inhabitants, guest, or user of l'asilo. The sovereign organ is l'asilo. L'asilo is the assembly. And it is a real democratic experiment also because we chose consensus as a deliberative method. I'm speaking of l'asilo, but this process, after 4 years of elaborating these commonly shared rules, was recognized formally by the city and was in 6 months extended to 7-8 other spaces for a total amount of 40,000 square meters of common goods and commons in Naples, making Naples a real laboratory experiment of the commons. And after 10 years now, the process has expanded and has created and claimed for a city observatory for the commons. So it's an institution where activists can dialogue and interact with the city, as well as a consultative civic body that's monitoring public death, because that is always, the challenge is always about where and how fairly we attribute resources. So in this case, imagination, the art world, was able to project alternative realities and imagine and create new institutions, a paradigm change, because this experience started as a symbolic occupation, and through an act of civil disobedience, as also Iskra was underlying. And let's always remember that dissent is the ABC of every democracy. Democratic participatory processes have the capacity to transform and impulse social change. So what's the connection between emerging urban commons and, as articulated in the Neapolitan experience, and new participatory institutions? And I prefer to think about it as a double process, commoning the institutions and instituting the commons. And I quote, "In principles, commons and participatory democracy, they follow different logics. Nevertheless, they are getting more and more interlaced with each other due to two converging phenomena. Commons are becoming a way to rethink political subjectivation by imagining and practicing new forms of relation and institutional organization beyond the neoliberal imprint. And the second phenomenon comes from the opposite direction. The traditional institutions are actively seeking more responsive, accountable, and participatory forms of democracy to face the distrust towards representatives and electoral mechanisms. Therefore, there is an opportunity for the commons to fill a void of political legitimacy of the institution. But this void is also a battleground for at least two reasons. The first one is that the representatives are attempting to put in practice weak procedures of participation with the intention of gaining more trust and consent from the citizens without giving away too much power. And the second one is that the weakening of elected organism, and we also see the weakening of governments that are, in a way, they have to respond more to the global financial markets than the citizens that have elected them. So this situation leaves room to deregulation, to privatization, and thus to inequality. So in Naples, what happens is that commons contaminated the administration with new languages and new procedures, giving up the administration a proprietary interpretation of the public domain, and like this actually implementing the Italian constitution in the sense to take equality seriously. Where formal equality is not enough, and the state is bound to enact a selective and positive support to overcome the uneven distribution of wealth and opportunities among workers. It is an obligation of the administration not to only avoid interference with civil organization, but also to help with funding, with spaces, with tools, with organizational support, the grassroots initiatives that mobilize themselves to pursue the general interest but cannot afford it. So this is a different path from the traditional participatory democracy, which does not really question the representative discretion. And it's different, but also from the neoliberal order, which in fact legitimates the prevailing of the strongest. So yeah, I think that for the moment.
Thank you very, very much, Gabriella. I think we can give her a round of applause. It's so nice to focus in on a particular case, because I think then we can all picture it in a way. You gave us a chance to picture l'asilo and how important it is as a model. I have lots of questions which I hope we'll come back to, but I want to actually get a sort of dialogue together by introducing Nika Autor, who many of you know because she's from Ljubljana. She We wait a bit. Or... Okay, shall we start with the streaming and start again? So welcome back. Apologies for being late. I hope that we'll have an interesting session. Welcome to Esther, who I'll introduce in a minute, and welcome back to Kuba and Bogna. And we have to start with a short intervention almost, but also a possibility to ask questions immediately, and also maybe online if people want to ask questions, we can watch that. So please feel free to ask questions of Dmitry Vilensky, who's going to talk to us for a short time and then allow a moment if people want any clarification or questions. The reason we're doing this is that Dmitry Vilensky is based in St. Petersburg, former Leningrad in Russia, and obviously in the light of current developments, that's a complicated place to be, I'm sure, and Dmitry maybe can tell us a little bit about it, but also it's a sensitive issue. Dmitry Vilensky is an artist, educator, and cultural environmentalist, as he calls himself, and he's one of the founders of Stodelat, which is a collective, and I think Dmitry's always worked in a very collective way with different compositions of bodies and minds gathered together to produce newspapers, to produce film artworks, and to develop discussions in St. Petersburg as one of the places in Russia where some kind of cultural exchanges has been at least possible. Obviously, the situation is changing there quite a lot. He also works with the School of Engaged Art, which is something he founded also in St. Petersburg, and is a school educational establishment working from Rosa's House of Culture in the city. I hope that's adequate, Dima, as an introduction, and if we can hand over to you now, thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles. Can you hear me? Can you confirm?
Yes, now we can hear you. Now you're on screen as well. Nice to see you. I hope things are okay.
Yeah, hi Charles. Great to see you and everyone. I really miss Thanks for this invitation, which comes in a really tragic moment. And I'm kind of speaking from monster's belly, so to say. I was deeply touched by what Nikita Kadan said, and actually can send him full support and solidarity together with other people in Ukraine. And I remember our desperate talks, which we ran in 2014, when we together established mobile platform for communication of cultural workers from Ukraine and Russia. It was 2014. And actually it was last moment when such thing was still possible. We withdrew from main show in Manifest Hermitage and published a statement against the war and annexation of Crimea. And we ran a school those days already with many participants from Ukraine. And we hope that so-called people's diplomacy would create a certain pressure on our government, and this pressure would grow. We made another meeting later in Moscow in 2014 under the invitation from VHV for their project meeting points, but then everything starts to fail. Like for Ukrainians, but of course, in completely different forms, the war for us started already 8 years ago. And for us, it was kind of clear understanding it was kind of lost war, which we have failed to resist, our patriarchal, colonial, and imperial power. We lost it, and now I'm feeling like a Jew and a German in one body. For outside world, I definitely share responsibility for our failure, that we were not brave enough to resist and win like Maidan in 2014. And there was, we can speculate, there was plenty of reason for it. And it's Russian burden, like it was burden for Germans after 1933. But inside Russia, I feel like a Jew, like avant-garde artist, like gay, like Roma, like mentally different person whose voice is under threat of silencing and elimination, maybe not directly in physical form, but in kind of symbolic. I wish I could be with you today, but my flight was canceled, but it's a minor thing, which we got used during COVID. Okay, flights canceled. There is no fly zone over Russia. But the feeling canceled is much more tragic. And it happened not from outside, it happened from inside. Yesterday, we get shocking news that many, actually right now, shocking news coming every half an hour, that the rectors, deans, and much more people who do not support this war, much more. I would remember that feeling in 2014 with so-called 85% for annexation of Crimea. It was kind of national celebration. We felt even more desperate. And people protest. For the first time in my life, I saw such united voice of cultural workers who more in 3 days, the petition against the war was signed by about 17,000 people. So it was really amazing. So it never happened in recent history. In 2014 was just few single voices. Also, many powerful institutions has closed their activity. Maybe with not so explicit direct statement, but anyway, it was quite clear anti-war statement against war. Garage closed, Strelka closed, VC, Russian Venice Pavilion lost curators, lost all artists, will not happen. Many other professional units like architects, filmmakers, designers, whoever also signed quite serious statement, and petition, general petition against the war, kind of national one, it's about 2 million people. And right now you can also understand after new law, it become kind of, even this could be incriminated as a kind of criminal activity. But still we lack majority. There was a question of propaganda he also raised, how Putin propaganda is effective. I can tell you one anecdote which I read on Facebook, that the guy called from Moscow to his, I don't know, relative, maybe sister in Kharkiv, and asked her about situation. And she told him that they are under the bombing, that Russian army bombed living neighborhoods and so on. And he told her that it's not true, because he saw on television in Moscow that such things didn't happen, because the Russian army don't really bomb peaceful people. So that's actually the level of brainwashing. And right now we cut off any independent media because they couldn't report any real information under new law on censorship of war situation, where you can't really provide the proper information, only official one. And social media also kind of block, because like Facebook, you can use only VPN, which actually seriously slow down connection. And disaster with economy. So because of sanctions, there is very difficult to make transfer. I was yesterday was trying to transfer money to one human rights organization in Russia who actually helped arrested people. First, you have to use VPN to get to the site, and then you have to shut down VPN to make a bank transfer from Russian bank. So, and actually permanent loan transfers is not possible anymore. So what can we do? We, like many other self-organized spaces, initiative, trying to continue our program to maintain our space, physical contact, and with more clear understanding that we have to organize a certain kind of anti-war propaganda and reflection, so to say, to make kind of course of, I'm working right now, of anti-war art, you know, but also about care work, mental health, and maintain the life of our communities, because people still here and they're under deep shock. And at the end, I can say, if they cancel Russia, I mean, from inside, we need to take care about Russian culture, like also Nikita mentioned about the cultural value which we need to protect. And Russian culture for me and for most of us, it's a culture of dissent, humanity, care, and also right now, I would say, repentance. It's not easy task, as long as you people here take it as a mission, so there is still hope. And at the end, I can only say that no pasaran. Thank you.
Maybe I can ask you one question, which I think I know the answer to, but you have the School of Engaged Art there, which you've been running all through the conditions of the last years. I know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You have the School of Engaged Art there, and I just wonder what the current status of that is, or how the students are, or what the how maybe also how you see what can become of that. Do you have any thoughts about it at this stage? It's maybe too early, but it would be nice to hear a little bit about that.
You know, actually, the school operates intact. So before it was mostly kind of regular kind of classes, different kind of discussion. But right now it's more kind of like Rosa House of Culture. It's kind of social center. Yesterday we made kind of 8 of International Women's Day. So we get all together, we cook, we watch some films actually dedicated to the topic. Many people have already experience of arrest and doing certain kind of street walk. So that's what we really stand for, and we have to keep alive. You know, I'm relatively old guy, so I remember Soviet time where most of way of resistance was impossible. And also in Hannah Arendt, you know, sometimes you have to really understand that it's not about active stance, but not to participate, not to be complicit in what right now Russia is doing. And I guess it's still kind of possible. And at the same time, kids are really lost and somehow need real care. And that's how self-care and school is right now working and provides a space for them to be safe, to discuss everything openly, to relax and breathe together with other comrades.
Thanks very much. Is there any questions for Dimitri? If you can stay around as well, Dimitri, it would be nice to listen to the other.
I'll be the whole panel. Don't worry.
Okay, I think we can maybe. Are there any immediate questions for Dimitri or anything that? No, I think we can maybe come back to some things later on, and it'd be great if you could stay around. Thanks. Thanks very much, and thanks for joining us. And we'll see you at the end of the session, after Kuba, Bogdan, and Esther. Thank you. And move on now to Anti-Fascist Year, who are opening their computers. So that's a good sign. And to introduce them, Anti-Fascist Year is based in Warsaw, in Poland, and is a national initiative promoted by a coalition of public institutions, NGOs, social movements, collectives, individual artists and activists across the country. The goal is to support anti-fascist struggles and facilitate anti-fascist ideas and messages. Bogna Stefanska and Kuba Depczynski graduated in art history from the Faculty of Management and Visual Culture in Warsaw, and they currently work in the research department of the Museum of Modern Art, MSN, in Warsaw as researchers and curators of the public program, specifically around the climate crisis at this point. They have been working on together with others as founders of the Office for Post-Artistic Services, I think with Kuba Schroeder and others who have been involved in that, and also on the Atlas of the Anti-Fascist Year, which we also had a conference, an Internationale conference in Warsaw pre-corona, so it was whatever, a long time ago, and that was, I think, the first anti-fascist year. But sadly, we still need them. Yeah, Kuba and Bogna, please, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll see if it works. Right. Right. So to respond to this panel, we'll start with a brief report of the recent events. Closer, right. Report of the recent events in Poland, and then we'll move on to something else. So it's been 7 years that we are still okay. I can speak directly to this. Yeah. It's been 7 years that we are living in Poland in a constant state of emergency. Since the Law and Justice Party has come to power in 2015, there probably hasn't been a single month that we didn't have to go out to the street to protest something. It works. For example, the dismantling of the judicial system, censorship, police violence, hateful nationalist propaganda literally everywhere, and witch hunts orchestrated by ultra-conservative media and the Catholic Church, attacks on artists and artistic institutions, public money directed and donated straight to the far-right organizations, universities and academies undermined or turned into a parody, secret services spying on the political opposition. Flags. Illegal postal elections that were supposed to be held in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, one of the not very many successful protests. The elections never took place. Yeah, that's this one. Obviously, almost total abortion ban that I believe most of you heard about, that sparked one of the biggest feminist protests in recent years. There are a couple photos, right? The destruction of the education system, the president declaring that the LGBTQ plus community are not human, well, I mean, quote, they are not human, just an ideology, unquote. Yeah. So this is it. What else we have? Oh yeah, the public media turned into an atrocious propaganda machine, climate politics ridiculed, and fossil fuels prized as the source of national pride. Attempts to limit the freedom of press and media, the terrible humanitarian crisis on the Polish-Belarus border, and the racist smear campaign that came with it, never-ending conflicts with the European Union that make Polexit seem like a realistic option. Oh yeah, okay, more. And in Poland, we're all very tired of that. And despite all the resistance from liberals, progressive, leftists, anarchists, or even moderate conservatives, and other groups, it seems that Poland is turning into an ultra-conservative, semi-autocratic oligarchy, or what is sometimes called an illiberal democracy. The basic premise of a liberal democracy is sheer power politics. The party that wins election, even only by a very small margin, has the right to do anything they wish and bend the rule of the game in whatever way they like. The rule of law cannot limit the will of the sovereign, which is represented by the almighty party. So what about the artists and artistic institutions? How is the art world managing in all of this? Well, if we're to be honest, it's barely standing. We are invited here as the representatives of the Anti-Fascist Year, the countrywide initiative already introduced by Charles. Our program was created, the program of the Anti-Fascist Year was created by grassroots organizing and encompassed almost 180 anti-fascist and anti-war cultural events and social activities all over Poland, most of them happening in 2019 and 2020. The complete program is still archived on our website, where we also have an archive of historic anti-fascist and anti-war activities, attitudes, and culture, art, and other walks of life. All of that is available online, also in English. And we believe that today, with the current state, so 3 years after we organized the original Anti-Fascist Year, we wouldn't be able to do it anymore. We would simply lack the support from the cultural institutions that allowed us to build the website, organize assemblies, pay very little money, but still pay for the work of our small research and coordination team. Today, many of the museums, galleries, theaters, art centers, or even NGOs that participated in the initiative wouldn't do it again. They are either already overtaken by the ruling party or simply are afraid that they would be punished for promoting anti-fascism. For the Minister of Culture, who seems to sincerely believe in alt-right conspiracy theories developed by his ultra-conservative friends, anti-fascism means cultural Marxism, communist totalitarianism, the rotten Western civilization of death, or simply the LGBTQ+ ideology. Joining the Anti-Fascist Year in 2022 would mean hysteria in the media, political attacks on the institution, possible threats and censorship, budget cuts, and blacklisting from state funding programs. Take, for example, Zachęta National Gallery, which helped funding our website and research, as well as held anti-war exhibitions and education program in the frame of the original Anti-Fascist Year. One of the key art institutions in Poland that operates many of the grant programs for visual arts and runs the Polish Pavilion in Venice. What you see here, oh, we still have images. Yikes. Oh yeah. Yeah, so what you see here is artists and cultural workers forming a human chain around the building of the institution to protect it from the decision of the Ministry of Culture. Unfortunately, the action brought no result. Despite the protests of the vast majority of Polish art world, the ministry decided against organizing an open competition for the new director and appointed Janusz Janowski for the post. Janusz Janowski is a former head of the Marginalized Artists Union. He is a compromised political nominee and ultra-conservative, known only for his total despise of contemporary art. So you can imagine in what way this institution is now heading. There's another example, famous one, Center for Contemporary Art in Warsaw, which held the official opening party of the Anti-Fascist Year and also our seminar. Today, it is quite a unique example of what some people in Poland call zombification of an art institution. The new director, Piotr Bernatowicz, experiments with appropriating critical tools and contemporary art to promote alt-right conspiracy theories. He organizes panels and conferences, just like this one, but on topics such as opposing cultural Marxism or re-examining the idea of gender. He also claims to be fighting for freedom of speech and artistic expression, when in reality he invites the likes of neo-Nazi artists Dan Park and Uwe Max Jensen to exhibit hateful, racist, homophobic, misogynist propaganda disguised as your everyday contemporary art show. It seems, in Poland at least, that the far right are the ones who really believe in the power of art and culture. They know very well what they need those institutions for: to silence them, to subordinate them to the nationalist narrative and alt-right conspiracy theories, to eradicate plurality, to get rid of any signs of progressive, critical, or democratic thinking, and turn them into empty facades that simulate engagement. At the same time, progressive and liberal forces don't seem to have a coherent idea of why they would need cultural institutions. Do we all really see them as pillars of democracy, spaces of learning and listening, debate, negotiations, dialogue, where one can experiment with democratic engagement with the world? Well, it's for sure not reflected in their structure, at least in Poland. All of the changes and hostile takeovers of dozens of Polish cultural institutions were absolutely legal and made possible precisely because of the lack of democracy. Museums, galleries, theaters, art centers, other institutes, they are in vast majority hierarchical, top-down structures where all the decisions are ultimately taken by the director. There is no distributed management, democratic oversight, and the worker unions are weak. There's also no internal solidarity among the precarized, overworked, and poorly paid cultural workers. In illiberal democracy, all the ruling party has to do to turn any institution into a nationalist propaganda machine is to change the director. There is no structure that could stop an alt-right acolyte or ultra-conservative ignoramus from doing whatever they want. Lack of democratic structures and top-down managerial approach aren't the only problems of our current Polish cultural institutions. Often they keep pretending that they are just temples of art rather than spaces of exercise in politics and democracy. They are gatekeepers rather than connectors, constantly juggling themes and topics and seeking for what's new and hot. And all of these features render them unsustainable in the very ecological sense of the word. It simply undermines their, and in consequence our, ability to persist, adapt, to be resilient, and simply to survive in a changing environment. It is about performing and implementing democracy on every level, not just treating it as an important topic, a key theme, or a foundational value. The obvious truth is that without truly democratic and sustainable institutions, we will not be able to defend democracy, combat inequalities, support migrants and refugees, or deal with the planetary ecological and climate crisis.
So, where to seek hope? We still believe that the premises on which the anti-fascist year was founded are a good place to start. Grassroots organizing, democratic structure, self-education, sharing, cooperation, openness, fostering collaboration between arts, activists, academia, and different constituencies, creating a coalition rooted in clearly expressed values. To some degrees, we applied this model in November 2021 when we organized the March of Hospitality, an art activist campaign responding to the state violence and humanitarian crisis on the Polish-Belarus border. More and more artists and cultural workers are organizing themselves beyond or on the margins of the public sector. If we were to point to zones of possibility, where models for more democratic and sustainable institutions of the future are emerging, we would place our bet on the more and more popular ecological events, assemblies, and festivals. They often refer to the tradition of Polish plenaires, interdisciplinary gatherings organized by Polish conceptual artists in the 1970s that played a key role for developing environmental consciousness among Polish artistic community. Today, many groups try to revive this idea, leave big institutions, and go to rural spaces to safely experiment with cultivating art and land. They work with local communities and tackle situated social, political, environmental, economic, and cultural problems. They focus on process rather than effect and prefer ephemeral and socially engaged activities to objects. They cross boundaries between art, education, research, and activism, as well as creating democratic structures and sustaining long-term commitments and activities. This might be seen as a kind of escapism. Okay, point taken. But if there are any new possibilities for democracy in Polish art world emerging today, they are to be found in those experimental assemblies. If cultural institutions are to survive the present moment and begin thinking about the future, this is the source from which they could learn. This is where we're supposed to finish, but we cannot, so please bear with us for 3 more minutes. And yet today, all of this we said seems completely unimportant. The last 2 weeks have turned the world upside down. The Russian invasion of Ukraine catapulted us straight into the unknown, the future perhaps. It seems so empty to debate the state of Polish art world while our friends and comrades are hiding in bomb shelters. Suddenly we find ourselves donating money to the Ukrainian army, because today they are the ones defending democracy, with guns, grenades, and their heroic resistance. If you really want to save democracy, there is an easy thing each and every one of you can do: donate to Ukrainian army. Now, every minute, things thought to be impossible are happening. Some long-term alliances are being broken, but at the same time, new, completely improbable ones are being made. Poland accepted over 1 million refugees, and the number is rising every minute. Everyone, literally everyone, politicians, society, institutions, work tirelessly to help. Today's polls shows that almost 70% of citizens engaged in helping people fleeing the war from Ukraine. Finally, the far-right media, responsible for many of the most atrocious attacks on the minorities, institutions, cultural sector, refugees, and the European Union, is being openly debunked as propaganda and disinformation financed by the Kremlin. The neo-fascist, ultra-libertarian party, Konfederacja, means confederation, has just split over the accusation that some of these members support Putin's regime. Razem, together, the most progressive and leftist party, left international alliances, accusing them of West-planning the situation and condemning their inability to take a clear stance on Russia. The Polish government behaves decently and makes the necessary decisions, putting social polarization and our internal conflicts away, at least for a while. Basically, all of the cultural institutions, progressive or conservative, critical or nationalist, public or private, abandoned their programs and focused on helping refugees. The situation in Poland right now is very difficult. In some places, there is a shortage of drugs in pharmacies, money in ATMs, and chaos all over the train and bus stations. People who are coming from the border did not sleep and sometimes did not eat for several days. Of course, it's nothing compared to the stories they are bringing back with them. What we are all doing now is first aid, provide shelter, food, drinks, bed to sleep, and basic medication. At MSN Warsaw, we turned our museum into the emergency Sunflower Community Center. Curators, artists, activists, and our audience are making sandwiches and meals delivered to the refugees coming to the train station and collect medicines that we send to the war hospital in Czerniowce. Biennale Warszawa provides accommodation and support for BIPOC people. BWA Wrocław Gallery turned the exhibition into a refuge. Powszechny Theatre operates now as a common room for children. Zachęta organizes workshops for children with disabilities. Students at the Academies of Fine Arts are sewing camouflaging nets and selling artworks to buy bulletproof vests. Everyone is already thinking about what will be necessary in the coming weeks: transport, accommodation, food supplies, psychological help, cultural and integration programs, schooling, visibility of arts and culture, language lessons, workers' rights supports, and jobs. For now, we are running on the solidarity impulse, the first burst of energy. We have no idea where will it take, what will happen after the initial enthusiasm burns out and the political division kicks back in. But there is one thing we are sure of. We are beyond business as usual, and the future has come. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you very much, Kuba and Bogna. Thanks for giving us a real insight into the past and the present, maybe, of the Polish situation. Because, as you say, it's been going on for 8 years, is it? Since 7 years since PIS came into power. I always find that appropriate acronym in English. Yeah, I think there will be a number of questions that would be good to come back. But I think if we could go straight to Esther, if it's okay now, and then we'll come back to these questions, because I think there are a number of comparisons. You're not on the panel by coincidence in that sense, because we are looking at this notion of illiberal democracy, which I think was invented in your home country. Esther Šakac is a curator, researcher, and a PhD candidate at the University of Amsterdam, where she's currently living, working there in a project called Imagine Art, Imagining Institutions Otherwise, Art, Politics, and State Transformation. Esther was on the curatorial team of the Off Biennale Budapest, which is still working, and is also taking part in Documenta, I think, coming up in July, and was also part of the East European Biennale Alliance, which collectively curated the Kiev Biennale in 2001. And she's co-director of a forthcoming anthology with Naeem Mohamian, Solidarity Must Be Defended. So, Esther, if you can tell us a little bit about the Off Biennale and the Hungarian situation, maybe also as a moment of comparison and perhaps similarity, unfortunately, as well. Thank you.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you very much, Charles and Zdenka, for the invitation, and thank you very much for having us here in person. It's really great to be here. And yeah, so I would also like to do a quick introduction to the cultural policies shaping the contemporary art scene in Hungary since 2010, but my focus will be rather on the responses of the art field and not on what the government is doing. And of course, there are many similarities, and our illiberal democracies learn from each other and also work hand in hand. So many of the things that Kuba and Wagner stated about Poland holds true for Hungary too. But I believe it is a lot more useful and maybe more exciting to talk about strategies, about what we can do in bad circumstances, rather than reiterate all that the government has done. And you know, we've been living in this since 2010. And as concrete examples, I will talk about and draw on my experiences in two grassroots art initiatives, both of which I am involved in as a curatorial team member of Biennale Budapest, which is a grassroots biennial, and another grassroots initiative, an interregional collaboration, the East Europe Biennial Alliance, which comprises the Biennale Matter of Art Prague, Biennale Warsaw, as was already mentioned, the Kiev Biennial of Biennale Budapest, and Survival of Kid Festival in Riga. And my angle in discussing both is the way in which we create, so to say, our infrastructures of democracy, semi or quasi-independent from the state or hegemonic structures, and also what difficulties, impossibilities, limitations, paradoxes, but also potentials these working methods entail. And also I would like to reflect on what the East Europe Biennial Alliance as a grassroots network has been trying to do since the invasion of Ukraine, and also posing the more general question what an international alliance in art can actually do in this unbelievable situation. And in addition, I would also like to briefly mention the Kiev Biennial in 2021, that's closed 4 months ago, which was titled Allied, and that we collectively curated as the East Europe Biennial Alliance. So how are artists and curators responding to illiberal democracies, such as in Hungary? So in a post-socialist context like Hungary, the state has been the top-down sponsor of the arts for decades, which has rendered arts and its institutions, so museum, non-profit gallery spaces, and art academies, financially and often ideologically dependent on state powers. So it is not by accident that bottom-up initiatives usually take positions crossways to the state. However, in the last years, establishing experimental bottom-up art institutions from scratch and independently of the state-maintained art infrastructure has become more than just a way of opposing current state cultural policies. So this experimental, let's call it experimental institutionalism in Hungary, such as done by Biennale Budapest, has become an important means of building long-term methods of resilience. And of Biennale Budapest was brought to life by curator Hajnalka Somogyi in 2014 as a response to the centralization and ideologically led reorganization of state-funded art institutional scene by the Hungarian right-wing government that has been in power since 2010. And together with centralizing healthcare and education, the reshaping of the art infrastructure, which was actually done quite early on, so it was started already in 2011, meant that the government changed directors of the most prestigious state-funded art institutions, mostly to party loyalists, and directed state funding and state assets, such as important art institutions, to newly established and publicly unaccountable bodies. And so the initial response of artists, curators, and culture actors who suddenly found themselves pushed out of state infrastructure was to naturally organize protest actions, and the pinnacle of which was the 12-day occupation of the state-maintained Ludwig Museum of Contemporary Art in Budapest in 2013. And these demonstrations were very important, and it brought us together, but didn't really bear results in the sense that no change was achieved, and the government officials simply ignored attempts for any kind of negotiations. So, as a way out of this deadlock, Somogyi proposed a novel strategy to establish from the bottom up a large-scale art initiative of Biennale, a contemporary art biennial funding, and would not make use of state-run art spaces and infrastructure. Yeah, I will come back to it later on some of the changes, but identifying state funding not only as a form of dependency, but also as a threat to artistic autonomy, she gathered a small team of engaged friends and colleagues to launch the first edition of Biennale Budapest in 2015. Yeah, and I will say a few words how it has changed since the years, but I would like to just emphasize that to detach from the state art infrastructure is meant forgetting almost everything. So while some of us, or while all of us in Of Biennale come from institutional background, from my perspective, it seemed that what Of Biennale did was to walk out of the emergency exit. And when we did so, we took a look around and there was nothing. There was nothing there, and only us and our networks locally and internationally. So that's what we had as infrastructure in the beginning. So as a do-it-yourself, self-organized initiative, Of Biennale has been building a modest home for art that had lost support in the context of a developing illiberal democracy. And while this kind of homelessness was an initial galvanizing factor for the running of Biennale, this grassroots initiative has grown into much more than a salon de refusés, as which was called in the very first critique of Biennale. It is now by now an institutional experiment for building an infrastructure with each edition anew. And so far there have been 3 editions, one in 2015, 2017, and 2020. Yeah, it's a pandemic year, 2021, yes, and each, we had to postpone, of course, 1 year, and each case of Biennale started almost from point 0, that is with no initial budget, no staff, and no permanent space. And can I have this? I would just like to, so just some of the, just in terms of, this was in terms of venues and methodology, so this was a formal, this was a formal post office that was not in use, and of course, because the rules of the game was not to take place in usually state-funded art institutions, so these were some of the places, and this was a private apartment. It's a little bit difficult. So it was a private apartment of the curator of the show in Budapest. Sorry. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, the private apartment. And I just put it there, Don Pajovsky drawing of the budget and the off-budget. And this work by János Sugár, Fire in the Museum. The idea was to keep the fire alive throughout the duration of the biennial, day and night, so that's why you have a sleeping couch there. It didn't last until the end, but it's a more complicated project, but I don't have time to go into details. And then the second edition, in terms of institutionalization, so this is a flying kayak project or exhibition created by Edina Nagy and Esther Lazar, and their project examined the cross-sections of art and science, and so as an institutional or as an exhibition venue, they used the observatory, which is a state-maintained observatory, and yeah, but of course the street is always a great venue. And also there's also a demonstration restaged by a Hungarian artist, Endre Tóth, who did We Are Glad If We Can Demonstrate in 1979, and we restaged it in 2017. And yes, and then from the last edition, yeah, this was I think maybe the biggest the most visible project within the of biannual, and yeah, so it was collectively carried out, and it was curated by Anna Luisa Szász, Esther György, and Terry Such. It was part of a collaboration and a multiple partnership with ERIAC, the European Roma Institute for Art and Culture. And just the reason why I'm just saying this, because the whole idea was to put this painting, 1983 painting by Roma artist Tamás Péli, into a canonical institution, which was the Budapest History Museum. Yes, I will leave it at there, but I would also like to reflect on some of the paradoxes and difficulties and limitations, within this endeavor. And, one of the main, important paradoxes is that, of Biennale and, this kind of state-independent institutions cannot be fully independent of the state in terms of, there's no somehow outside of the state in terms of, there we need to have a tax number which is guaranteed by the state. So it's one of the paradoxes, but it's get negotiated in practice all the time. And the limitations, we used to, it's because it's DIY and very cheap. We can only go certain length. So, just in terms of the off budget we have. And also I just like to say that since none of us can do it as a full-time job, and it's not a method of living, so we're all dependent on having full-time jobs elsewhere, and that's what enables us to work within the off-biennial. And, in terms of funding, and of course, the NGOization of the art field is something to talk about. And also, how can we be critical of state funding, private funding, corporate funding, foreign funding, all these kind of questions. And our very practical answer to that is the diversification of funding. So there's not one big thing that is funding everything. And another common element of state-independent initiatives that endeavor to fill in a void in the art infrastructure provided or not by the state is that they often reiterate and reinforce more conventional formats, such as a biennale, but only in form. And I think the real difference lies in the ways these art institutions and their projects are organized. So the battle, so to say, is not on a thematic level, but much more in the organizational. And I would like to argue that the politics of an institution lies in the organizational, so in the modes and the means of production. And in relation to infrastructural building, I would also briefly like to mention the concept of self-instituting, which of course is coming from Cornelius Castoriadis, but was also picked up by others, such as social anthropologist Atina Athanasiou. And by self-instituting, in my view, I do not necessarily mean setting up institutions, but rather the performance of an institution by assuming and carrying out parts of the responsibilities of an institution. So the way in which a collective initiative makes room, so that it creates infrastructures, even if informal, for art in spite of or without any existing infrastructure. And quickly, I would like to talk about the East Europe Biennial Alliance, which is another form of infrastructure building or self-instituting, but it happens on a regional level. It was founded in 2019, and as I said, it comprises the Biennale Metrovart Prague, Biennale Warsaw, Kiev Biennial, Off Biennale Budapest, and Survival Kit Festival Riga. And so this alliance is interinstitutional and interregional, but again, it's grassroots, it's self-instituted, and it's not funded. So only its projects have been funded thus far, but the alliance as a platform is not funded. And yeah, so it is the first biennial alliance as such, and as of today, it owns nothing. And in fact, it is nothing other than this website and the will of the people to collaborate. And while all of these biennials are small, fragile, and work in a context that, as we have seen time and again, can drastically change from one day to another, there are also variations among us. So individual members have different funding structure. Of Biennial is a grassroots civil initiative. Kiev Biennial is likewise grassroots, produced by the similarly self-organized Visual Culture Research Center in Kiev. Biennale Warsaw is funded by the city of Warsaw. Biennale Metro of Art Prague is the project of transit, supported by public funding and the Erste Foundation. And Survival Kit Festival Riga is the project of the Independent Latvian Center for Contemporary Art that applies purely for public funding. And it was a strategic need and a wish to support each other that drew up the contours of the alliance rather than a specific programming agenda or steps. We especially wanted to stick a pin in two things. One, in terms of geopolitics, to propose a different or novel narrative of the East European region, but not to fetishize Eastern Europe, which is, by the way, very heterogeneous and not a homogeneous bloc. Neither did we want to dwell in some form of false nostalgia. Rather, our attempt has been to do and state something about the ideological trends, authoritarian right-wing populisms that have been defining the East of Europe in the last 2 decades. And second, we wanted to do something with the support structure. We wanted to do something with supporting each other, as we said in our mission statement, to redefine the way culture institutions collaborate. So to basically lay the foundations of a network of both infrastructural and thematic support. And we keep asking the question, how can we help each other in meaningful and immediate ways? And our largest joint action to date was co-curating the Kiev Biennial last year. And yeah, it just closed, 4 months ago. And the title was Allied. And with the exhibition and extensive discursive program, the focus was on the question of how to foster new alliances in the 21st century. So basically, we thematized what we have been trying to do on a practical level within the alliance. And just some of the images. So one of the main venue was the House of Cinema in Kiev, and just some of the installation shots and some of the artworks. Here you can see Societe Realis' work, Mishka Bochkarov's work, Oraib Tukan in the foreground, and Susanne Kliman's work in the background. And yeah, and I have to say, I mean, it was a bumpy road to curate this exhibition, all of us together, but the Kiev Biennial management team was amazing. And I'd just like to say a few words about this particular initiative, and this was also one of the venues of the Kiev Biennial. And I'd like to point out this space, the Independent Art Space Jeherlo, which is run by the Wet Hole Group, which comprises Alina Kleitman, Nikita Kadan, and Bogdana Kozmina. And this is a former pump house, and they made it into an exhibition space, and it's totally COVID-proof in the sense that it's open 24 hours. You cannot enter. There's a glass window outside, and yeah, it's 24/7. Anybody can visit it at any time. And it's more complex, and I don't have time to go into it, but yeah, and as Donna was saying, the little island of freedom that it was. And also just like to say a few words about this particular work. Alexei Tarut's Undertow, and Serge Klimko, whom we see in the beginning of the day, was also working together with Alexei on this work, and it directly reflected on the Crimean War and how the West was not taking attention of it. And just as a closing, So yeah, and then I would just like to come back to the format again and the methods of organization. So even though of Biennale Budapest and the Kiev Biennial are produced on different grounds than the traditional biennials, in as much as they are grassroots endeavors and there is no stable funding or institutions behind them, again, as we said, they reproduce the biennial format. But in a place like Hungary, where the state is not a funding stakeholder in such contemporary art initiatives, doing business as usual, in this case making a simple international biennial, is the most radical and difficult achievement, as well as the only sustainable institutional experimentation, because it's perennial. And the statement, this statement, however, no longer holds true for Ukraine. And one thing is clear: things in Ukraine will not continue the way they were left off. And the fact that there are differences between our members in the Biennial Alliance is in fact an advantage. This means that members can offer different things to the ecosystem of the Alliance, and we can support each other in different ways in terms of funding, capacities, and networks. At the same time, there are limits to the ways of support we can give. It was already clear in 2020 that we need to come up with novel ways of supporting each other when Biennale Warszawa faced serious attacks from right-wing forces in 2020. And we wanted to do something more than to issue a letter of statement or a letter of solidarity, but we couldn't. And however, from the very beginning, we agreed that the East Europe Biennial Alliance means more than just a conglomerate for a funding application. We agreed that this alliance will not be formed and expanded on the basis of project applications for funding, but it will be based on our common dedication. That this alliance can be very well be a lifeline. And yeah, just one day before the war in Ukraine started, we had a meeting about an EU applications that we would like to put an application into the EU and to apply as an East Europe Biennial Alliance. And I understand that the EU standards has changed, but my comment was that it's very, what we are coming up against, that, one thing we don't have is stability. So it's, and I understand that, funding bodies are not, yeah, they're looking for stability, but what can we do if we work in a situation like this? And instability is our, I wouldn't say forte, but that's what we have. And of course now we are at a totally different stage with the war in Ukraine, and we try to help our friends as individuals, and we are trying to work at what we can do as the alliance. We issued 2 statements, and one on EFLOX, and a slot we received as support from EFLOX. And the statement we issued together with the Work Hard, Play Hard working group in Belarus, and a member of which is Alexei, will talk tomorrow. But obviously all of us in the alliance feel that the statements come very short in the face of the war. And one thing is for sure, with the alliance we'll keep at it and doing as much as we can and learning along the way what it is that we can actually do together and for each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We have some time to talk, and I'm very open to questions, but I wonder if I could maybe just start out while you can think about questions or connections to ask. One thing that I wanted to say, that there's a danger in a panel like this, and also I hope that Dima is still with us, Dimitri is still with us in St. Petersburg. The danger might be that there's a kind of Central East European exceptionalism that is built around this. And so I wanted to just make the point that this process of illiberal democracy is also happening at a different pace within Western Europe. Or not within Europe, in this one case within the island of Britain. For instance, Alistair Hudson, who's a colleague and would have been part of Internationale but for Brexit, was dismissed from his post by the University of Manchester with the charge of anti-Semitism, which I'd like to come back to, because he showed forensic architecture, but also with an attack on his management style for not being a leader, which is an interesting translation in certain languages. But that idea of not being a leader or not exhibiting leadership qualities is about a kind of illiberal public management, if you like, if not illiberal democracy, being imposed, in which what the university is demanding is a macho figure that shouts and screams and mistreats his staff, in order to exhibit the leadership qualities which they deem to be adequate, and also to impose the kind of cuts and the agenda that's going on in Britain. Also in Madrid at the moment, there's a wonderful exhibition which I haven't seen except online at Reina Sofia, and we'll hear from Manola Borjaviel tomorrow, which has also been the subject of quite serious attacks because of its positioning of the Spanish art history, certainly, within a tradition which is not accepted, and also being, I think words like postmodern are thrown about in terms of the not a clear, linear, progressive, modern art history that's being told there. And a third example would be the attacks on Documenta recently, again instrumentalizing anti-Semitism. The very interesting thing is that the attack initiated in a fascinating text on a blog, actually, in Kassel, which combined the attack of Islamophobic attack, basically, about the anti-Semitism of the organizers because they're from Indonesia, and didn't include Israeli artists, which I think is their right, whichever way we look at it. But they then combined that with this attack on, again, this word postmodern, and this idea that there are collectives being asked. And that was then reproduced in the Frankfurter Allgemeine by critics there to say that art cannot be produced by collectives. It can only be produced by heroic individuals. So this is Germany, this is Spain. I know Britain is now an exception, but also there are really serious moves. So we mustn't, certainly from my position in the West, in Western Europe, in former Western Europe perhaps, the idea of this exceptionalizing of the traditions in the former socialist part of Europe, I think is very important not to. This illiberal democracy is something which is being played out at a wider level, and of course all that illiberal democracy is not what it's not affecting and not changing, which is what Gabriella was speaking about, is the question of capitalism itself, or global capitalism, and that's being untouched in these processes. And the levels of corruption, of course, that are associated with that, which are then present in all these countries equally, and the networks that exist between them. So, you know, in the face of that, I remember a friend of mine, a Croatian friend of mine, Dejan Kazic, who talked about the early days of the end of the Cold War, after the war in Yugoslavia, and said, you know, in a way we were fighting for democracy, and we didn't realize that we got global capitalism as a free gift. Yes. Alongside, yeah? And in a sense, now they've taken the democracy away, but they've left the global capitalism without democracy. And that's the models that I think are being adopted. So we're part of a battle, I think, which is obviously both hot in Ukraine, but also cold in other places, in which this is being played out. And then my question to you, sorry, that was a rather long introduction, but my question to you is what I find interesting about both your zones of possibility, as you spoke about them, is their kind of escapes, no? There's a certain exit strategy, yeah? Escapology, we could say, in the idea of stepping out of the exit door. You literally said it, into an empty field in a way where there was no infrastructure for the off-biennale. And also this idea of going into the countryside and trying to defend those positions in the countryside through building community activities. And for me, I think it's very interesting maybe for us to start to think about, I mean, two things, I suppose. The validity of that notion of escape, and how can we make the escape, how can we secure this time a kind of zones of possibility, which can't necessarily be so easily destroyed by the illiberal democracies that are coming up. Because we're not back in the 1930s quite, and we do have some possibilities, I think. I mean, or there will be differences. It won't be a repeat on one-to-one basis. So that was one question: is what do you see about those possibilities, and how do you see that those escape strategies as being able to be made sustainable? What are the strategies to do that? And the second thing I was thinking was that in the sort of remaining existing social democracies, of which the Netherlands, despite current polling with the three far right and actually two fully fascist parties in the Netherlands, have around 25% of the vote, but are excluded from power. however long that lasts, at that point, then the infrastructures that we do have, we need, I think, and that's speaking for myself or to myself, we need to be much more aware of how to support those zones of possibility, not only in Poland or Hungary or elsewhere, but also at home, and try and make them sustainable. And one of the huge errors, it seems to have been to me, is that we didn't change governance at a stage when maybe it would have been easier to do so. And now we have to do it very fast, the institutions that we have responsibility for. And how much we can do that in the face of political resistance, I don't know. But I think we need to think about museological or museum governance in a more serious way. But maybe you can answer that question about, sorry. I mean, I thought it was fascinating, and thank you very much. And I think it's really important, these topics. And as I say, I hope Dima is there as well to answer it. But maybe you could talk a little bit about this idea of escape or exit, and what its validity is and how it could be sustainable.
Yeah, I actually wanted to add something to the museum managing part, actually, because I'm thinking, you know, what we said might have sounded quite harsh, but, you know, really, this is a real problem, that within the institutions in all of Europe, we don't have democratic backstops. And there's nothing that can stop, you know, the ruling party from doing anything. And the lesson that we learned in Poland, there was only one case in which the newly appointed, you know, alt-right director was actually ousted, and was only because it was the National Museum in Warsaw, which had very old school status of the museum, the legal document that kind of governs, from the 60s, I guess, which put huge emphasis on the workers' union. And the workers' union were able to oust the director, not because ideological or political things, but rather because of the workers' right abuse. Because he was, you know, a very poor manager, and he treated his staff exactly in this old school macho, violent way, and he was expelled only for that. And now they have some kind of intermediary temporary director who basically does not interfere with the program that much. It's not a good situation, but somehow somehow the team survived, not all of them, but, you know, they preserved the institution only on the basis that they had strong workers' union that had a strong position in the status of the museum. And we believe that, you know, those kinds of democratic backstops are actually, you know, super important for preserving the democratic structure of the institution itself. So I think that this is something that, you know, every institution that is still here and is operating and working should think about, how to include those different democratic backstops, assemblies, you know, ways of kind of governing the institution collectively, that, you know, changing the director, or even, you know, including a couple of people from the ruling party into the structure wouldn't result in changing the program completely.
I mean, just to say, I hope that we'll hear tomorrow from the museum here, the Moderno Galleria situation, which is quite a hot topic at the moment in Slovene media, and is about hopefully being a second example where something is through the workers, is change is forced. But that's jumping ahead. We don't know if that's going to happen yet. So as maybe about this, could we go back to this exit strategy? Because I think it's something that we could learn from as well, and maybe you could talk about, because I know Bogna also said, you know, maybe it's escapist and we should be worried about that, but maybe escapism with sustainability is not something we should be so worried about.
You want to go? Or
you can start.
Okay, so I think, I mean, yeah, I also described it somehow as a escapism, but I think, I don't want to, I think it's more than a mindfulness game to say that. I think what it's, so I'm trying to gather my thoughts, but I think what it's important, or what I have definitely learned from the off-biennial is not opposing something, but, you know, building something, to stand for something rather than against. So, and it's really, of course, it's, you know, we went through that door, and that can be called escapism, but it's building, and it's not. So I feel like, I mean, I think also, I mean, I think, again, as I said, demonstrations are really important to do, but, you know, they stop at a level, and that level is, and that's opposing. So I don't like that, and I don't agree with that. But in terms of strategy, you know, the other way could be saying, then let's build something that we stand for. So I don't know if it makes sense, but I think, totally. and then I think that's where sustainability comes in, because then you know, and then when the organization, so the really important questions is how you do an exhibition, and that's why I was stressed. I know I'm a little bit of a nerd in terms of infrastructure and organization, but I think, yeah, that's it. You do how you do the exhibition. That's the political part of it, and then that can be sustainable because you're making an exhibition, but you decide the ways in which it gets organized and the way, what means and what ways you do that.
Yeah, Bogna.
Yeah, I can also add something about this sustainability, because in Poland we have really this notion of like neoliberal institutions, being very much into just the art world, standing alone, having no connections to politics, to activism, to what's happening in the city, in community. Even if they are public institutions, they just care about art, about new topics, etc. So what's very important in those examples that we shown in Sokołowsko Assembly or in Opolno Zdrój is really building this strong, sustainable community, but not only within the art world, but with another groups of people that should be involved, because that's the question we have to ask ourselves: why do we need these institutions? Why do we need art? Is it just for sake of art, or is it just a tool outside of the art world? So yeah, that's why we need these communities to build something stronger and to not stand alone when the art institutions are attacked.
Is Dimitri there still? Are you there? Can you put your camera on if you are? I think this is. Oh yeah,
I'm here.
Dimitri, that's great. I wonder, because in a certain sense, you and both Stoidelat and Engaged Art School have been without Russian state funding for, I think, more or less all of your existence. No, I don't know whether you ever received any from the state. No. So, in a certain sense, your sustainability, which has been decades, is already working on some of these models long before the war broke out and things like that. And I wonder whether you identify with this idea of a sort of escapology or exit strategy from your position or your understanding, not necessarily only speaking about the current situation, which I know is extremely difficult, but also speaking from the past.
Thank you. It's a bit long story, because actually here we were kind of trapped, and actually right now it's escalated, because actually you correctly mentioned it doesn't mean that we didn't want to collaborate with any state, let's say, institution. We actually would like to have as large audience as possible. That's why we work under Creative Commons license and actually distribute our films free online. But at the same time, because of our open political kind of stance, I wouldn't say that we were kind of permanently on the street, not at all. But at the same time, we actually were not accepting, you know, like in Russia, there is a gossip, so I don't accept Putinism, not only politically, but aesthetically. And actually our politics, our aesthetics, our way how we deal with certain issues was very different from kind of things which were accepted in Russia. So it was really clash of different languages. But then somehow we also developed quite, I hope, quite unique possibility to translate many things both ways, not just Western theory or Western international, so to say. But then we got support from international funding in different ways. So, but mostly project funding. Actually, till recently, we have no access to that kind of institutional grant. So we get money for making exhibition, for making a film, for making performance or theater play. And same time also, I can hardly speak because I'm not so familiar with that large economy. So our economy, it's not just precarious, it's just poor, you know. The grants which we receive, it's just like They can't cover even wage for 2 people, you know, annually. But at the same time, it creates this kind of tension because on the one hand, like I was making that bad joke, you feel Jew and German at the same time. And actually, we're also kind of double agents. So we actually kind of artists who actually work in Russian, contribute a lot to bringing up a lot of new generation of Russian artists, those who come to Petersburg or to Moscow, they see our graduates everywhere. They self-organize new spaces, participate in action, doing a lot of work. But at the same time, you are completely kind of out. That's why for us, that kind of dissident position was quite imposed, but at the same time, we learn how to deal with that to benefit our community and also create certain works of art which communicate with community at large, because art is a form of communication, I believe. It's not just, it's kind of not about autonomous art, but through art you can really hopefully influence the way how people think, how they feel, how they touch the world. That's really, I guess, important. But in the current situation, I guess we also feel that we have a little bit to withdraw. So we always were speculating that not public sphere, not about democracy, but about counter-public, like after Nancy Fraser, you know, the spaces where you can regroup, you can test ideas which cannot be accepted by society at the moment. So this is exactly what we need. I was also talking about in a follow Nikita Kardan message about that cultural value and cultural environmentalism. We need to protect certain things, just which we stand for, and something ideas which not yet born. So that's exactly where we are. You can criticize, or maybe we are not so vocal in kind of direct confrontation, but somehow we are like partisans. We are trying to escape, otherwise they kill us. You know, I'm not joking. So you'll be smashed and lose everything. So that's kind of, I don't know if I answered you, but that was kind of my reflection.
I think in the way that it's this this dance around the kind of conditions and the funding which might be available. But I think this question of sustainability is one that should really preoccupy us more and more. And I suppose I'm thinking about that in terms of there was an interesting comment that Iskra made around the question of the left in all this. Yeah? So, or let's call them the social democrats. I think that the failures that we're talking about on the left are really quite vividly represented by Skopje to me. I have to say, it's very interesting because of this failure to do anything about the profound transformation that are extremely corrupt. I mean, corrupt to the extent he had to leave the country, otherwise he would have been prosecuted, president or prime minister, an organization. So I'm not excusing that at all, but they had a kind of vision. And this kind of vision was then implemented, and then it was met with silence in a way by the opposition. I mean, resistance don't do it, as you were saying, Esther. You know, like it's we can say no, but the moment anybody says, okay, well, here's the power, what are you going to do with it? The left has almost no, it seems, no project or answer to that. And you know, she was interesting in talking about the fact that it's submitted itself to the market as an economic system, so therefore it's about managing that market slightly fairly, but even that I think is arguable that the left would actually effectively do that. And you have like civic platform and things like that being, you know, not much different economic. In fact, you could argue that PIS is actually more economically progressive than civic platform, I think, in certain ways in Poland. Not that I'm defending them, but there's that true. And then the other thing is, I think, with the cultural institutions, which was interesting that Iskra pointed out, is this tendency of the left to accuse, and it comes back to what Dima said, actually, that, you know, the job of art is to propose something that maybe doesn't exist yet or hasn't been thought yet, or to try and put that into discourse, to imagine the world otherwise, and then eventually that imagination might lead to something else, which isn't only imagination. And I think that that's something which the left has been completely contemptuous of in the last 20 years by this sort of feeble attempt to appeal to an anti-elitist movement that the right has started. So it's accepted the market, but it's also accepted this notion that intellectuals, if you like, using Iskra's word, I'd struggle with that word, but fair enough. Intellectuals are elitist by definition. And so they have nothing to offer because they're only interested in their own bubble, in a way, is the argument, which is hard to sustain historically, but seems to be the position that the left occupies. So I wonder whether you can talk about the oppositions within, the democratic oppositions within Poland and Hungary. I won't come to you on that one, Dima. I don't think there is so much. But the democratic oppositions in a still nominal illiberal democracy, even the illiberal still has democracy attached. They haven't quite removed it yet. So is there anything in that territory which you feel, is there any hope in that territory of democratic opposition?
Honestly, when it comes to Poland, I think we're quite disillusioned. I mean, we all are 110% sure that if the current democratic opposition took power, it would be for the better for everyone on every level, in every sector, and that we have to, you know, form alliances with them. There is no question about that. On the other hand, it is the so-called liberal or, you know, center-liberal mayor of Warsaw who's closing Biennale Warszawa down, right? The only, like, you know, the state is closing down all the critical institutions and turning them into these alt-right madness machines. And then the liberal mayor of the capital is closing down like one of the very few great, you know, critical institutions that think about climate crisis, technology, post-capitalism. That's what they are doing. Part of the, you know, Eastern European Biennial. And they're just closing it down because, well, because of this political mess that they got into, but also that they want to establish an observatory for culture, which will produce more and more reports on the state of culture. When it's, you can see that it's, you know, collapsing. And the idea of the liberal democratic opposition is to produce more reports on that, you know, which doesn't make absolutely any sense. I don't think, well, we see more like vision and power and ideas for the future within the Polish Greens. Obviously, like all Green parties are on the rise in Europe, and Polish Greens are a part of this movement. At least they have a clear message, a clear idea, clear policies, but also some people on the left, some forces on the left recently started to emancipate. And I think there is an important thing happening. We mentioned the leftist party Razem together, and they are always separate, of course, like the most leftists in Poland. But they really like left all the international leftist alliances on the claim that, you know, the Central and Eastern European left has to, you know, emancipate from the Western left because our situation is so different that we have to deal with some things on our own. And I think it's been happening in numerous countries since the war started, since the invasion of Ukraine. Many of the leftist parties started to leave, you know, alliances like Progressive International or DiEM25, you know, thinking about creating like a regional alternative to that. And in this movement of emancipation, I think that this is quite interesting, quite important. It encompasses the left in the Baltic states, Romania, Moldova, Georgia, Poland, Czech Republic as well, I guess. I don't know about others, but I know this is happening in those circles. So maybe that's some kind, you know, of hope. Apart from the Greens, you know, who are the ones who are thinking about sustainability the most, definitely. And they are actually, the Greens party are the only ones, their PR manager is one of the most famous Polish gallerists. And he like makes the far-right attacks on culture one of the, you know, most important things for the Green Party agenda right now. And they are present on every demonstration. They are the ones throwing press conferences in front of the institutions, etc. So there is an alliance forming between the art world and the Greens Party in Poland right now, definitely.
And do you, that sounds a silly question, but we've talked about exit strategies. And so do you think that those resistances within whatever exists of the democratic public sphere, if we say the old notion of Öffentlichkeit or whatever, the public sphere, is that worth it? Is that something that you want to support as well as what you're doing? Do we need to work on, in a way, on both levels? Or is it better to focus on the exit strategy alone?
I believe I don't know if Esther, you will agree with me, but I believe we should work on every possible level, because we have less and less exit doors from this mess. So we need every possible alliance and every possible way to sustain what's left. And for example, this Opolno Zdrój plenaire we showed, Opolno 2071, it wouldn't be possible without Eco-Unia, which is like NGO. They never had anything to do with art. But they needed artists to communicate with local community, because the local community is mostly miners from the Turów open pit mine, and they didn't want to discuss anything with politicians, with activists. So yeah, so we need this strange alliance to build some utopia and to think about the future.
Yeah. Just to add to that, in Opolno Zdrój, the alliance is even more improbable, because it was formed by the local government, which is PiS, ecological NGOs, cutting-edge artists from Warsaw, and funding from Great Britain. And this is all, to create this kind of long-term exchange, sustainable program of exchange between arts, the local community, the ecological community, of devising a future, like post-extractivist future for a town that's literally at the edge of the mine.
Yeah, and local miners.
And local miners.
Esther, I know that in Hungary there's been an attempt to unite the anti-Orban voice in some way, and I wondered if, do they have a cultural policy that combined resistance or opposition, and how do you feel about that whole process?
Yeah, so I think what the lesson that the opposition parties also learned, and I think that's also what we have learned in the cultural sphere, is that change will not come from the above. So we cannot just sit around, and I think even so it's again organization. It's somehow the key, and and it's not the first time. So yeah, and the elections are coming up April 3rd in Hungary. Yeah, very exciting, and. Yeah, but the thing is, so that there has always been a debate of uniting the opposition parties, because they did it the last time. But the thing is that they realized that anyhow the voting or the election system and the voting system is it's catered towards, or it's tilted towards the incumbent and the ruling party. So if we have several opposition parties, but none of them strong enough to win the election. So obviously it was the division of the vote by nature. And then so they did form an alliance, but of course I wouldn't say alliance. I've been using that word for other things, but they got together and to have one place on the election slot, so that they wouldn't divide the votes. But of course, also the problems of this, that it unites. It's a very broad coalition from the ex-socialists to the far right. So it's not easy to cast a vote. Yeah. So, but in terms of strategies, it's they got together and they debated among themselves. And of course it's always a big debate who should be the candidate for the prime minister in this very broad coalition. Yeah, but that's a strategy that we'll see how it works.
But I think on this idea of a sort of broad front in which using the instruments of manipulated democracy, let's say, while at the same time building from below, if you like, and maybe through the commons that we learnt about from Gabriella as well, not necessarily referring to these democratic models, that's what you said, Bogna, about these two registers. I think it's something we can pick up tomorrow, but I think it's very important to think beyond democracy at the same time as trying to use whatever's left in the way that, for instance, something like Hungary is doing, but not imagine that that's the goal. Actually, that's just a tactic and not a strategy. And sorry, Bob.
Yeah, no, I want to say just one sentence because I thought that maybe I finally have an answer to your question that I processed it. And the answer is that we have to support all the efforts of democratic opposition. At least in Poland, I believe there's no other way. But we cannot, believe that it will actually save art world, save culture. I believe that for art world and for cultural world, there are only exit strategies right now in Poland. And even if the power changes, it will take a long time for the institutions to return not to normal, but rather return to something new, to the past or to the future. But yeah, in the cultural and art world, we have to focus on exit strategies, and at the same time, we have to obviously support the democratic opposition because the world doesn't end within the art world and cultural sphere.
No, that's really, really helpful. And it goes, actually, in the text that Zdenka and I wrote in the beginning, we asked these questions about how do we both seek to defend the limited space to think and act within real democracy and push for a new sense of living well and caring for the planet we share. And I think that obviously the answer to those two questions, that two-part question, is not the same. And that's maybe very important to understand that these are sort of interim steps of defense. All these wartime metaphors are difficult at the moment. No, but interim steps of taking account of what is possible, while at the same time looking at this exit as a positive step. I think not to apologize for it in a way. I think, but to see it as a zone of possibility indeed, which could be defended and maybe even could grow and eventually retake the city, I suppose. Sorry, another military metaphor. It's really, really bad. Sorry. Apologize. Are there any questions? I've been looking around, nobody put their hand up, but you're welcome to do so now. Yeah, can you go to the lectern, please?
Yeah, I think, Charles, it's very important what you mentioned, that illiberalism is not exclusively Eastern European thing, and Tomasz Masnak will talk more about it tomorrow at his evening lecture. But there is a question, what is still Eastern European? And as you have this Eastern European Alliance, the biennials and so on. So this is also my question I've been going on in last 20 years, and there is expression, former East, former West, I've never used it, I have to say. Always had problems with it because, of course, we live in the same world, but there are still differences in the same. There are specific illiberalisms, and I think we need to discuss them. But, okay, so what is this? I think that what is obvious that here in our part of the world we have more political interferences in the cultural institutions, and then the question is why is happening and why is more obvious than for example in the West. And I think that it is because the cultural institutions still in Eastern Europe are mostly publicly funded. And I think this is this specific differences, which at the same time requires, of course, already Iskra in the morning said, and you were repeating how important it is to reorganize or completely, restructure the institutions, and the question is, if we have more political interferences, how in the future, to protect, because the institutions are always the first, they change the directors and they change this and that, and this is. So how to protect the institutions, if I may say so, in the future from these political interferences? And I think there is another strong tradition in Eastern Europe, and this is the tradition of dissidents. And in Yugoslavia, a little bit different, I would say more the tradition of civil society, especially here in Slovenia. And this is always something that we, when we have a difficult situation, try to remember and try to, again and again, to learn from. And here, of course, the question how the institutions can restructure is relevant in terms how to link this question to this specific Eastern European tradition. How to, and you are all doing it. I think in Poland how the alliances between the institutions, especially the Museum of Modern Art, and different communities and activists is very, very good at the moment, and it works very well. I think this is something that where the answers to the question how to restructure the institution lies. And in Internationale we have this constituent museum model, and we are going on, I hope, in the next few years to research this. And this is the crucial thing, I think, how to link the different initiatives with the institutions and how to protect. This is the only way then that you have this link to democratic public sphere, let's say, when something like that as it's happening in Eastern Europe at the moment. Well, this is just a comment, and I wanted to ask you, Esther, how you mentioned, how Eastern European network of biennials wants to refer to this Eastern European tradition. You said we don't want to think the Eastern Europe as something homogeneous or nostalgic, but what it is that it's difficult to answer maybe, but I think it's worth to try to.
Yes, I mean, this is yeah, it's an ongoing debate, of course, and we don't really have the answer, but what we would, again, like to engage with is, first of all, that, we are in certain parts of the world, and of course, as you said, we are in different conditions. So Ukraine is a post-Soviet state, and Riga is a Baltic post-Soviet state. We're post-socialist, I mean, in terms of Poland and Hungary and the Czech Republic. So I mean, and I don't know, yeah, and I also realized that, just how I speak, that, I oftentimes I make generalizations about Eastern Europe based on my experience in Hungary, and then, it's extremely, good to work with Vasil and Vasil Cherepanyin and Serge Klimko in Ukraine, who say that, it doesn't apply, what you just said, it doesn't apply to a post-Soviet context. So I think it's yeah. So that's definitely what we try to counter, that Eastern Europe is not one thing, and we cannot just say easily statements about it. But I think, and also, I mean, also there was a debate whether it's East Europe or Eastern Europe. But also one of the things that we want, I think we ended up with the East to make it actually a lot broader. So one of the things that we have been engaged with also as individual biennials, but also as the alliances, some of the the parallels or intersections of practices with initiatives in the global South. So the East somehow speaks to that as well. So a little bit of broadening of the category, but not in relation to the West, but more to the South. But yeah.
If I could have a quick response, because I absolutely agree with what you said, Zdenka, about, sustainability, meaning working with different constituencies and kind of encouraging to become part of the institutional ecosystem. But I believe that even if we are applying it in MSN Warsaw, MoMA Warsaw, it's still not enough. Like, we still have to push it even further, because it's very hard in every, and I'm generalizing now about Polish experience and Polish institutions. It's very hard to make like real long-term commitments, like to run programs like the Anti-Fascist Year, for example, is, working with Polish Antifa for 4 years now, and we're always there with them. We always do things together. And it's the same with those ecological assemblies. They're designed in a way for those communities of artists, activists, researchers to keep in contact with the community that they want to work with, to keep contact with the place and its situation. And it's thought to be at least 3 to 5 years long. This is the minimum. And I believe that still within institutions we're doing the best we can. We're trying hard in very hostile environment. But also Zachęta National Art Gallery also had numerous connections. They were having numerous educational programs. They were inviting activists. They were inviting young artists. And it still wasn't enough, to make it sustainable and for them, to really maintain those contacts. Even in Labyrinth Gallery in Lublin, where the director was recently ousted, he was working directly with Women's Strike, which was, like the most powerful civic movement in recent years in Poland. And yet he did an exhibition for them, and yet it was still not enough, for example, to Women's Strike to stand up for him when he was attacked by the far right. He was abandoned and left alone. So I believe that we still have to continue with those efforts, work with those activist groups, really reach out to those constituencies and make them feel they are part of this ecosystem, that when the museum, the gallery disappears, they lose something that they really value. Making one exhibition or having a half-year program is probably not enough. And we as institutions struggle with long-term commitments. That's why we are trying to, do this outside of the mainstream institutional system.
Super. I'd like to give Dima just a chance to respond from the post-Soviet Russia. To this idea of Zdenka's question of how is there an East Europe in a way? What does that feel like from Petersburg?
Oh, thank you. Actually, for us, and especially after recent event, because actually it was before many speculations that actually Russia is Europe, and actually it probably yes, there is also the term Eurasia, and actually, as far as I remember, you and one other museum and Internationale work on this kind of concept, which is, I guess, very important. But I have just simple question, because I think it's absolutely legitimate when Eastern European try to conceptualize itself in relation to the West and kind of in dialogue with Global South, but at the same time you have that kind of monster behind in the East. And actually for Baltic Republic, for Poland, I guess it's a big issue, and how this collaboration, which right now also very problematic, because actually Russia considered to be colonial power, but at the same time, if you talk about decolonization of Eastern Europe, decolonization, if we take it seriously from South American tradition, it's something against Western mindset about kind of hegemony of Western ideas, and actually right now it looks like different possibilities of collaboration, and then Russia comes as a kind of opposition. It's a big mess, and for us also right now we feel a bit lost, because actually all our kind of cultures double bind, so we're European and non-European at the same time, and it's quite big difference to what Eastern European feel like. At the same time, because of that post-communist state, we have a lot in common, a lot of histories, a lot of connection, a lot of art histories. And actually, sometimes I can definitely easily understand Museum Sztuki in Lodz, where I've been many times, and the history of Polish avant-garde and all that stuff, because you can simply say that these connections do not exist, they do not present, they don't influence that certain kind of situation, especially, and politically too. Politically it become much more hot issue. So sorry for that kind of very broad comment, but at the same time it's what is on my mind right now, and actually also for that decoloniality, because right now it was very interesting article published recently by two Ukrainian scholars based in Chicago, where they quite radically use language of decoloniality in relation to Russian and Ukrainian culture, how to decolonize Ukraine from Russian kind of colonial burden of that kind of Russian language, Russian big names, and so on and so on. And it's really very urgent issue. So that's why actually they say that it should be completely canceled, because it's kind of culture of oppression. But how we in this situation still insist that what I said in my presentation, that it's not just culture of oppression, it's culture of humanity, it's culture of dissent, it's many other things too, but at the same time, it's a culture of oppression in this particular relation. So sorry for being long.
No, thanks, Dima, and I think we'll come back to this question of decolonizing or maybe de-imperializing as well. Might be useful to make some distinctions tomorrow. But it's, I know, so, and I've got 4 minutes past, I'm 4 minutes late. But I'm going to stop now and to finally give up my moderation duties for the day and hand over to Zdenka in a minute. But I'd just like a round of applause and to thank very much Esther, Bogna, Kuba, and Dima as well from St. Petersburg. Thank you.
Zoom presentation again, hybrid conference. Hazal Halavut is, do we have Nika, we have Hazal online, yeah? Hazal is a co-editor and writer for the online feminist journal in Turkish. Here is like five harfiller, so Hazal will correct me. Interested in post-colonial feminist theory, psychoanalysis, trauma, and memory studies. Her written work encompasses literary criticism to feminist politics and history, and to state violence and witnessing. Her current research traces the repression, representation, and memory of the Armenian genocide in modern Turkish literature. Hazal is a PhD candidate at the Women and Gender Studies Institute at University of Toronto. Hazal, hello.
Hi. Hello. I'm very excited to be part of this inspiring conference, an inspiring panel. After listening to the amazing presentations in the panel, actually, I think my talk will address to something beyond Eastern Europe and Western Europe divide, as I'll take you to both to the global anti-gender movements, but also to the margins of Europe, which is Turkey. Today, I'm going to speak about the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, better known as the Istanbul Convention. So as you all know, last year on March 20th, women and LGBTQI communities in Turkey woke up to a feared announcement. And through a midnight presidential decree, Turkey unilaterally withdrew from the Istanbul Convention. So protests all over the country, women's rights organizations, NGOs and opposition parties, appeals at the Council of State, nothing really worked. On July 1st, Turkey's current president, President Erdogan's edict was officially enforced, and Turkey, which had been the first country to sign the convention in 2011, became also the first country to withdraw. So what happened in a decade that took Turkey from being the first signatory to be the first country to withdraw from the convention? The government at the time, when the convention was open to signatures in Istanbul in 2011, was the same as today. The AKP, Justice and Development Party, led by Erdogan again. But the AKP of 2011 was a different beast. So on the one hand, understanding Turkey's decision to withdraw from the Istanbul Convention requires examining the authoritarian turn the country took after 2015 towards what we might call a kayyum regime, where the democratic decision-making mechanisms were seized and bypassed by government appointees called kayyum, or the president himself, as he is the kayyum embodied. But on the other hand, Istanbul Convention has been the target of anti-gender movements and the transnational alliance of the right-wing populism in several European countries. As many of you know, Istanbul Convention has been taking the headlines in several countries for a number of years now. There have been public, parliamentary, and legal debates about the convention, and especially about the word gender it promotes. We've seen heated protests of those who oppose it, thousands of people taking the streets in defense of it. So when we take a closer look at these debates, the question becomes how an international treaty drafted to combat gender-based violence became so politicized. And in order to answer this question, I think we need to have a closer look at the specter that is haunting Europe as well as the globe, the specter of gender. And I believe reviewing the main opposition points to the Istanbul Convention quickly would provide the context. The official justification for Turkey's decision to withdraw from the convention was that the convention, originally intended to promote women's rights, quote, was hijacked by a group of people attempting to normalize homosexuality, which is incompatible with Turkey's social and family values, end quote. The Turkish government is well aware that it is not the only country that instrumentalizes homophobia to limit women's empowerment, nor is presenting the Istanbul Convention as a threat to social and family values peculiar to Turkey. In Poland, a leaked document in March 2021 showed that the Polish government would not confine itself to simply withdrawing from the Istanbul Convention, but plans to replace it with an alternative convention on family rights, and that it has invited the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Slovenia, and Croatia to join in. The alternate treaty, referred to as the Warsaw Convention, is designed to protect the family against the constant threats posed by the so-called gender ideology. In July 2018, in Bulgaria, an intense wave of lobbying led by groups such as Society and Values, a conservative organization which is a member of US-run coalition World Congress of Families, resulted in the country's highest court deciding that the Istanbul Convention does not conform to the Bulgarian constitution due to its definition of gender as a social construct. According to the court, such an understanding of gender, quote, relativizes the line between the two sexes, male and female, as biologically determined, unquote. Once signed, the convention must be ratified by the parliaments in order to be implemented. So as the pressure to ratify the convention continued, the leaders of Lithuanian Christian communities issued a joint statement last year, claiming that the legislation based on preconceived notions and oppositions between men and women, quote, denied human nature and endangered the common good, end quote. In the Czech Republic, the Christian and Democratic Union has organized to oppose the promotion of non-stereotypical gender roles, claiming that doing so is a threat to children. In Latvia, religious leaders claim that the convention contradicts with the constitution and, quote, makes it possible to impose on Latvia a project of changing society based on a gender ideology, end quote. The Constitutional Court had to weigh in, deciding recently that the convention complies with the constitution. But similarly, Slovakia's parliament has voted against ratification of the convention twice already, focusing on the threat of same-sex marriages. The ruling Fidesz party in Hungary has argued against the convention not only for its destructive gender ideology, but also because it might, quote, speed up or simplify immigration to Europe, end quote. Effectively refusing the obligation under the convention to receive refugees persecuted over sexual orientation or gender. So across Europe, whether in constitutional courts or religious leaders open letters to parliaments, 3 articles of the 37-page long convention emerge as a source of controversy. Article 3C, which defines gender as socially constructed roles, behaviors, and activities. Article 4.3, that calls for fundamental rights to be secured without discrimination on any ground, including sexual orientation and gender identity. And Article 12.1, which outlines the need to fight against stereotyped roles for women and men. So all the parties in the debate claim that violence against women, the sole focus of the convention, should end. What they oppose is the framing of the eradication of violence against women in these articles in the context of achieving de facto gender equality, which distinguishes the Istanbul Convention from all prior legislative attempts. So then the question becomes, what's wrong with gender equality? And this is beyond Europe, actually. A global anti-gender movement working hand in glove with the populist right has been demonizing the word gender across the globe. From the recent law that went into effect in Texas, which bans abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy, to Turkey's withdrawal from Istanbul Convention. From the closing down of gender studies departments in Hungary in 2019, to the right-wing mobilization against the historical peace referendum agreement in Colombia on the basis of gender ideology, and to the efforts to scrap the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family in South Korea, or from the Peruvian campaign against the imposition of the so-called ideology of gender in school curriculums in 2018, to Poland's LGBT-free zones, which is, as of today, I believe, formed by more than 100 municipalities, 1/3 of country. So in all these examples, we can see that an unholy alliance of conservative and religious groups across the globe are seeking to reverse major legal and social achievements on gender equality and sexual freedom to preserve the heteronormative patriarchal order. So in a way, on the one hand, and the anti-feminist backlashes are not new. The opposition to and counterattack against what is known as the second wave of feminism today had already gained momentum in the 1970s. However, the global movements against women and LGBTQI rights that have intensified in the last decade are different, both in terms of their scope and their mobilization. First, they're increasingly transnational in the sense that different groups across the globe, from small-scale men's rights groups on Facebook to multi-million-dollar corporations, governments, and religious institutions, they are learning from each other, joining forces, making alliances. And secondly, these movements are able to create mass public and street mobilizations. And whether in France, Italy, Peru, or Puerto Rico, they are doing this by creating panic about traditional values, families, children, and hence the future of nations. So the concept of gender, a concept that is more or less, since Simone de Beauvoir declared one is not born a woman but becomes one in 1949, has remained central to feminist knowledge production and practice, plays the leading role in these new movements. Contrary to the feminist project of emancipation, their concept of gender is a demonic force, a destructive conspiracy. So I would like to briefly review the history of this demonization of gender. This notion of gender ideology as a threat to traditional family values first came from the Vatican in 1990s. In response to the official recognition of reproductive and sexual rights as human rights in the United Nations conferences of Cairo and Beijing in 1994 and 1995, the Vatican took a series of steps to alarm its followers with the threat of the destruction of natural and traditional roles of women and men, upon which its concept of families and society is based. As women succeeded in introducing the word gender in international treaties and UN documents, gender ideology gradually became the term through which the Vatican organized its backlash against the accomplishments of feminist and LGBTQI movements. However, while the Vatican, a few Catholic states, and conservative NGOs were the main actors of the fight against women's rights at the United Nations in the 1990s, today, with Muslim and post-Soviet states, the United States, who are sometimes joined by groups such as the Organization for Islamic Cooperation, the League of Arab States, the UN Africa Group, and the G77, the transnational alliance against gender is larger than ever. The euphemism of protection of natural families obscures the misogynist, homophobic, and transphobic agenda. The US-based Christian Right Coalition, World Congress of Families, began organizing world conferences to convene these groups in 1997. In 2004, the UN's International Day of the Family and the International Year of the Family started to be commemorated. Conservative NGOs formed the UN Family Rights Caucus in 2008, and 25 UN members established the Group of the Friends of Family in 2015. So at the same time, mass mobilizations against gender ideology have been stirred up with the rise of right-wing populist governments and political parties from Latin America to the United States, from Central and Eastern Europe to South Asia, which need to invent constant threats to create an us positioned against them. These populist movements operate through divisive and polarizing discourses of ordinary people versus the elite, the true patriots versus the betrayers, or the pious underdogs versus the degenerate seculars. Different ethnic and religious minorities within countries are positioned as the common enemy. Muslims for the West for many Muslim countries, migrants and refugees in every context are demonized. Increasingly, intellectuals, activists, human rights defenders, civil society leaders, those who are the reminders of the fallen promise of liberal democracy are positioned as them and are being targeted. Women who defend their reproductive rights, who want equal pay, who fight for non-discrimination, and LGBTQI communities who demand freedom and equality are dragged into this pool of them, often as degenerates who poison the nation with their important notions of sex, gender, identity, and freedom. the us side of the dichotomy ceaselessly emphasizes women's sacred roles as mothers and wives. And we see almost in all of the countries that are mentioned, the same discourses just being repeated and repeated over and over again. Hence, feminist scholars trace the recent global rise of anti-gender ideology, not just as a simple continuation of anti-feminist backlash, but rather as an essential part of a new political configuration where religious institutions, initially led by the Vatican, have joined forces with neoliberal, right-wing, populist, and authoritarian movements. In this new configuration, gender is often used as a glue in the populist discourse to mobilize people around the insecurity and unfairness produced by the current social order, and to harness the anxiety, shame, and anger caused by neoliberalism. The discourse of attack on traditional values and family is useful for populist parties to direct people's sufferings and under unstable conditions to a false dream of both a stable past and a stable future, where heteronormative family, in which men were and will remain men, women were and will remain women as God wanted them to be as the nucleus of the society. So this is the social and political context in which the Istanbul Convention became the target of anti-gender movements and populist right. Having significant crossovers with these movements in Europe and across the globe, Turkey's decision to withdraw from the Istanbul Convention is, of course, also stems from the country's own fascist turmoil. The Justice and Development Party, first AKP, first came into power as a liberal conservative party in 2002, ending the decade-long coalition government periods associated with political instability and economic turmoil. Contrary to the anti-Western tradition of political Islam, in which many of its cadres and supporters were rooted, it positioned itself as a pro-market, pro-democracy Western ally in the region in a post-9/11 world. Populist since its inception, AKP's us were the pious underdogs, and the them they stood up against were the secular elites, the Kemalists at the beginning. At the onset, AKP adopted a series of reforms to democratize the political system, to adhere to the harmonization packages of the European Union. Achieving the long-awaited Turkish dream of EU membership was an important goal for the party, for it served to make Turkey a model Muslim country while also helping to undermine the Kemalist hegemony over the state apparatus. In 2011, 2 terms into the AKP government, with the souring of EU membership dreams due to the Cyprus conflict, and a new neo-Ottomanist foreign policy doctrine that turned Turkey towards its regional neighbors for trade and expansion, a paradigm shift was already underway. But Turkey was still holding on to the role of the model Muslim country in many international forums, and promoting gender equality was an important component of its image. Thus, the AKP government worked tremendously hard to have the convention open for signatures in Istanbul, and hence coined the convention's name. This was a calculated move to gain international leverage and legitimacy. However, the government was never so keen on implementation. President Erdogan, who was the prime minister at the time, declared that he did not believe in equality between men and women at every chance, and and asked women to have at least 3 kids, emphasized the women's role as mothers constantly. Similarly, AKP's politics of gender in this period, despite a few measures deemed progress, relied on neoliberal and neoconservative familialism The demise of welfare state was obfuscated in neoconservative feminism, whose strengthening was necessary to fill the gap left by the withdrawal of the state. In this new configuration, women remained assigned to their traditional roles as mothers and wives, while AKP's increasing emphasis on fitrat, which is the Islamic concept of disposition, aimed at ensuring that patriarchy was not only institutional, but also a God-given order. As AKP increased its power, women's empowerment and gender equality was increasingly cast as opposition to the ideology of protecting the family. And after 2015, things just got so much worse. The reasons behind the AKP's turn toward an ultra-nationalist and anti-Western, ultra-conservative populist politics might be traced back to geopolitical events such as the popular uprisings of the Arab Spring, followed by the coup in Egypt against the Muslim Brotherhood, or to the Syrian Democratic Union parties becoming a major regional actor through its fight with ISIS, and the possibility of another autonomous Kurdish region in Turkey's south. Domestically, the Gezi uprising of 2013 that started in Istanbul and spread across the country against AKP policies was probably an alarm bell for Erdogan. Although the uprising was violently suppressed in a short span of time, by carrying the Gezi spirit into its election campaign and bringing Kurds, socialists, feminists, LGBTQI people, and other opposition to AKP, the Kurdish-affiliated People's Democratic Party received more than 6 million votes in the June 2005 national election and won 80 seats in parliament. Denied a parliamentary majority, Erdogan's plan to transition to an executive presidency regime was effectively squashed at the ballot box. And the retaliation was swift. In a short span of time, the country was dragged into turmoil. Several bomb attacks left scores of peaceful protesters dead in Suruç and Ankara. The peace process with the PKK was discarded overnight, and the AKP government started military operations in Kurdish towns in which hundreds died. In November 2015, just 5 months after the last election, Turkey was forced back to the polls, and the AKP, through its coalition with Nationalist Movement Party, regained its majority. In 2016, a coup attempt against Erdogan enabled a further AKP counteroffensive. The AKP declared a state of emergency, seizing and reorganizing state institutions while whipping up populist frenzy against an increasing number of those that it deemed to be foes. Kurds, leftists, and civil society organizations were caught in the crosshairs. Media outlets were closed, women's and LGBTQI organizations were forced to close, and gay pride was banned and attacked. Hundreds of journalists, human rights defenders, and members of the Kurdish freedom movement, including democratically elected MPs and mayors, were put behind bars. Erdogan's Kayyum regime began in September 2016 when he assigned Kayyums, government-appointed trustees, to 28 municipalities, 20 of them Kurdish, by executive order. The seizure of Kurdish municipalities was followed by a constitutional change in 2017, where a presidential system replaced the already weakened parliamentary structure. Erdogan had seized all remaining control of the state, consolidating his hold on media and financial networks in the country, and concretized a Kayyum regime under his one-man rule. With this authoritative turn, women's and LGBTQI rights became a further site of political contestation, where anti-gender, homophobic political discourses merged with neoconservative feminism. Long-held women's rights have been targeted, such as alimony, which is now opposed by conservative groups claiming that it saddles men with excessive financial burdens. Erdogan's calls on women to have 3 children morphed into calling women with no children half women. Feminists, lesbians, women's and LGBTQI organizations were singled out in attacks in his speeches as immoral. And inspired by Erdogan's statements, organized conservative opposition against the Istanbul Convention grew. Before the presidential election in 2018, a petition signed by groups close to AKP warned against the international assault on the family, which wanted to, quote, to destroy all the accounts of values such as religion, morality, father, honor, dignity, tradition, and custom, end quote. Following years, 66 Islamic NGOs came together to condemn the Istanbul Convention and urge the government to withdraw. The statement claimed that the concept of gender that the convention promoted denied the biological sexes of God's creation and aims at, quote, normalizing homosexuality and other pervert orientations, end quote. That the goal to be achieved with terms such as gender equality was the feminization of men and masculinization of women, leading to an increase in divorces. So what I want to emphasize here, yes, there was always this conservative tendency, and there was the frenzy about the traditional family values, women's roles as mothers, but this language about gender, and gender being the threat, the concept of gender in Islamic NGOs' statement are almost direct translations from Vatican-led discourses. Another thing that must be noted here is that Turkey's withdrawal from the Istanbul Convention did not build on public support, not even from the AKP's voter base. Anti-gender opposition groups are getting stronger, yes, and they are getting stronger both encouraged by Erdogan's statements and politics, but also from the transnational alliances that they are building. And these groups are not the majority, rather they are jostling to consolidate power in Erdogan's Kayyum regime. They are echoing and mobilizing language and ideas formulated by the Vatican and in use by the global anti-gender movement, both to target the Istanbul Convention and achieve their local ends. In this way, right-wing neoconservative Islamic populism and right-wing neoconservative Christian populisms are coordinating their attacks on women and LGBTQI people, even as they position themselves against each other. In this sense, on one hand, Turkey's withdrawal is a continued turn away from what Europe once represented, as it aligns itself instead with right-wing neoconservative populist Europe. On the other hand, the new anti-gender discourses adopted by the Justice and Development Party are a continuation of its policies to limit women's empowerment, but go further by harnessing people's hardships stemming from living in a collapsing regime and an economic downturn to roll back women's long-held achievements. And lastly, I want to say that if today's right-wing conservative alliance does not define itself as anti-woman, anti-feminist, anti-LGBTQI, but instead anti-gender, it is due to the extraordinary success of women and LGBTQI movements to carry the emancipatory concept of gender into legal treaties, mainstream politics, and public debates. Yes, the alliance against equality and freedom is larger than ever, but gender equality and sexual freedom movements are fighting back in every country that right-wing populism has gained a foothold in and elsewhere. And the joining of forces between feminists and LGBTQI movements and with other groups struggling for racial, economic, and environmental justice and self-determination movements is essential to resist this right-wing, neoconservative, neoliberal populist alliance. Thank you. I think.
Thank you very much, Hazal, for this, very more than interesting presentation, and it's something that we really need in this discussion of on democracy at our conference. It is, you listed the Eastern European countries that somehow oppose the Istanbul Convention, and I think, what happened in Eastern Europe, this conservative turn happened after 2008, after the financial crisis, and I see that moment also as a moment when neoliberalism turned to something else, and it is something that it is not so much about this, the world without the borders, but at the same time you were talking about alliances, like Islamic and Christian common ground in how they treat the gender issue and so on. And you finished with when you said that how important is, that there is also alliance between the feminist LGBTQ movements, but I think it should be even more, so I would like to hear your comment, so, there are, it seems that the world became more like we have this new protectionist economy, and it seems that the borders are again the borders and all these things, but at the same time, there are new international and transnational alliances with conservative and more progressive. Wouldn't it be enough to create only this gender-based, let's say, international or global alliance, or it requires, something broader, that you understand?
Yeah. Okay. I would say definitely broader. I mean, that's one of my points, actually. Yes, I mean, the feminists and LGBTQI movements as separate movements have achieved a lot in the last decades. But right now, this right-wing conservative alliance that is more and more transnational, that is more and more like stronger every day, is actually taking over all those accomplishments. So I believe it is really a time for joining forces, not only between feminist and LGBTQI movements, but with all other groups that are struggling for economic, racial, and environmental justice, and that are fighting for self-determination rights. So only a transnational alliance for freedom and for equality can really be, successful about at least keeping what we have achieved against this unholy alliance, I believe.
Thank you. And I think, besides that, these transnational alliances, the local micropolitics are also very important. And I would like to hear if, how I suppose there is a lot of violence against women, of course, in Turkey, and I suppose it is even increasing. So how the communities, how things are organized to oppose this violence?
I mean, violence against women in Turkey has always been a big problem. But to be honest, the Istanbul Convention was not being implemented even before the withdrawal. So Erdogan's government and the AKP of the time, yes, signed the convention and ratified it, but never really built the structures, institutions that could actually put Istanbul Convention in use. So withdrawing from Istanbul Convention right now doesn't necessarily brings an increase in violence against women, since it wasn't implemented, but it will eventually, because this discursive movement, like, it's not only the withdrawal, it's a gesture, right? Erdogan's big gesture of you know, opposing, as like juxtaposing women's freedom and women's rights with the family and conservative values. And of course, this declarations about withdrawing from Istanbul Convention, or president himself, like declaring that he doesn't believe in equality between women and men, or that women's roles is, you know, being wives and mothers. Like, these, of course, in the end are affecting already existing, already patriarchal values and norms in the society, and will result in an increase in violence against women. But women's movement in Turkey is very strong. It's one of the most powerful movements in Turkey. In 2015, all the movements, all the oppositions, Kurds, leftists, women's movement, feminists, LGBTQI, we are under a lot of pressure. People are already in prison, or like they had to flee the country. But I think everyone's aware in Turkey right now, if there's one path to get out of this imprisonment we are in, is that path is a united path for all of the opposition groups.
Thank you. So I'm sure there are questions. There is one. Yeah, that's how it is.
Hi, thank you so much for your intervention. I'm from Poland, based in Warsaw, so listening to that, you know, I kind of can feel what you're talking about, and also understand why you're speaking about an unholy alliance, because in Poland, you know, numerous, many information and research has been done also on the international connections of this anti-gender, anti-feminism movement. But I wanted to ask, how do you see the role of Putin's Russia in all of that, and what are, you know, the outlooks for the future for the unholy alliance in the face of the Russian invasion of Ukraine? Because I'm sure we would all agree that, you know, this unholy alliance is to a large degree financed by Russian money, or maybe was financed by Russian money.
Thank you. Yes, actually, when I was listening to your presentation about the anti-fascist year and what's going on in Poland, I was also like, you know, not only about in terms of Istanbul Convention and gender politics, but I was also thinking about how right-wing populism has very common characteristics in many countries, but of course each country has its own specifics too. I mean, in terms of what's going to happen after this war, to be honest, I don't want to really close, or like I don't want to talk very pessimistically, but the unholy alliance and how it is getting stronger and financed was already kind of painting a very gloomy picture. And after this war, this invasion of Russia, not only in terms of, I mean, in terms of both logistics and discursively, and of course this this war machine, and what Putin and Russia and by this invasion symbolizes and promotes is going to have long-term effects. But I want to point out to one more thing. However this war ends, as much as Russia, US is one of the biggest funders of this unholy alliance and US-led organizations. And the fight in the, the fight in the UN between these family groups that are, so what I want to say is that, you know, like in the geopolitics, when we look at the picture, we can say, you know, the Christian groups are fighting with Islamic groups or the US groups with the Russian groups. But what is happening actually in terms of this family-based traditional values and in terms of the anti-gender movements, these seemingly opposing groups are coming together and joining forces, even the groups that we think that are most opposition to each other. So yeah, I don't know. I can't really respond to the question what's going to happen after this war, but I can only maybe respond to that we all have one path to go from here, and it has to be a transnational alliance between all the people who are in freedom movements in all over these countries.
Another question.
I'm not sure this is a question, maybe an enlargement of the problem. I feel that when we are saying we need alliances, broad alliances, we have, with the hegemony of liberalism and its crumbling away, I think, from 90s on, in that way, I would say that liberalism or liberal global order has inherited some of the legacy of the period before, be it developmentalist, be it socialist, et cetera, that held the promise of emancipation, broad emancipation, and under that umbrella, it pushed large segments of the population to achieve certain level of well-being, institutional protection, this and that. And liberal order and liberal democracies with their hegemony in the 90s inherited that promise that they couldn't deliver on because liberal democracy functions at the level of the states at best, whereas capitalist, so liberal economic order functions at the level of global capital flows. There is the problem there, no? And then I feel that we have come at a particularist horizon where there is no resource to make such a broad promise, emancipatory promise to the society, and will be for a long period in a terrain, strategic terrain, while these alliances will always be pushed back from the conservative side. They will find their resources in the fact that family and sort of as a replacement for welfare systems or for a promise of welfare is the reality for the large majority, at least of that which was formerly the second world, no, where in a way there isn't the edge of capitalist development, and so that's my larger worry there, that no war will be won or tug of war will be won through broad alliances, but they need to be there. No, that's clear. It's just that I don't see the universalizing or broadly emancipatory promise there that could undermine the legitimacy of conservative narratives in the lived reality of broad segments of the population. So maybe it's a comment. Sorry.
Thank you so much. I mean, Yes, I mean, especially in terms of when we think of that, this work is also an anti-capitalist one. So when I'm talking about, I mean, of course, not only me, but when we are, I think, talking about building transnational alliances, not alliances, but like transnational solidarity groups, transnational solidarity alliances, maybe among countries or like across Europe or like across the globe. I think at least one aspect of it is this. There are, I think, new paths and new ways to organize our movements in solidarity with each other, and to just be aware that this is a global struggle. I think the awareness about it, like just if you think about it, the transnational alliance of the right wing we are talking about, how are they organizing their fight? I don't want to say that we have maybe things to learn from them, no, but like that's important from Facebook, from social media to big organizations and big companies. They are aware of the necessity to build their fascist and illiberal fight transnationally. I think for people in the left, for people in feminist and queer movements, for people that are in different struggles in our countries, I think we are getting to that level, and we have to, there's no other way, to that awareness stage, that there's no win if we don't build our movements transnationally from now on.
Okay, if there is no other question, I would like to thank Hazal. Thank you very much, and please stay with us.
Thank you. I will be watching on the YouTube channel.
Okay, we have a short break, I think. So our next speaker is Peter Klepec, and he asked me to introduce him really very shortly. So I will read only one sentence. Peter Klepec works as Principal Research Associate at the Institute of Philosophy at Research Center of Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Arts in Ljubljana, in Slovenia. So Peter, please.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. I think this is what I needed to put my thoughts a little straight on. I hope you're not all too tired because it's really a long day and that your commenter after all won't be just another nightmare because my topic is nightmare. The title of my paper is on democracy through the logics of nightmare, and I hope you will enjoy it. So originally I wanted to talk here about what I call Stimmung, the German word, the mood of nightmare. Then in the view of current events, I decided to add a few reflections on the new situations. As you all know, 2 weeks ago, the impossible happened. Russian military aggression against Ukraine. One thing is clear, Russian aggression is unacceptable and must be stopped immediately. The war must end right now. But even if the war ends at this very moment, it is clear that it has irrevocably intervened in the lives of many of us and that it has brought with it immense destruction. Many human lives have already been lost. Many lives are going to be lost or damaged by death, suffering, and pain. There is also a material, economic, and political damage of the war, not only for those directly involved, but also for the whole world. Here, we are already at the phenomenon of the nightmare and its logic. This logic is driven by occurrence of new irreversible events, usually accompanied by the following statement: nothing will ever be the same again. How many times in the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years have we heard such a statement? It is a statement that declares, asserts that an irreversible event has occurred, that a certain line, a certain Rubicon has been crossed, and it is no longer possible to return to the previous state of affairs or things. Just to remind you, a couple of reminders. Pandemic of COVID-19, the refugee and migrant crisis in 2015, the economic crisis in 2008, the September 11 attacks and times of wars against terrorism in Iraq, Afghanistan, and later in Syria, times of terrorist attacks in Madrid, London, Paris, in the 1990s, the war in ex-Yugoslavia, etc., etc., and for the first time, perhaps, at times of the fall of the Berlin Wall. But there are many other events, of course. The history is changing. We could open a debate of understanding and listing this arbitrary list of recent events, but it is not my intention to open a debate on this topic here. Seeing things in this way certainly is a matter of perspective, and there are other legitimate views on certain recent times. Ultimately, not just the last few years, but also all of history can be viewed through a particular lens or from a particular perspective. According to Marx, for example, history is always a history of class struggles, capitalism is inextricably linked to crisis, and there has never been a moment in human history without violence, struggle, or war. The perspective on the last few decades as a series of troublesome, irreversible events is not the only one, of course. There are also extremely opposing views on the same period of time. Just to remind you, Matt Riley, in his article for the magazine Spectator in 2019, December 29th of December 2019, said everything by the title itself. We've just had the best decade in human history. It is interesting that an anonymous introduction of the same review, Spectator, 10 years ago claimed 2012 was the best year in the entire human history. Ridley, who describes himself as a rational optimist, is not alone here. An advertisement for the book, The Better Angels of Nature, Why the Violence Has Declined by Steven Pinker, book was published in September 2012, started with the following line: believe it or not, today we may be living in the most peaceful moment in our species' existence. It is true that everyone has a right to their own view and opinion, and yet this debate is never only a free debate, but also a part of a struggle between different social groups or social classes. Given the growing income inequality we have seen since the 1960s, and especially recently, it is clear that those who are super rich and successful cannot exactly say they had a bad year or a bad decade. Given recent events, the COVID-19 pandemics, and now the war in Ukraine, there are certainly those who will benefit and profit from the situation, and the vast majority of us who will not. Overall, however, especially from today's perspective on the brink of the Third World War, these optimistic views on recent decades seem utterly ridiculous and not only completely unfounded, but pure ideological propaganda. However, it is not my intention to discuss them here, nor do I wish to engage in a debate about optimism, pessimism in history of politics with my topics of nightmare. I would rather present the current state of affairs according to an old motto. As Max Horkheimer said decades ago, the motto of true radical left should be pessimism in theory, optimism in practice. On the other hand, the perspective on recent period I present here is now fairly unanimously accepted by many very different theorists, namely that we should view the current period as a period of systemic crisis. It is debatable whether this period is 2 or 3 decades, or 5 decades, it doesn't matter. This is open to debate. This systemic crisis also has many names and different layers and dimensions. Some see it as the crisis of the world capitalist system, others as crisis of democracy and politics, crisis of the left. There's also climate and ecological crisis, etc., etc. In recent years and decades, crises and various catastrophes have followed each other at increasingly rapid and irregular intervals, with virtually no pause in between. We have fallen into a spiral of constant crisis and at the same time a certain standstill. From one disaster to the next, from one unforeseen and seemingly impossible situation to the next, from bad to worse, but not yet to the worst, to the final end of troubles, to the end, the big bang of the end. This never came. Godot never came. You see? It seems that this unending of the very end will continue for some time. When it already seems that we have reached the bottom of our predicament, that we have left the worst behind us, something even worse happens. In this sense, the war in Ukraine broke out at the very moment when the corona crisis was nearing its end, but was itself not yet over, and it is not. So there is no end. We are caught in a never-ending catastrophic historical situation, and in this context, it is worth recalling Dardot and Laval's title of the book from 2019, Never-Ending Nightmare, the Neoliberal Assault on Democracy. I'm not claiming that neoliberalism is over. This is debatable. This entrapment of being caught in a situation without an end can be described in many ways. For example, Gramsci, 100 years ago, described it as interregnum, and one can put it also with the help of his more poetic saying, recently quoted by Nancy Fraser, "The old is dying, and the new cannot be born." For me, this situation of interregnum has its own special mood, own special atmosphere, own special Stimmung, and that is the Stimmung of the nightmare. The nightmare has its own logic and structure. But first, the nightmare as something terrible and horrible is not, in very strict sense, exactly the same as a catastrophe, horror, or terror. I do not have the space or time here to elaborate on these points, so I'll just make some assertions. Basically, every horror as a narrative or as a form of a fiction has an end. Every horror ends sooner or later, while the nightmare is based precisely on the impossibility of an end. Or, to use the title of a song by Frank Zappa, torture never stops. Although one could say that a nightmare is the embodiment of dystopia, strictly speaking, nightmare is not the same as dystopia, since it changes over time, while dystopia remains the same and moves within certain parameters. In a nightmare, several dystopian scenarios occur simultaneously and at the same time. They also tend to change for the worse, of course. So my leading question today will therefore be, what exactly is this mood, the mood of the nightmare? What is its logics? And what it has to do with democracy, or more precisely, with the end of democracy? I think my pace is okay, so we will catch dinner. What is meant by the thesis that the Stimmung, the mood or atmosphere of nightmare, is predominant today? First of all, the German word Stimmung is virtually untranslatable in English, and it could only be approximately rendered by words such as mood, atmosphere, affective disposition, affective spirit of the age. The German word itself has several associations and homophonies with words Stimme, voice, and stimmen, a verb which means to tune, to attune, to go together. All these meanings and associations are in a way present in Slovenian word Stimmunga, I think. The most important philosophical use of the word Stimmung comes from Heidegger's work Being and Time from 1927 and concerns the way the world is experienced. For Heidegger, Stimmung as attunement or a state of mind, Befindlichkeit, enables Dasein's openness to the world and its ability to engage with it. As such, it is something primordially presupposed by all explicit forms of knowing and willing. So in the beginning, there's a Stimmung. It is neither something objective nor something subjective or psychological, but addresses the elusive sweet spot between subject and other, between individual and group. As such, it belongs for Heidegger to the existentials, that is, to the fundamental ways in which we are attuned to the world into which we are always already thrown, and is part of Heidegger's comprehensive attempt to structurally investigate human existence as being in the world. In music, the word Stimmung is related to tuning and pitch, and Heidegger's idea is that one is attuned to the world primarily through moods. Stimmung can be and has been used in a broader, less Heideggerian way in contemporary secondary literature on the subject, more in the sense of general filters, universal mood glasses that always remain somewhere in the background, coloring or influencing the situation, or a work of art, a text, an ideology. They are everywhere and can be seen as embedded in a discourse framed by it as a social bond. They can be defined in different ways. They exist as moods of different collectives, different classes, different nations, different worlds. They also change over time. At a certain point in history, one of these moods may gain ideological hegemony and become the dominant social, national, or global mood that defines the atmosphere of the age or of a period. This is the case with many moods known from history, from wonder in ancient Greece, melancholy at the period of Baroque, enthusiasm in times of French and Russian Revolution, to anxiety that is more contemporary, and fear, or politics of fear, we know from War on Terrorism. In addition, while for Heidegger a particularly revealing mood is anxiety, with which everything known and familiar appears to us as something strange, unknown, uncanny, the predominant mood today, unheimlich, the predominant mood today, at least in my opinion, is nightmare. So, what is nightmare? In the narrow sense, a nightmare is a traumatic or fearful dream, in short, a dream in which something extremely unbearable appears to the dreamer, while in the broader, colloquial sense, it describes a bad situation in which one is trapped and from which one cannot escape. A nightmare is always traumatic, and as such is also something very singular or personal. Of course, everyone has their own or unique, singular thing or idea that is the worst or most unbearable for them. In this sense, nightmares are usually accompanied by a special adjective, such as Darwin's nightmare, the nightmare of all parents, every artist's nightmare, etc. A nightmare, furthermore, is often accompanied by another adjective, the superlative of the word bad, the worst. An example, even in my worst nightmare, I would not imagine, not think, not want, etc. That nightmare is on the other side of our desires, our dreams, and our fantasies. It embodies our worst fears. It is a situation that one fears the most. It is something that you would most like to avoid if you had the choice, of course. Moreover, a nightmare is accompanied by something that drags on, that constantly repeats itself, and that does not and cannot end. Therefore, it is characterized by a feeling of stagnation, even stasis. Stasis has many meanings in ancient Greek, but leave it. Of being trapped, of being in a torture chamber, literally. The suffering not only does not stop, but also intensifies. Hence, the real nightmare mood. When we already think that something worse than what is happening can no longer happen, or that it will stop once and for all, we always experience a surprise. The aggravation simply does not stop. The nightmare is therefore a certain embodiment of Murphy's Law. In its simplest form, Murphy's Law states that if something can go wrong, it will. Therefore, the nightmare is a case of a situation where if it is possible for things to get worse, they will get worse. Sometimes this worst of all options is even openly discussed, but nobody really believes that it can happen. From history, we know a few of such situations. At the beginning of World War I, when the European Social Democrats of all nations convinced others and themselves at length that they would not allow the bourgeoisie to drag them into its bloody war, they suddenly did, at least the majority of them, with the exception of Serbs and Russians, what they had claimed and sworn never to do. They voted for the war credits and in this way made it possible for the war really to begin. The Russian military intervention in Ukraine takes a similar, if somewhat different, turn. For years and months, there had been more or less quiet talk about the possibility of such an attack, and this talk reached its peak when the Americans warned that the attack was imminent. But still, almost no one really believed that it would happen. We are dealing here with a dimension closely related to the Freudian unconscious. The unconscious is always out in the open, not somewhere deep inside. It is constantly before everyone's eyes, and yet it surprises everyone with its outbursts or with its emergence. Unconscious formation, slips of the tongue, dreams, jokes, symptoms, etc. Without going into details, we can highlight a fundamental dimension of the nightmare. Something that seemed impossible yesterday is not only shamelessly enforced today, but becomes the standard of today's normality. Something that seems to belong to the realm of dreams and fantasy suddenly appears in reality, only further blurring the line between dream and reality. The nightmare makes the adage true. Truth is stranger than fiction. So, four main features thus characterizes a nightmare. The trauma or dread, dragging dread, the imprisonment or suffocating, recall here, I can't breathe, the infinity or unending, the singularity or uniqueness. As already mentioned, the nightmare is characteristic of the contemporary period of interregnum or the dialectic of standstill, Walter Benjamin. It is a privileged mood of this stagnation. As a feeling of being trapped, it forces you to run away, to try to escape as quickly as possible and to react immediately. In psychoanalysis, this is called acting out. I don't have the space to elaborate and explain this further, but the atmosphere of nightmares is accompanied by many feelings and many affects. Weariness of everything, exhaustion, fatigue, anger, rage, schadenfreude, cruelty, impatience, but also escapism, indifference, as well as empathy, pride, awe, and other more positive emotional dispositions. Psychoanalysis offers us another important aspect of the phenomenon of the nightmare and its predicaments. Although Freud himself did not discuss the phenomenon of nightmares in extenso, Ernest Jones, one of his closest followers, drawing on Freud's thesis on dreams and sexuality in his work On the Nightmare from 1951, presented nightmares as a complex phenomenon that, as Lacan later pointed out in his seminar 10, illustrates the problematic nature of jouissance, enjoyment, as such, especially in relations to the other. Indeed, the core of the nightmare, according to Jones, is the encounter with the evil neighbor, such as incubus, succubus, werewolf, or a witch. Jones is well aware that the nightmare involves the flourishing of superstitious notions and the problem of relating to the other, and he attempts to show that very different phenomena, already enlisted, but I can add vampires and the devil, etc., have much in common. Jones' thesis, in short, is that nightmares are always an expression of intense psychological conflict based on the repression, verdrängung, of unconscious sexual desire. According to Jones, the three main features of a typical nightmare dream are the following: agonizing horror, the feeling of a suffocating pressure on the chest, the belief of helpless paralysis. There are also less obvious features which include a cold sweat, a spasmodic heartbeat, and sometimes some discharges of semen, vaginal secretions, perhaps even paralysis of the sphincter muscle. Doesn't matter. Together with other symptoms such as palpitations, sweating, suffocation, according to Jones, directly reveal the sexual character of the nightmare phenomenon. I'm quoting Jones. The focus of the latent content of both the nightmare and the 5 superstitions we have examined here consists of repressed incestuous coitus-related desires. Ambivalence related to sexual assault appears to the dreamer as something highly fearful and frightening. The nightmare centers on an encounter with an evil neighbor and involves the flourishing of superstitious nations, as I already said. Perhaps here one can note that the modern parallel to medieval notions of vampires, werewolves, and the devil today is conspiracy theory. So the basic problem for Jones in nightmare is the relation to the other. At the heart of the nightmare is the problem of desire, the problem of jouissance, of enjoyment, the problem of evil other. On this point, Jones is followed by French psychoanalytic Jacques Lacan, who in his seminar 10, Anxiety, points out, I'm quoting, "The main dimension of anxiety in the nightmare is experienced in a strict sense as the enjoyment of the other. The correlative of the nightmare is the incubus or the succubus, the creature that bears down on your chest with all its opaque weight of foreign jouissance, which crushes you beneath its jouissance. The first thing that appears in the nightmare is that this creature that weighs down with its jouissance is also a questioning being, and even reveals itself in the developed dimension of the question known as the riddle." There are many important dimensions highlighted by Lacan here, but I won't go into the detail. There's a problem of the question itself. The desire is always questioning itself. There's also topics of the riddle and enigma, enigma of desire, enigma of enjoyment, enigma of Oedipus. There's topics of awakening, because awakening is closely related with nightmare. Nightmare is such unbearable that awakes you up. And in the awakening and nightmare, there's a complex relationship between reality, ideology, dreams, and Lacan's conception of the real as something that is not identical with reality. This is a problem that Slavoj Žižek, for instance, has dealt with extensively in his entire work. As for the problem of awakening, Lacan himself proposed some solutions, but ultimately claimed that there can be no real awakening at all, only a fake one. And this fake one is very important for the ideology. Recall the latest populist movements and the awakening, etc., etc. So now I finally see this is the typical statement you can hear from someone, which I didn't. Well, okay, let's leave it. As I said, I leave all these problematics aside. Because it's not important for our topics here. Perhaps I think we have time, only use one point in the current context of the Ukrainian war. It is interesting that the imminent attack on Ukraine was already by Putin himself put in the terms of nightmare. Putin's metaphor for Russia's relation to Ukraine was, as Slavoj Žižek has recently shown, none other than rape. In Žižek's text, was Russia's rape of Ukraine inevitable from February 2022? Žižek begins with the following, I'm quoting Žižek now. In a press conference earlier this month, February this year, Vladimir Putin noted that the Ukrainian government does not like the Minsk agreement and then added, like it or not, it's your duty, my beauty. The saying has well-known sexual connotations. Putin appeared to be quoting from Sleeping Beauty in a Coffin by the Soviet-era punk rock group Red Mold. Sleeping Beauty in a Coffin, I crept up and I fucked her. Like it or dislike it, sleep my beauty. This is the quote from Red Mold. Although the Kremlin press representative claimed that Putin referred to an old folkloric expression, reference to Ukraine as an object of necrophilia and rape is clear. This is Žižek's text. Now, we don't have to go into the details of Žižek's further argument. It is enough for our point here that Putin himself has settled things in a such perverse, nightmarish way. And if the nightmarish attacker can only be something fictional, imaginary, fantastic, because incubus, succubus, werewolves, vampires, or witches do not really exist, do they? Here, the attacker himself is something very, very real, even more. Here, in Putin's own statement, the attacker himself openly admits that everything is about violence, rape, and aggression. Not as something fictional, dreamlike, but as something real. Why the violence seems not only permitted and allowed, but also legitimate for Putin? Because for him, the violence, the rule of violence, power, aggression, determines the rules and establishes the truth itself. His metaphor here is based on the inevitability of coercion and violence, but it's not accidental nor without philosophical backing. It is based on a philosophical argument made several times in 2014 and 2015 by Russian philosopher Alexander Dugin, who could be considered a kind of Putin's court philosopher and who is known for his support for Putin, for his foreign policy, as well as for his extreme views supporting the attack on Ukraine, etc. There has been a lot of affairs with Dugin. Be as it may, Dugin also claims that every so-called truth is a matter of believing. Therefore, there are always different truths, and there's also a specific truth, which Dugin calls our special Russian truth. So how is truth ultimately accepted as truth? Through and because of power and force. For Dugin, only the masters, only those who rule the world, are the ones who really decide what the truth is. So in the end, only war decides what is really the truth. And back to philosophy, if for Descartes 2 + 2 would equal 5, if God willed it, you know that in Descartes God is determined to be omnipotent. Immensa potestas is a key distinguishing feature of Descartes' new revolutionary conception of God. According to Dugin and Putin, 2 + 2 = 5 by force, because of war, of the victor of the war. So Putin's God of war ultimately decides what truth is and what is not. Such an open recognition and admission that violence is legitimate is, for us here, a trap, I would say. A trap that we should somehow skillfully avoid. Why? Of course, we can ridicule such a position because it provides an excellent platform for our smug narcissism that our supposed democratic civilization is opposed to. So we should avoid this enforced blackmail that this war is the war between barbarism and democratic civilization. In a way, it is. But I'll try to show that it poses the terms of rethinking democracy in a wrong way. This story of the battle between barbarism and civilization we have seen in history since the ancient Greeks many times. In this way, we return not only to the rhetoric of the Cold War, but also to the rhetoric of the post-Cold War era, when various figures served as the embodiment of radical evil. Recall the statement, Saddam is Hitler, Milosevic is Hitler, and now Putin is Hitler. So it is the embodiment of the evil. But it serves as a scarecrow to consolidate liberal democratic rule and guide the politics of the democratic center. Any deviation from the center is considered to go this way, to go this route of the ultimate evil. So, any other politics than center politics is denounced as extremist. And precisely this politics of radical center and political correctness paved the way for the far right to gain power and influence also in democratic world. This kind of reasoning is disastrous in the long run because this method of avoiding extremists by sticking to the democratic system as a regime not only undermines it, but it's actually an effective method that always brings extremists to power, I claim. One could say that we are facing here a double blackmail, a blackmail by Putin's Russia, by Putin and its allies, and on the other side, a blackmail which is something more sophisticated, but ultimately it is a blackmail by liberal or the battle of liberal against illiberal West. On the one hand, we have violence, aggression, and war. On the other, we have another kind of violence, albeit a sophisticated one, but ultimately defined by liberalism, or rather by its dialectic with authoritarianism, fascism, illiberalism. It seems that with the war in the Western world, the very political and economic forces that are themselves cause of the problem again gain influence and power. Why I think so? For liberalism theory, democracy is nothing more than a form of government, a democratic regime. Precisely as such, it has become in recent decades a form of a liberal economic blackmail, which French philosopher Alain Badiou named it capitalo-parliamentarism. The latter is one of the causes of what Wendy Brown calls the democratization in the West today. Not only has democracy now enjoyed historically unparalleled global popularity, claims Brown, it has never been more conceptually footloose or substantively hollow. Why? In Brown's view, neoliberalism as political rationality has launched a frontal assault on the fundamentals of liberal democracy, displacing its basic principles of constitutionalism, legal equality, political and civic liberty, political autonomy, and universal inclusion with market criteria of cost-benefit ratios, efficiency, profitability, and efficacy. It is therefore, I would say, crucial to reverse these processes as far as it goes. In a sense, we need a democratic renewal of society and of the state. We need to reinvent both. However, one should be very precise here and define what exactly is meant by that. There is namely almost a global consensus that A, the very word democracy is ambiguous, equivocal, and contested on multiple levels. B, that democracy today means virtually everything and that it covers quite a range of very different, even contradictory forms. Even Putin and his supporters believe that they are democratic somehow, or rather that they are true Democrats. This may seem paradoxical, but in reality it is not. Controversies and contradictions are an integral part of democracy. In 1962, so way ago, 60 years ago, the late Finner wrote a book called The Man on Horseback. He listed 6 of the official titles with which then leading military dictators have decorated their regimes. Nasser, presidential democracy. Khan, basic democracy. Sukarno, guided democracy. Franco, organic democracy. Stroessner, selective democracy. Trujillo, neo-democracy. The list goes back to the 60s, and if the next decade brought the end of some semi-fascist dictators like Pinochet and Franco, the new millennium, just after the fall of Milosevic's regime, which was perhaps an archetype for the future, we witnessed the rise of regimes that are not democratic, but nevertheless cannot be well captured and labeled with the old terms like autocracy, fascism, totalitarianism, which is especially misleading misnomer. The regimes of Putin, Orban, Erdogan, Lukashenko, Xi, Vucic, the regime in Poland, Philippines, etc., all the way to Yanchism, which we'll discuss on Friday. How can we conceptually define what these regimes are about? Various terms are used recently. Illiberalism, Bonapartism by Tomasz Masnak, which is going to give a lecture tomorrow. New despotism by John Keane in his latest book with the same title. For Keane, new despotism is not really a classic authoritarianism because it is based on networks of oligarchs controlled by a democratically elected leader, because it is based on pragmatism, financial and money power, and of course on oppression of minority, public media, and democratic opposition. So there are various attempts which try to describe what these, I would say, innovations of democracy are bringing about. My point is not only that democracy is perhaps an empty signifier or a word which any content can be given, but also that democracy is always a struggle for democracy. More than that, without this struggle, democracy can cease to be democracy, and then it can give way to its double, despotism, fascism, whatever. One of the basic unspoken principles of democracy is that democracy is always under suspicion and under the spell of doubt. Is this really a democracy, or better, is this still a democracy, or it is already something else? Hence, a certain dilemma that accompanies democracy, as George Orwell 80 years ago put it in his seminal text on fascism and democracy. One of the easiest pastimes in the world is debunking democracy. A 16-year-old schoolboy can attack democracy much better than he can defend it. And one cannot answer him unless one knows the anti-democratic case and is willing to admit the large measure of truth it contains. One might call this a dilemma or use different words, such as paradox or contradictions. Jacques Rancière, in his seminal work, Hatred of Democracy, from 2006, points out that democracy is neither a type of constitution nor a form of society. Rather, for the Rancière, democracy is precisely a certain ungovernable on which all government must ultimately rest. In this sense, Rancière speaks of the democratic scandal. I'm quoting Rancière now. The democratic scandal consists simply in revealing this: there will never be, under the name of politics, a single principle of the community legitimating the acts of governors based on the basis of law proper to the coming together of human communities. So, strictly speaking, there is no such thing as democratic government. Therefore, Rancière defines democracy as a process of struggle against any privatization of the public sphere or public life, a struggle against the privatization of the social sphere, because there should always be a process of enlarging this sphere by including those who are not part of no part, one of the concepts Rancière is using, an element of social system that has so far no voice or no place within this social system. A similar view is presented by Alain Badiou, which claims the world today deprives the vast majority of human beings of their visibility. It is a protocol of exclusion of the visible and not the transcendental distribution of a situation in the visible. The fundamental question of the world is in reality that of names. Who receives a name? It is not to begin with the question of wealth and its distribution. It is the question of knowing who is counted under its name and who is not. The old world, which subsisted until the beginning of the 1980s, was in no way perfect, and it was even regularly sinister, but it was the world. Today, we are in an intervallic period in which the great majority of people do not have a name. We are the experimenters of the interval. We are the between two worlds, one of which is falling a little by little into oblivion, while the other is only fragmentary. What we have to do is to pass through. We are the passers. If one agrees with Badiou that we are all passers and that we live in a times of interregnum or in a times of great transformation, our goal should not only be to fight for a better world, but also for a new democratic world. Many interpreters have recently pointed out that the glory days of the concubinage between democracy and capitalism are over. Nothing lasts forever. At some point, the democracy was always going to pass into the pages of history, says David Runciman in his work, How Democracy Ends from 2018. Runciman also points out that the end of democracy will never be spectacular or loudly announced. One of his cases is the military coup against Papandreou in Greece in 1967, and he uses the following narrative. I'm quoting Runciman. When a democracy fails, we usually expect it to be the failure or to be a spectacular one. Democracy has died many times around the world. We know what it looks like. It looks something like this. Nothing was announced in advance. Tanks surrounded the city overnight, and soldiers were sent to seize the key communication points, etc., etc. So you know this is a description of a military coup. For Runciman, there are different kinds of military coups or of coups. Some must make it clear that democracy is over in order to succeed. Some coups must pretend that democracy is still intact. There are other ways for Runciman to threaten democracy besides the coup. One is catastrophe, the other is technological takeover. So, I don't want to go into details. I would just like to point out the final remark considering the logic of nightmare I was describing at the beginning. And this warning is related to these specific logics of nightmare. As you might recall, the nightmare somehow entails escapism. Escapism is the most spontaneous reaction to a nightmare. We simply want to escape. One of the names is called COVID fatigue. We are already tired of everything, and we just want to return to normalcy. But this can too quickly lead to us to engage in solutions that are not optimal neither for us nor for democracy. The logic of the nightmare requires quick and clear solutions, which unfortunately cannot be achieved with remote control in the modern world. Although it is clear that a return to normality is no longer possible, that we have irrevocably left it behind, the desire for a certain kind of normality is something we all want. And in the light of current nightmare, we will all want to return to normality, which we know that it is irrevocably lost. Even more, we all know that it is full of contradictions and problems, and that the COVID pandemic only intensified them. However, I would say that we should not, how to put it, that we should not forget that the desire for normality, in a way, will be part of our daily political struggles and struggles also for democracy. And I will use here an example by Ivan Krastow and Stephen Holmes in their book from 2020, The Lie That Failed, Why the West is Losing the Fight for Democracy. I refrain here for going too deep or to discuss their basic thesis on the imitation. They are referring here to René Girard and to Gabriel Tarde, sociologist, which is forgotten now, etc., etc. This major point on imitation is for me completely wrong. But I will use topics of normality they are using, and I will also mention their point, and then I will present some my criticism of it. What's it all about? In this book, Craster and Holmes describe, among many other things, dissidents in Central and Eastern Europe who yearned for a normal life in a normal country. In the late 1970s, the great German poet Hans Magnus Enzensberger traveled through Europe in search of the soul of the old continent. When he visited Hungary and spoke with some of the most prominent critics of the communist regime, they told him, "We are not dissidents. We represent normality." Adam Michnik later confessed, "My obsession had been we should have an anti-utopian revolution because utopias led to the guillotine and the gulag." His post-communist slogan was therefore liberty, fraternity, normality. When the Poles of his generation spoke of normality, they did not mean an early and pre-communist period of Polish history to which their country could happily return once the parenthesis of Soviet occupation was over. What they meant, according to Craster and Holmes, what they meant by normality was the West. And here, I think, lies a big trap I was just mentioning. I don't think that dissidents, I hope I can speak in their name, were so obsessed by returning to the West. I think that in these emancipatory struggles all over Eastern Europe and here in Slovenia and Yugoslavia, the point and enjeu, I would say, was a little further. It was not by normality, it was meant something else. And Craster and Holmes also tried to present how all these fighters, all these dissidents became strongly disillusioned with the boring normality of life after communism, and that was why they were so somehow disillusioned. I think that their true goal was never to imitate the West, as Craster and Holmes imply. Their goal was for sure different. It was to realize, to bring about a better West, a more democratic West, a better normality, if you can put it that way. They were following a dream of something on which democratic normality rests, but which it can never dominate and govern. There are different names for this, and one of the names is certainly democracy in rancière sense, which is not an already existing democracy or a democratic regime. So I would conclude, the logic of nightmare and the logic of war will definitely try to impose, to blackmail us with quick solutions, return to normality, defense of the West, defense of Europe, defense of democracy. And our task, especially in the light of the mood of the nightmare, is to be patient yet persistent in our democratic action with the aim of reinventing democracy once again. However, as has already been pointed out today in the morning, we must not forget other pressing problems of our contemporary societies, such as environmental crisis, the growing economic inequalities, new sophisticated forms of exclusion and oppression, privatization and appropriation of the public space, as well as privatization of the commons. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for this very inspiring and very dense lecture. So, you know, my feeling is that the problem is in the name. The name of democracy, and you are talking about reinventing democracy. So what we are reinventing, are we trying to reinterpret it, or, you know, or something else? Or we have to, you know, go beyond this mental frame that we just need a new name, or, you know, because we have many discussions on what we have now Is it, you know, the authoritarian government, almost a fascism, or, you know, you were naming the problems. Yeah, so what we try to reinterpret, are we looking for a new name or a new agent of, so who is entitled to?
We are all entitled.
Yeah.
The people are entitled. We are part of the people. Of course, we are all entitled. But what I was trying to present here is a little complicated. I hope I was not complicating things further. One of the problems of the democratic left, let's put it that way, in a current and in previous situations, was always to be somehow to be a little defensive, because in a situation of the regime which has not already found its name, authoritarianism, new despotism, which is not, even for John Keane in his book, part of these BRICS or this part of countries, he also thematizes and problematizes many processes in the West, is always that we are somehow put in a defense position. So, democratic left is always in a position to defend the rule of law, defend the state, and it never dares to reinvent things. And reinventing democracy is a tricky thing. I hope I was clear, because all these regimes, which could be called new despotic regimes, are also reinventing democracy in a way. They are very creative. So this is the problem. I was trying to present the problem not to be just defensive, but also to be in a way offensive. Let's call it that way. And I don't think we need new names, because democracy as such was always part of a struggle, and democracy, the word democracy itself, was invented because of this struggle, anti-democratic struggle. It is a word which, for Rancière, I think Rancière mentions it, is some sort of bad word, of offensive word. Another thing. Okay, I'll stop here, maybe.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
You're talking about new despotic regimes, and when you say a despotic regime, one has a feeling that there is always one despot, you know, Putin, Orban. But what about the force which is not a human force, like the capital? Something that is more, modern. Let's say we are going back to kind of pre-modern with this despotic
Yes,
concept.
I agree. The problem is that the fight for democracy always somehow implies that the very form of democracy suffices. And in that way, we somehow forget that we have also capitalism real relations of economic, let's say, economic relations which are basically here to make profit. So this is problem. I totally agree with you that part of the problem is to personalize issues. So there's one leader, or there's a dictator who wanna be dictator or whatever, and the problem will somehow disappear once this dictator or party will just go away. I think this is simplifying things in a way, because business as usual is part of these new despotic regimes, and they are in a way part of the world economic system. are they not? So, okay.
Okay, questions?
Just one, because dinner is coming. Yes.
Charles? Okay, Jonas.
There,
Jonas is, I think he's, okay.
It's the battle for the microphone. It's a high threshold for asking questions to have to come here, I have to say. Thank you for the presentation. I had two questions and a remark. First question relates to what you said in relationship to this concept of the notion of the nightmare that you bring in. You said something that seemed impossible yesterday that becomes possible today. And of course, then for me the first question was, but whose nightmare? For you, the nightmare seems to begin around the 80s. In the case of, let's say, my Kurdish friends, it begins in 1923 with the signing of the Treaty of Geneva. For many First Nations and indigenous peoples, it begins 500 years ago. So, like, what is the temporality of the nightmare that you're using? And as you're describing a nightmare that becomes materialized, can you really then call it a nightmare? Like, wouldn't it not make more sense to call it in its kind of material manifestation? So, it's racial, colonial, ecocidal capitalism, or it's 500 years of extinction war. Like, using nightmare somehow metaphorizes it, rather than departing from its kind of material, the material conditions of perpetual war. Maybe even the word war is actually what we're talking about. And the last comment relates to the way you describe that war and narrative shapes reality, which I can only agree with, and which belongs very much to the realm of propaganda studies. And you spoke about propaganda earlier on. You spoke about it as, you mentioned ideological propaganda, but then propaganda really seems to be only about narrative, whereas propaganda, at least from the propaganda studies perspective I come from, is really about constructing new realities. It's about constituting new realities. So even when a kind of reactionary propaganda suggests the type of Make America Great Again, a mythical return to a world that never was, it's not actually about a return, it's about creating a new reality based on a kind of retro science fiction that becomes is imposed on us as our collective future. And that maybe asks the question how we propagate. How do we affirm a different reality that goes against this false dichotomy that you described, that is imposed on us by the warring imperialisms between liberalism and illiberalism, and we know how they create the conditions for each other's appearance? Like, what would be the propagation that centers itself on popular unity, transnational coalitions that were discussed in the previous two panels?
Thank you for your questions. I will start with the third one concerning the ideological propaganda. I mean, we can term it whatever we want, but it's still propaganda. So, partly because of claim of the end of all the ideologies in the 60s, political struggles are now avoiding very term ideology. So, from time to time, we suddenly find out that ideologies are still here, and ideologies are not just a way of thinking or constructing reality, but also material practices. They are always, they always imply or even construct material practices. So we are completely in agreement in a way. I'm jumping to your first question, why did I start with the 80s? Because history can be approached from a certain perspective, you can see it. But after the Second World War is a period which with the French term is called Trente Glorieuses, so 30 or 50 peaceful years of most peaceful periods in the human history, etc., etc. So the very similar problem was when in 2008 the economic crisis broke out. because in the economies themselves literally try to eradicate any terms such as crisis or whatever. So, and later on, after the crisis of 2008, many show that after the Second World War there were, I don't know, 164 serious economic crises. So this is similar to that. So it depends from the perspective. It depends what do you. Where do you start and what do you want to say? But the crisis started, this is debatable, I said, whether with May 68 and its aftermath, or with the abolishing the gold standard of dollar, or with the emergence of neoliberalism. So there's a debatable why did I start this period, because before that we had a period of more or less regular periods of crisis. Now we are somehow entered the spiral of which one crisis follows another. That's my opinion in a way. And it's simply because we are facing this interregnum period, which is now complicated with the war. We still don't know where we lead to. That's the problem. So that was why I stopped my enlisting these events at the 1980s. But I could go further anyway. You're right. Using the metaphor of nightmare somehow obfuscate talk about capitalism, but I didn't have time here simply to lead simultaneously a couple of lines of argumentation. So I had to simplify. If that's if that answer somehow satisfies you, yeah.
Charles, you wanted to ask something.
So Peter, thank you very much for the talk, which I enjoyed very much, and it caused me to think. I think it caused me to think about this metaphor of nightmare a little bit, and also to maybe unpack it a little bit, because in a sense you're using, as Jonas I think rightly said, that you're using it to describe material conditions, but it also remains a kind of imaginative, fictive term. It's a term which occurs at night. It is a term which is individualized in terms of a single sleeping subject, and maybe animals have nightmares as well, you know. But it has this sort of subjectivity around it. So you know, what you describe as a kind of collective nightmare, but then in the terms of the individual, which I find quite interesting to unpack. But I want to go a little bit further into this nightmare, or maybe what I missed is you quoted Horkheimer at a certain point about the pessimism in theory and optimism in practice, and I suppose that optimism in practice is where I was struggling a little to find it in your talk. And then I was thinking about, particularly from our decolonial friends and from how to think through this idea of the colonial other, which is always estranged or always excluded, always erased, and how this idea of the evil neighbor is maybe the in some, I mean, this is a little bit perverse maybe, but the evil neighbor. What's interesting is that you describe that essentially democracy has become the nightmare. That you describe it as unending, you describe it as stagnant, and I think that all makes sense. So democracy is the nightmare. There isn't a democracy to be renewed, because democracy itself, in the description that you have, is actually the nightmare which we're living. So in that process, if the nightmare is unending, if the nightmare is stagnant, then that encounter with the other that you talked about, with the evil neighbor, seems to me at least to be the only possible way out. And maybe that evil neighbor is actually not so evil at all. Jonas asked this question about whose nightmare is it? And And is it perhaps a Western nightmare that the evil neighbor is trying to point out to us that we are living in a nightmare? And maybe that evil neighbor is, rather like Satan or Beelzebub or all these figures, actually not so evil after all, but rather an offer of something else. And so I was wondering whether the optimism in practice would be to embrace the evil neighbor and to turn the nightmare into a dream and the dream into a reality, rather than to try and cling on to this idea of the nightmare as something which you've described rather negatively. That was my only thought. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. If democracy is nightmare, then democracy as a current liberal democratic regime is a nightmare, in a way. The problem with the evil neighbor is a problem which somehow leads to theory of racism, stealing of the enjoyment, the other always enjoys on our account, etc., etc. I think this problematic was imposed by neoliberalism, where we are all concurrents, where we are all somehow compete with each other, and inevitably racism and extremism flourishes under neoliberalism. I wouldn't say neoliberalism is over, but there might be some signs that we are approaching an end, and that it's not never-ending nightmare as Dardo and Laval are claiming. And of course, the way out of nightmare is embracing the other in a way, not seeing in the other only an evil other, of course. Evil other leads to war, of course. This is Carl Schmitt's terrain in a way. And we are still not left it completely. And that's the sad thing in a way. But I guess in the end I was optimistic. I said we have to persist, etc. So in a way, to tell you the truth, I was really afraid to bring the topics of nightmare here because it's so pessimistic. It's so, I don't know. And we are, the part of the nightmare itself is being fed up with everything. So, but this is nightmare, of course. And one day, of course, we will escape this trap. One way, of course. But there are many false traps waiting for us during this period, in a way. And we'll see. I'm optimist, of course I am. But okay.
Okay, Tom.
So,
another question.
Tom.
Yeah.
Speaking of high thresholds, thank you for your talk. The whole metaphor of the nightmare reminded me of a point that military anthropologist Joseph Masco makes around the notion of the crisis, in a text that he titles indicatively "The Crisis of the Crisis," wherein he goes on to say that the notion of crisis at some period, well, we could situate it, periodize it in modernity, denoted that crisis is resolved through transformation, through change. That we are now in a formation where crisis denotes that there needs to be a management that sort of keeps it together, makes it not fall apart, brings us back to normality, that it's a managed situation. And he detects that as a form of the crisis, of the notion of crisis that we are stuck in. And this is something that I think I failed to make a point of in my last intervention. I think that the problem is really of transformation. Where do we locate transformation facing all these crises? We have to have some forms of construction that broaden the horizons, whether it's inventing democracy, or whether it's forming alliances, or whether it is forming something non-capitalist within the midst of capitalism, all that, I guess. But yeah, I felt that he kind of nails that point very, very well, that there is sort of no longer Moscow, yeah, that what follows after crisis is not a transformation, but just perpetual crisis, more crisis, and that's the problem for him, no? Where.
Thank you for your intervention. I agree. I will look up. I don't know the author. I think that part of what Mark Fisher was describing as capitalist realism also belongs to these topics of nightmare, for sure. Tom, we were talking about management out of the crisis, and there are already some solutions proposed. I think that interesting would be to consider the book by Paolo Gerbaudo, The Great Recoil, which was published in 2020, last year, in which he proposes to somehow reinvent the state. In the light of recent pandemics, he tries to show in a rather Laclauian way that such concepts which are for us leftists always problematic, such as control, protection, intervention, are something we should embrace and rework in a way. And this is the idea of great recoil. The recoil itself is the term coming from Slavoj Žižek's book Absolute Recoil and coming from Hegel, and describes the period of the transformation itself. The recoil means that we are bouncing back and forth, so we are not progressing. And this is interesting how to approach it. And I think that reinventing the state in a way is a task to be done, and we should be optimistic in a way. Okay.
Okay.
Dinner is cold.
So, thank you very much. If there is no other question.
Okay.